Sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome everyone to the EMEA mid-season qualifiers. This is the promotion relegation tournament where 6 teams came down from Ignite Stage 1 to face off against MRC hopefuls to see who will be making it all the way through the tournament this weekend into Stage 2 of Ignite. I'm Vaudable, and joining me, of course, is Leg Day to cover all of the action and festivities today. How you feel, Leg Day? We saw some matches yesterday. We have some pretty intense ones today as well.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit eepy-sneepy if you and I are over in the US. It's a little bit early in the morning, but I'm happy to see all of our teams raring to go bright and early. And I'm incredibly excited to be able to cast this tournament because I'm a big proponent of mobility in an esports scene. And I think that the ability to just keep winning and you can make it all the way to the grand finals, maybe, that's a great thing for Marvel Rivals esports.
Yeah, there's potential for these teams that we see this weekend and today specifically to even make it all the way to the grand finals after Stage 2. So definitely keep an eye on those hopefuls for Ignite, but also some of the teams looking for that redemption, right? A lot of teams that had potential in Stage 1 but just didn't quite show out just enough to secure their spot in Stage 2 or even make it to the mid-season finals. But this being the mid-season qualifiers, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams, not just the Ignite spots, but also just a chance to prove themselves, right? This is the best chance for some of these MRC squads to showcase, hey, I got the skills, I can play and outfrag some of the other duelists in my role, or even strategists do a little bit better, keeping your team supported, or vanguards holding down the front lines. I mean, this is a spotlight for these players, and hopefully that they can get recognized for things as well. But we got to talk about, what is available in the shop supporting us and making all the esports possible. Embrace the wild styles, hitting the streets, unleash gambits haunting Dead Man's Hand, Hawkeye's sharp, Betsui's best, and Devil Dinosaur's unforgettably cute Jeff the Dinosaur costumes. Definitely recommend that one. Unfortunately, I had to use all the balloons on my end. But drop into the action. It's available now in the shop, so definitely recommend picking that one up. And like I said, we talked about mid-season finals. That is coming up, and there's a LAN for people to attend.
There is a LAN for people to attend. You don't just have to drop into the action in Marvel Rivals, you can do it in Los Angeles as well. The lights are bright and the Ignites are going to be bright as well because mid-season finals LAN is coming to California, and tickets are selling out fast. So you want to make sure that you are getting yours. And there are some additional goodies as well. You'll get to meet Vodable and I. Will be in California for the tournament alongside a bunch of our colleagues who are going to be really fun to hang out with, as well as a bunch of very, very exciting teams, because the best in the world at the moment are going to be in Los Angeles. We're going to have Na'Vi. We're going to have Team Liquid Citadel. This Vodable, I think, might be the closest international or interregional finals that we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, actually seeing the competition between the regions has been electric. We've had two of the most dominant teams ever showcase their skill in EMEA and Americas. EMEA for Not Vincere, or Na'Vi for those who are more familiar. And then Team Liquid Citadel, which is like a combination of two orgs. Citadel, which we've seen in the scene for such a long time, and then, you know, the partner team as well. But definitely recommend coming out. I believe all but like the first day are now sold out in terms of tickets. So last chance to kind of get a piece of the action. There's a waiting list, though, for some people who might not be able to make the trip out. Definitely recommend checking it out. And of course, as you mentioned, I'm definitely going to be picking up some of those pins. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a giveaway later on for those who missed out on the event. But even then, this is the land to take a peek at the competition with Team Ups 2.0. I think that's the big thing to talk about here as well, Leg Day. There is a lot that has changed in the game, and this will be your first chance in a LAN environment to really see all of that and how it has been coming to bear with, you know, the meta and the best teams in the world showcasing their skills.
Yeah, it feels like this was such a big change to the game. There should have been like a tease at the end of a Season 8 trailer that says Team Ups will return in Season 9. Like, it's been wildly different for the game. And for a lot of our teams here who may have come from Ignite, who've been playing the game at a pro level on things like Season 8 and how old Team Ups worked, the game has fundamentally changed in a way that is not the most easy to instantly scramble and get towards. This is going to be a early meta that heavily rewards your adaptability.
Well, here's the rules for this weekend's mid-season qualifiers tournament. Top 4 from MRC Season 8 qualified for the event. Top 8 from the combined MRC Season 7 and 8-point standing. So you make it far enough, you get some champion points, and those are going to be ever so important even later on to qualify for next year. And the bottom 6 teams from Ignite Stage 1. The partner teams, of course, if they were in the bottom 6, would have had limited protections, but that's why we see 6 teams here. We only have 3 partner spots in EMEA compared to Americas, where there's only 2 spots available there. But for us, it's top 6 will make it into Stage 2. So a lot of opportunity here, Leg Day, for teams to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a going to be a big statement piece for a lot of our teams here, especially the ones who have come from MRC. I don't think there's ever been a more fertile time to get an upset with how we're talking about how the meta at the moment is very much in flux. There are a lot of like very powerful team ups that people haven't really started leveraging yet because they might be on like characters that haven't conventionally been so powerful, but have already got a boost up from how the new team ups work. Here's a good look at our schedule. Yesterday, a couple of games were played, including 4 teams, I believe, already qualifying through to Ignite off the back of winning both of their upper bracket games. Today, we are going to be jumping into round 3, our lower bracket, I believe.
I will stop you there. Like they were actually hopping into the first round today and recapping the action from yesterday as well. I know, jump scare, have to keep you up to date, but yeah, we are covering some of the games that have already happened yesterday. But you know, fresh reactions from us. We didn't have a chance to like look through all of them as well, and we will keep you updated as things go along. But yeah, a lot of action to go through. It's going to be a long day of games here as well. Best of 3s for the first bit, and then best of 5s later on to close things out. So yeah, as you can see, top 6 moving on to those Ignite qualifiers. Some teams are ready, but we're not going to spoil it yet. And hopefully chat, you guys behave as well for the new viewers tuning in to these games for the first time.
Do you expect them to be
yeah, I hope they're on their best behavior, but yeah,
we have the highest IQ chat of any esport Vodable. Only people with 2-digit and above IQs typing in my chat, putting out their takes, saying how good Scarlet Witch is, how objectively Scarlet Witch is strong.
It depends on your rank, to be fair, for how good Scarlet Witch is. So, in their rank, it could be, Thanos specifically, but in other ranks, maybe not so much. I mean, hey, Black Widow used to be, one of those picks that people were saying is not the best in the game, but we'll see today, and you probably saw during the Pacific mid-season qualifiers there earlier on, is that actually a meta pick now, which is just, if you went to me a year ago and were saying, hey, Black Widow's going to be meta, I would have said, are you a time traveler or something? Because this is not going to happen. But hey, I love the rework that they've had. The pros have been loving it too, and you'll probably see a lot of that today. I think that's like the biggest thing in terms of like hero differences from last season to this one.
Yeah, Black Widow's in a very strong place now. Not only a fearsome hit scan who doesn't suffer much from damage drop-off, but basically unlimited cap sprint, unlimited super jump, and a burst mobility in the form of a dive as well. So Widow is in a great position. Can increase their fire rate as well by picking the Phoenix team up. We had a quick talk to KQ yesterday, and they believe, I think KQ plays for Crownfall. And has played a little bit of Widow for them. KQ believes that the Phoenix team up is superior one by far. The fire rate there and the additional right click can be very, very strong. So I'm expecting to see more leaning towards the Phoenix and the Hawkeye team up as we head into our first game between N1X and the Chosen Ones.
There we go. This is going to be our first real look at how the band draft will go. And you can also see the new team-up icons for each of the heroes that have been hovered as well. We'll kind of go into some detail there, but mainly leave it for once we get into the game. And Mantis, of course, being the main band because of her team-up with Star-Lord, allowing so much healing output that you can actually play it in 2-2-2 now.
Yeah, that's been a big change up to how Mantis operates on a macro level, right?
Yeah.
Being able to sustain a majority of your team off the back of those burst blooms. I don't know. I'm going to call it the burst bloom. When you double tap someone with your healing spore on Mantis, or single tap if you've got the Star-Lord on deck. And honestly, Star-Lord's a powerful character in his own right. I wouldn't be surprised to see that team up constantly anchored.
We've definitely seen a lot of people focus on that if it does get through the band draft. Some teams prioritizing that, some teams prioritizing the Gambit. I mean, speaking of Gambit, we're probably going to be seeing some Rogue in here as well, right? The enhanced team up basically makes it so that they're Super Saiyan the whole time. So powered up, full activation, unlimited usage of their team up. And Elsa makes sense for the bands. I mean, we talked about, last season where Cyclops was a big focus for a lot of teams, but we even saw Terra going crazy on the Elsa, and this was before the new team-ups. But her team-up, I would say, with Deadpool is very effective too with the living bullets, but also the one that you have with Devil Dinosaur for the enhanced traps. It's really good for anti-dive there. And speaking of dive, Venom is very lethal in this season.
Okay, we have a little bit of housekeeping to do before we jump into this one. The team that's currently in blue are the Chosen Ones.
Ah, gotcha.
There's a slight spectator bug going around. The team in blue are the Chosen Ones. N1X are in red. We may get that wrong during the game because sometimes you read first and you think later.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, of course. And again, with new patches comes new hiccups, but we will bear with it. So bear with us, please. But for the players themselves, though, they aren't going to have to bear with Vanguard Deadpool, who with the new Hela team up has enhanced bullets and a crow that fires off and does percentage damage. So very effective we've seen for a lot of teams. There's debates on what the best upgrade path is now for them, and some people are even saying, oh, go Gambit first and then get the upgrades later on for that as well. But Daredevil is a little bit surprising, but not too surprising, right, for the Chosen Ones. 21K, who's going by Kitward this time, typically known for their Daredevil play. And then we also see the Emma is going to be banned out too, and Emma's really good with either the Mag team-up that we've seen or with the Mantis one, which gets the bonus health now.
Can't decide whether for our new viewers who aren't as familiar with these rosters, I just want to say the name that's above the team for the time, and then we'll clarify later. But you know what? We'll jump that fish when we get to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Heaven coming up first, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised in a lot of these metas to be seeing a bunch of Bucky Barnes in a very strong position right now. For those of you who have been paying attention to our Engage Tier 2 tournament, which was happening on this channel earlier this week. We saw a lot of Widow. We saw a lot of Black Widow. We saw a good amount of Bucky as well. And I think one of the surprising breakouts in this patch has been Magneto with his Scarlet Witch team up, but we're not currently seeing him because he's incredibly vulnerable on this particular map, the Super Soldier Factory, where he can be constantly dunked in the pit by an Angela.
You have my full consent.
I'm actually really interested to see, you know, the Angela plays here as well if it does come through. But as I say that, Coco is like, no, I'm not playing Angela. What's interesting too, Coco was known as like one of the better Captain America players for their team on the Chosen Ones, but Captain America has really fallen by the wayside in terms of Vanguard priority, and that's why you see the Mag and Rogue being played instead.
Yeah, the fragging power of Magneto is currently an all-time high. Oh, Elarath is going to be bringing out that Black Widow, which is very exciting. Interestingly, we're seeing the Ultron in a 2-2-2 setup, which isn't the most common, of course. Does have a little bit more healing capacity now with the Penny Parker team up. Hasta going straight in towards the back. Tim's in trouble, and well, little Tim, you're not going to be sleeping soundly for a while.
Oh, rough spot for Tim there specifically. And the N1X are the ones in red. Just ignore the names at the top, think that they're swapped. But I'm really interested to see what Captain Soto can do. The changes to the thing has actually made them a lot more viable, especially with the Invisible Woman team up. And Aster just doing what they can to disrupt them away from the objective.
I mean, at the moment, like, Haster's just a nasty bruiser. You've got to get past this permanently enabled Gambit team up, by the way. The Hartzers one is very strong and allows Haster to heal up any proximal allies when they're hitting their impacts as well. For now, Elarath not really taking much in the way of off angles, just following in behind their primary Vanguard line. But the team's been split by the Magneto team up of Gambit, and Elarath's going to have to flee away from Kitwood, who eventually finds their man off the back of the Devil's Chain. And now Righteous cross towards the back means that Kitwood has to disengage.
I'm liking this positioning from them. I get the Kitword name. It's not Jitword, but you know, it's their own version of it because they can just dive whenever they need to. And the Chosen, or N1X, really struggling to find their footing here in this team fight and not really feeling the kind of motivation to go for these team fights initially once one of their members on the backline drops so quickly in these ones.
Coco actually kind of gets their Chaos Blade baited out here, so it isn't going to be available until the later portion of the fight. It's going to give M1X a good chance to take a turn with the amount of ults that they have, including the Gambit.
The Gambit ult timing is going to be a big initiative for both these teams. Who goes first, who goes second, will really set the pace for this next one, especially with Tim CJ going first.
All right, going in towards the back for Red Room Rifle, ready to go. Assassin's Focus focuses in upon Magneto. It's a wild shot, but it's going to be Charlatan who manages to grab that one on the other side, and it's going to be M1X who managed to once again capture the point off the back of their charge with Gambit.
Good look so far for these team fights, I would say. I mean, N1X doing a great job with the initiatives on these team fights, right? But the problem is that the Chosen One, or N1X on the other side, they have all the ultimates in their favor, right? They have the Fate of Both Worlds. I feel like that's gotten a lot more value recently, especially with the team up changes. You can also charm out of any of the CC that happens to it. Speaking of CC, Elarath going crazy on the Black Widow, the combos.
Just absolutely atomizes Kitwood on the engagement there. And wow, what an intercession there from the Thing. Manages to avoid the Ultron being pulled in as well. But now it's going to have to be M1X. We have to move on to the point and keep this one contested. It's going to be Alex who's primarily responsible for that. The Fate of Both Worlds rolls on forward. The dance floor begins and everyone's bopping away on the point. But Crash is happy to answer this one. And this is going to give a lot of space over to the Chosen Ones. And you know what? You've got to flee away. JDX was up in the sky with that Kraken impact. A big drag in of the group. Are they off the map is the question. It would appear they've managed to avoid this one. This Counter-Striker Charlatan looks towards the back with their own strangling prison. Got hooked on in and said, you know what? I'm happy to be here, bro. But you're not going to be.
A rough go of it, of course, for their team in this fight, but the Chosen Ones do rally fourth, and the problem here for N1X is that they need to get back on the objective quickly, especially with this portal.
Or Charlatan has their bubble popped by Coco, who emerges from the portal on the Wolverine. It's a rare choice, but of course went into secondary duelist as JDX was swapping over onto the Doctor Strange. And that's going to be the Chosen Ones who managed to pick up our first map here on L7.
Yeah, nice look for them on the Super Soldier Factory so far. It felt like N1X were very hesitant in these team fights. Didn't want to really overextend, couldn't really find their rhythm, the pace of play that they wanted to establish, and getting staggered with the initial picks coming through. I mean, we even saw Tip CJ going for the first Gambit ult for their team, and I feel like there's debates on if it's better to go for the Gambit ult first or second, but the problem is that they just didn't have enough to follow up with. I don't necessarily agree with the Ultron in its current state. From what we've seen, there's been better options for triple strategists, and might be why we're seeing them swap to the Jeff here, which has a lot of versatility now, but also is another one of those like hero picks in this meta that people are debating on if it's worth it compared to some of the other ones.
We got some insight from players we interviewed. Pardon me. Players we interviewed yesterday after their games. And the insight was mostly that you'd only really play Jeff with a brawling comp, which admittedly N1X's composition with the Thing and the Rogue would qualify. But it seems like PC is still going to go with this Ultron. I wonder if it's just like a hedge against Kitwood's Daredevil to try and avoid being assassinated by Matthew Murdoch.
Yeah, the Rage of Ultron has some good versatility as well, just the AoE heals and damage you can do with it too, but also Haster, I think you got to keep an eye out on them, especially Captain Soto going down so quickly.
All right, just got to flee away. I mean, that's a very nasty one to fall down early. You just lack so much point presence, because obviously Rogue, slightly nerfed HP, in the new patch, goodbye to LRF. We hardly knew ye, unfortunately. And while Tim does have this very strong ultimate in the Raging Royal Flush in their back pocket, they know 7 minute is going to be able to match this one.
It's going to come down to how this team fight goes. I think LRF having the Assassin's Focus with the damage boost from the Raging Royal Flush is a lethal combo, to say the least. That's exactly what they'll be using.
All right, here comes the Assassin's Focus moving in towards the back. That's so much damage, and Coco's found it out the hard way. Now you've got to look towards the back lines, but it seems like LRF has run out of targets to try and play with. A couple of frags here to work with, and now N1X can move their way on towards the point. However, look towards the back, Kitwood has to flee away from all of those designs. N1X are in a great position now to try and take this one back.
Yeah, nice secure of the objective for N1X, getting some percentage much earlier on compared to last time. I believe it was around 80% or so for the Chosen Ones on the blue side, specifically, for those who might just be tuning in. Coco, though, having the Groot ult might be a chance for them to engage and capitalize with all the abilities available for N1X in this next one.
Overclobber, dodged and counter-struck. That's going to be a big usage of the Strangling Prison, but now Alex is just going to keep everyone safe. Sitting in the dance floor, feeling the beach, feeling the box. LRF on the other side is certainly going to have to be dealt with. Hasta blocks for their life, but doesn't really have the sustainability to make this one work. And the Rage of Ultron's going to be felt by Matthew Murdoch, falling just short of having the Devil's Rage to be unleashed. LRF now going to continue on their chase, and Coco might end up staggering themselves here. With an Ironwood wall being drawn up, there's enough rebuffing of the aggression.
Good look so far for the side of N1X. Already have their first advantage here in this second sub-map, and with all the ultimates used by N1X, all eyes on Kitwood to see what they can do. But speaking of eyes, the Assassin's Focus is locked in.
Yeah, the Assassin's Focus ready to go, but so too is Kitwood in towards the back line. You've overheld to try and play with Hasta moving deep as well. Extra movement speed being put to good use by Rogue. Returns to their healers in 7 minutes. Like, you know what, I'll heal you later. I've got some fragging to do first, brother.
Get a bit of a reset here for N1X, and again, they have the Gambit ultimate available, so even after losing that team fight, I mean, one set of Gambit ult, it's typically a fight winner from the get-go anyway. So with the combinations that we saw from them between the Daredevil and the Gambit, there wasn't too much that they could have done. And again, it feels so bad for Captain Soto. They just go out there and get taken out so immediately as we go into this next one.
Dude, LRF is moving like a demon right now, and JDX has found that one out the hard way, mugs him in the neutral, and 7 minutes just trying their best to survive against the hordes. Goes high, and well, N1X, they don't have a vertical mobility to chase, and so they must lay Coco low instead. N1X now being forced away. Oh, I'm possibly getting the point. No, never mind, I'm misreading the names again.
It's all good. We're doing our best here as well, leg day. But also, speaking of doing their best, N1X on the red side of things, they've been doing a good job to contain the Chosen Ones specifically. I mean, again, we've seen a couple of these ultimates come through from N1X, and usually they win a team fight with it. But even with this advantage of ultimates, I'm not counting out N1X just yet. Good positioning from them.
All right, Coco, strangling prison. Wants to try and put it onto some of those squishies, but 3 players instantly cleansed out of a stun. Oh, the stun as well. Oh my goodness. The amount of control that's being nullified right now is absolutely bonkers. And now Alex has to move on forward. Matching Crash when it comes to the dance floors. The beats are going, but who will end up beaten down? Out comes the Heartbreaker out from Charlatan and the Rage of Ultron from above. It's an absolute ult dump here from M1 Hex, but can they find themselves any openings to work with? Almost having flipped the point, they're still in control now. Elraf wraps around the back. Coco's in a corner, stuck in here against 2. It's unlikely to survive. The Chosen Ones are wiped away as Elraf picks himself up a triple. Nasty play from the Black Widow, and her bite is certainly deadly. There might well be a portal opening here for some reinforcements to arrive from the Chosen Ones spawn, but Elraf has got themselves a shooting gallery to work with.
This lethal combo that we're seeing from the Chosen Ones, not even having to use the ultimate yet for the Rage of Royal Flush because it was not even online. You just have so much mobility, as you were mentioning, with basically the Captain America sprint, and also having the explosiveness of the Phoenix team up, and just the increased rate of fire as well. I mean, we've even seen some teams using the new fire shield that Invisible Woman can put up to try and boost that for damage. But this is what we were talking about. Black Widow is now meta. Get used to it at this point, and your ranked teammates, they better not be flaming you anymore.
It's okay. You can activate your Widow Lord icon. No longer will arouse suspicion.
You will not be judged.
Finally, it's a currency worth seeing. Anyone else? The Chosen Ones are going to be in a great position to start this fight, though, with that Gambit ult.
Yeah, I mean, looking at our final sub-map here as well with the Eldritch Monument between these two teams and the ultimates available, as you mentioned, the Chosen Ones having that Rage and Royal Flush online. The biggest question here, though, is like Team CJ basically has theirs as well. So I'd say in terms of what we've seen for specific players popping off, the damage boost on to the Black Widow has just been the difference maker here. I, talked about the Ultra maybe not being as good individually, but when it's comboed with a Black Widow, with just how lethal their shots from the Red Room Rifle can be, it's just an unbeatable combo.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disgusting damage boost. Elraf, you can see how much motion they're getting here, moving towards the back. Goodbye to Crash. Jeez, where did that guy go? And now PC with the Encephalo Ray just looks above it all. They thought that they had the ace in the hole with the Gambit ultimate, but unfortunately, it was a Royal Flush coming the other way as M1X masterfully handled that fight.
Great look for N1X as well. I mean, I'm loving this dive version that we're seeing of Black Widow here from Elraf, because they're just getting in the back line with the mobility that this hero has had all along that people might not have realized, and they can even combo and do a 0.2 second stun. Yes, it's not as good as it used to be with 1 second, but it would have been completely busted if it was the older version of it. Even then, though, the Rogue on Haster trying to see if they can carry them forward in the brawl.
Experimental ammo dispenser is going to be somewhat stopped there by the clobbering time from the outside. Kitwood moving in towards the back. The Devil being let out, and Tim unfortunately has felt the full wrath of the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, and Kitwood continues to move on through. I don't know if Coco really needed this Meteor M, if I had to be a little bit of a stickler for the economy.
I mean, I understand it, maybe trying to just motivate your team, right? You get a aura farming Meteor M, it doesn't do anything for you other than just keeping you motivated into this next team fight because you're feeling down and dusted. But the Chosen Ones specifically, I mean, they have the Fate of Both Worlds available. They're about to have the Punisher Final Judgment, and maybe they can damage boost that to try and wipe out N1X's chances for this next one.
JD's going to be a commanding position. Oh, however, just gets done down in the neutral. You're supposed to hide away from the infinite ammo, but N1X said, you know what, never mind. We'll take him in the neutral. Charlatan now starts to drain the ult away. The Heartbreaker's done its work, moving in towards the back, and all the backline can do is disengage. A big attempt at isolation, while it seems that M1X are going to be in a fantastic position with their own Fate of Both Worlds. We're tracking strong from Elraf. PC is going to be taken down on one side, which means there's only one healer, one strategist to try and make this one work. Haster's bearing down upon Elraf, and the Mercy's not going to be there. Finally, JDX has returned with the infinite ammo, and that means Captain Soso can't stand up to the pressure.
not truly infinite without the full enhanced effect from Rocket, and maybe we'll see that a little bit later on, but teams not really as likely to use it after the nerfs that we did see to their Cosmic Guard Amplifier with the damage fall off as well, and maybe not as strong of team-ups compared to some of the other strategists that are out there. But Haster having that Heartbreaker, I feel like if they can use that to disrupt the timing of Tim CJ's Raging Royal Flush would be a good initiative breaker for them.
All right, Hasta wants to move first. Heartbreaker in towards the back, draining away that ult charge again. You can see Tim's just fleeing away. Wants to get the Raging Royal Flush as quickly as possible. And now the Heartbreaker is over. It's time for N1X to take a turn.
N1X specifically taking their turn in stride, just trying to get on the objective as quickly as possible. They don't want to drop this one already. Overtime enacted, and so is the ultimate final judgment. But there's a huge one with the Assassin's Focus.
The LRF shots are hitting, and they are hitting good today. Farewell to Hasta. And it seemed that Chosen Ones were so close to being able to make this happen with their Punisher ultimate. But now Chosen Ones, if they can defend, they can win this first map.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
This would be a huge boon for the Chosen Ones if they can take this next team fight. But the problem is they have a Meteor M and they have a Daredevil ultimate to let the devil out. And we haven't really seen as much effectiveness as we would like to from those. I mean, Daredevil, due to some of the nerfs that we've seen, even with some strong team-ups, has fallen to the wayside in comparison to Black Cat, and might be why we saw that banned during the ban draft.
Oh, JDX down already as well. Charlatan definitely prioritizing getting on top of that Punisher when they don't have the infinite ammo team-up to be a real threat towards these Vanguard. Can Kitwood get out? They're being chased right now. Charlatan's getting in the way. A good pull-in as well. It seems like every single angle is being checked by the superior mobility of N1X.
Charlatan now rocking the Rogue as well with the Ultron drone for extra sustain. They definitely need it with the nerfed health that we've seen from the most recent patch, but still with the Super Saiyan abilities that they have, the enhanced Mr. and Mrs. X team up, and you see just doing what they can with this Ultron ultimate, healing their team up and actually sustaining them quite well.
Raging Royal Flush. Oh, in the midst of all this, there has been a flip of the point. It seems like the Chosen Ones are back in control. Kitwood moving after Ella. Moving like a demon, and the demon's been unleashed. Yeah, but look towards the back. And now it's the counter-strike time. N1X with the Heartbreaker. The Fate of both worlds as well. And it seems like the Chosen Ones have ran out of steam. They need to try and re-engage off the back of this one. The Haster's been gunned on down.
No.
In come the Duelists, but they don't have the health to try and sustain this one. Up against a pair of Vanguards. There's just so much meat to try and chew through. The snow plate placed upon the Ultron. He's going to be the star of this show. It's time to start opening the portals, and Coco's going to be the one who's responsible for that. An Ice Ace in the hole takes out Kitwood, and Crash is going to be exactly the same. And now their own reinforcements will arrive. The Chosen Ones are beginning to feel all of the danger as Mr. X takes down Mrs. X inside of their Magneto team up, who just keeps the Rogue at bay. But it's an all-out brawl for the objective. They run down all those who remain. Crash has arrived on the Loki, but with no greens to sustain themselves, they can't get it done. N1X, a statement piece on Hell's Heaven.
Massive from them, reverse sweeping essentially for this first map and taking it to task against an Ignite team. N1X was one of those squads that didn't even make it through the top 4 of MRC. They were one of the teams who qualified off of points. So to see them make some adjustments to their roster, of course, teams from MRC were able to do that. The Ignite teams had to stay it together and see if they could sort things out at the end of it. So good look for N1X here. Specifically, I think the big thing for me, Elaraf, right? On the Red Room Rifle, using the Assassin's Focus, the damage boost that we saw from PC, but also the Raging Royal Flushes. I mean, that is the combo. And even if you don't have the Mantis, which is part of the reason why it's banned out, right? The damage boost alone, the speed boost as well, and the massive amounts of healing, but you don't have to worry about that because you got a Gambit who could damage boost you, ult charge boost you, so you're outpacing the other team. And I'm more surprised the Chosen Ones didn't even opt to swap to the Black Widow at all. They might not have been practicing it because, again, this being the first week after the patch, a lot of teams still trying to figure out their footing with the new hero adjustments and Team Ups 2.0.
Certainly a big changing of the guard, potentially. Black Widow is looking so strong. 23 final hits, Audible. There's one word for that, disgusting. And I will be checking him PC, actually.
Pretty solid. I mean, even the Ultron too, getting involved there as well. The 11 final hits that we see from them, and then Kitward, I would say, 21K is what they went by before. tried to do what they could on the Daredevil, but I just feel like there's not as much value as there used to be, right? They reduced their vision that they had, and then some of the damage as well. Their combo ability too, with the distance that you have to be a lot closer, and with the brawl that we saw from Charlatan actually kind of disrupting that. Captain Soto too, being the disruptor on the thing, stuck with it the whole time. Yes, they went down, initially in some of those team fights, but they got the vulnerability on them. They go with the Yancey Street Charge to make it so that they can't escape, and then also the Phoenix team up, just having the kind of cleave effect of the AoE damage from their right hook makes it that much easier for them to just take down and chunk the HP of their opponent. So a good look, I would say, for N1X and Map 1, and Chosen Ones, I mean, they got a lot to work on here as we look at the replays.
Yeah, it's gonna be roughy. I'm interested to see Killwood actually pick the comprehensive defense team up for the Daredevil. We generally see the like Widow's Chain being the preferred team up, and given that Widow is often turning up to potentially anchor that, might be worth a little bit of maneuvering here from Chosen Ones to try and make that happen.
Well, we'll see how things continue here in the future. Again, we got to see, map number 1 between N1X and Chosen Ones. This is from the first round yesterday. These matches have gone on. We've seen some other results come through, but we're kind of recapping things on our side of things as well. And I mean, this is a good look for, upcoming MRC hopefuls, right? Showing that the Ignite teams aren't impenetrable in terms of any of the tactics that you're going to be throwing at them. But this is Domination 2, right? One of the most volatile game modes, so a lot of potential to see, where these teams can adapt as we go to a Convoy or Convergence or Domination again in the future for these matchups leg day.
Yep, it is going to be the choice of Chosen Ones.
Yep.
Which means that they are going to be able to figure out how they want to adjust this one, Audible.
Well, we're going to be headed to a 5-minute break. We'll be back after this with some more action for map number 2. Welcome back, everyone. We just saw map number 1 of round 1's matchup from yesterday of N1X versus the Chosen Ones. N1X took it in a reverse sweep on Hell's Heaven, able to take things down a peg with our first debut in EMEA, at least, on the kind of top-level circuit for Black Widow. We saw some of that, of course, during the Tier 2 league that Engage was putting on earlier this week, but now we just get to really see how lethal the Phoenix team-up and combination that we have here is with the Burning Bullets, that they are able to just have the extra rate of fire, but damage boost on top of that just makes it so electric and effective. I mean, a lot of people kind of debating Elsa or Black Widow in terms of the best duelist right now. I think if Elsa's banned, Black Widow, you kind of got to go with it here like that.
Yeah, like Elsa's like occasionally copying these bans, not just because like she's really good, but she's also a fantastic team up anchor for Bucky, who gets not only the instinct to make that tainted voltage come up a little bit faster, but also more overshield from the ceaseless charge, which is I'd say obnoxious in a 1 versus 1 scenario.
Just a little bit.
And like Widow at the moment, something that teams probably haven't had much scrim experience against. Like a lot of these teams, like the Chosen Ones, who they live through the Elsa Thanos meta, right? Like they're very much aware of that, of how to play against Elsa, but also like, you know, maybe we just nip this Elsa thing in the bud. We've suffered enough, and it does mean that we are seeing these pivots. Some teams prefer the Punisher, some teams prefer the Star-Lord. If you've got someone who aims like Elarath, maybe you prefer the Widow.
That's very true. So we'll see, you know, once we get into that next map, what the story is going to be here in terms of the band draft. I'm assuming we're still going to have prioritization for the Mantis band first, just because of how strong they are. I mean, we used to see, I think back in the grand finals, right, where Mantis was one of the most banned heroes back then for good reason, because of the damage boost that they could just make it so that the team gets the ultimates faster, is able to win fights as well because of that extra damage in comparison when they have a mirror matchup. And it's just such a unique interaction between some of these heroes, right, where you have that damage boost and takes them from like an A or S tier hero to like the best in slot for them as well. So, you know, going into this band draft, we'll probably see those Mantis bands at the start, Gambit saves as well. But honestly, for the Chosen Ones, I mean, maybe go for a Black Cat save, especially on Museum of Contemplation. Would not be surprised if we see it banned out if it's not saved initially.
Certainly could work out. Gambit going to be the first step. Some things never change, Vod. Like, Raging Royal Flush in coordinated play is still the greatest ultimate ever to be introduced into Marvel Rivals.
That's true. That's true. I mean, you know, the Chosen Ones, they're going to be locking in that Gambit just because not having Gambit, a lot of teams struggle against that with the pace of play because of that Raging Royal Flush, as you mentioned. Everything that it does, right? The speed boost that you have, the ult generation, the healing, and also the damage as well. Even after the nerfs, it makes a lot of sense, but pretty mirrored here for the most part between these teams. And that's basically going to be the standard. You know, some people will trade it out for Black Widow nowadays if they feel like the other team does a great job with their damage boost there. But of course, the Black Hat band's going to come out from the side of N1X. They do not want to deal with Kitward's Black Cat, especially after the buffs.
Constant buffs, constant bans as well over towards the Venom. I think the word on the street is that Captain Soto is a fantastic Venom player. Obviously, in our previous matchup, picked up the Thing and Group being protected here for the Chosen Ones, or rather for M1X.
Yep.
Means they want to try and slow down the pace a bit.
Just a bit. I get it. I mean, the Groot Walls and the Wild Wall team up, we've seen a lot of people opting for that too, to try and heal their backline if they need as well, and just kind of an extra zoning tool when some of the dive comes through. So I'm curious if they're going to go for that team up or the Jeff bubble team up, which basically gives you like a Namor bubble, but it can be destroyed and heals you as well. So we've seen different options for it. The one-sided Groot, I do like this opt-in for N1X. We've seen a couple of teams go for it, and Groot's still one of the best Vanguards in the business for good reason.
Just Pokemon eyes over here at Kitwood, still using the comprehensive defense team up.
Interesting.
Like maybe prefers this one, potentially thinks it's better against something like a Widow? Not entirely sure. But we are going to see JDX pick up the Bucky, which I think is a great choice here, especially when you're potentially up against a Groot. The Rotta Stern has got good frontline DPS when it comes to breaking down the Ironwood Wall and opening up the Groot for, let's say, aggressive relocation off the back of the Bionic Hook.
Ooh, I like these hovers from the side of N1X. Captain Soto on the Penny. Penny has had some great resurgence as a Vanguard here specifically, and a lot of people going for this kind of bunker composition, right? You set up the Penny mines and the wall you take down so you can just lock in this one corner and cubby and then make it so that it is impenetrable. You have the Groot walls to protect you as well. You have the damage boost too, and you just let your Black Widow lock in and take down anyone who approaches. And I also like on the other side, Storm too, for just the spawn break and also now having hit scan abilities with the Thor team up.
Yeah, those hit scans and the ability to crit shot as well has been a huge boon for the Storm. And of course, JDX is going to be waiting to take a turn here with the infinite ammo. This is going to be one of the most important cooldowns for us to watch when it comes to the overall turn taking. And there is the huge deployment. Farewell to Charlatan. The damage boost, I imagine, amped up at the same time. And, well, JDX just cuts through those vanguards.
Okay, we're waiting to see, the actual fully activated enhanced team up between Rocket and the Punisher, and this is why it is such a great combination between them, and also having that Storm, of course, as we mentioned, for the damage boost. And I feel like the damage boost is what was missing from the side of the Chosen One, so it's nice they figure out a combination that works for them.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a bit of iteration going on here. Surprised to still see Chosen Ones playing with this Ultron, of course. They are just all ending on Elraf here. Coco's overextended. The punishment is there. The resurrection solid, though. The battle recall beacon manages to give a momentary forgiveness here over to the side of a Chosen One. We still have this commanding position for the mission area. It's almost completed the first point, and M1X are going to have to break out of this corner sooner rather than later. Even with extra damage coming through that flame shield, it seems difficult to try and get rid of M1X at the moment. Deadpool moves forward, I believe, put a banhammer onto one of the players, but that's great cover here for the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Crash knows that it's going to be difficult to try and break down, and IJDX has so much ammo and so much damage and so few targets to spread them out upon that it's all placed onto the Magneto.
Great look there for the Chosen Ones. I mean, the positioning from them, JDX is getting a lot more value than we saw before, as we mentioned, having the enhanced team up. But also 7-minute, really good positioning from them to push the initiative when they need to. The Mag team up is just such an effective zoning tool now. It's basically like, think of a cloak and dagger bubble, but it can actually push you away from the objective. And we'll probably see some heads up plays into that for like portals, denials, or objective denials from convoys as well, and potential for C9s afterwards because of that.
Plenty of potential for those C9s, although if you are a M1X fan, you do not want to be seeing them already having used that charm team up from the Fogs. It seems that that's enough to try and stop PCS in their tracks. You saw Franklin Castle rolling up with the shotgun. Adjudication was most certainly agreed between Matthew Murdoch and Franklin. Elraf guns down their opposition, though, has to once again a touch too far out and just uncomfortable going up against the Widow.
Okay, we're just being a menace in the skies as we go in for a damage-boosted Punisher ult.
The damage boost to Punisher ult just cuts through so many. The comprehensive defense, though, baby, that's good enough. And IJDX falls on down. Meteor M doesn't quite hit its mark, but that's because Franklin Castle was already taken down on the other side. Daredevil versus Daredevil exchanges as the righteous crosses are erected upon the hillside. And Coco takes to the skies with the Meteor M, looking for a target. Doesn't seem to have found anyone, but the Devil still being unleashed here from Kitwood. And finally, that means it's time to unleash the invisible boundary. Sustainability for N1X to hold here at the point. There goes the Devil's chain into the back line, and Tim just looks towards the ground, and well, the odds are most certainly in M1's favor.
Great looks there for the side of N1X. They hold off the onslaught of offense from the Chosen Ones, but I do like this change from the Ultron to the Daredevil, now having the ultimate available as well. I think it gives them more of an even playing field, especially on this map with so many different cubbies that the Daredevil can try and flank from. And oh my goodness, IJDX is just getting deleted.
Just the unexpected burst damage, and now these Devil's Throws are just chaining between so many players. Kitwood taking out PCS, moving towards the back. There's nowhere to hide for Invisible Woman because he doesn't rely on eyesight itself. But now running on Fury has to play towards the back. Captain Soto, though, while their healers were zoned away by that Daredevil, and no one supporting them, and Hasta begins to crunch in. And while there might be a backstrike coming on through, there's still not much that Charlotte Captain can do. The Mag and the Daredevil were so deep away.
Rough positioning for the side of N1X on their end. I mean, I love this spot for Coco. The enhanced damage, too, from the Chaos Greatsword is just such another combination that we've seen for Mag players to just showcase their dominance on the front line and makes them a lot more oppressive than we saw in previous seasons. You know, there's still the capabilities for people to run the Emma team up with the clone, but you only really want to run that when you have an Emma on your team. So a lot of them opting for just the base version of the Scarlet Witch team up here.
Charlatan looking for a victim. Once one of the backliners gets crashed directly, crashing on down with the Meteor, and that's plenty of damage. But still, there's so much threat coming through from the side of the Chosen Ones because they have the backup of that Raging Royal Flush. And still, Timtim's going to be waiting for theirs for a while. Hasta unnoted directly over onto the Ultron. Every tick of that Encephalo Rave does not impact an enemy, will count as a miss. And so it is going to be incredibly punishing. Still, Alex on the other side, good when it comes to the pocket, keeping this one going. And Captain Soto moves over onto the point.
LRF's also got their Assassin's Focus canceled out by Coco using that Chaos Greatsword. So rough spot to be in when you're trying to use that as a tool to shut down your opponents. I like the swap, though, here from Kitward into the Wolverine, using the Gambit team up as well for extra damage.
All right, great pick there. Charlatan, that's a lot of damage off the field now with that Chaos Blade being taken away. All in to try and make sure this front line's going to work on out. Alex just going to hold their shield for now, making sure they're safe in the face of that Meteor M, but Captain Soto's falling low. The healing's not there in time. JDX manages to take out the Deadpool, and now it's time to once again draw the Greatsword from its scabbard and swing into the meaty underbelly of N1X. Coco tries to claim the space, but has to be careful now, as Timtim's still going to be pocketed by that Ultron drone and can be a threat in their own right. The regenerative healing factor of Wolverine is taken down by the Black Widow. A spinning pirouette is a beautiful white swan maneuver from the Black Widow to take down their counterpart here. And while Crash has big dreams of sustainability, 7 minutes still going to try and come back to this one. Even more damage going to be rolled on forward. JDX towards the back with the Kraken impact. Takes out Elraf first, and there are many more targets to try and fall yet as they flee towards the exits.
Good look so far for the Chosen Ones to lock things down here and prevent anyone from touching the objective. The third checkpoint, the hardest to get on Museum of Contemplation, but they're still trying to do what they can.
Kitwood's just so threatening right now. How do you stay here as a Vanguard? Angela's going to be here momentarily. The last stand ready to go. 100 rage in the back pocket. Kitwood towards the back of mid-air. PCS. Unbelievable stuff here from Kitwood. And there's even more to be done as the backline will cut away because it's too hot for TV. But rest assured, N1X has been absolutely blown to smithereens by the Wolverine. Coco's once again drawn the Greatsword, and the victims are aplenty. But Angela has just been such an evasive little bugger on the point right now. They cannot get on top of them. Finally, PC comes in on the Iron Fist, but is Living Chi going to be enough to try and turn this one around? They're piercing through the Vanguards with very little mercy in their hearts. Coco needs to end this hero now. Meteor M in the sky, looking for the backline. Great dodge from Timtim, but the mag cannon solid just pierces into the heart of Remy LeBeau, and Kitwood turns up on the signature hero of their forefather. They ain't going 2020 this time. All they can do is see victory with clear 2020 vision.
Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man swings in and saves the day there towards the back line. Nothing they can do to escape them as they take a picture of the competition and relish in their 3 points that they have managed to secure. And one of the toughest objectives on this map, and probably in the game, compared to, I guess, Lower Manhattan as the other one for that point 3. And the fact that the Chosen Ones were able to, rally back after getting reverse swept from Hell's Heaven really just goes to show that they have the confidence in themselves, in their team. The swaps actually coming out a little bit more fluid compared to before, where they seemed very rigid in their composition. I mean, swapping to the Wolverine worked out very well. Going back to the Spider-Man to get back fast enough just to secure those final eliminations for that last checkpoint. And Chosen Ones, I mean, hey, they wasted a lot of time, so that's a good look for them. Even if they do manage to go to OT, get 3 checkpoints themselves, they'll at least have a fighting shot against the Chosen Ones.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right. For the Chosen Ones, definitely seems that they were well served by this move over to a Museum of Contemplation.
definitely.
Not only taking it slower here, but focusing in on this like frontline versus frontline duel, like putting Kitwood away from the Daredevil and over towards the Wolverine, allowing them to win these Vanguard fights, or indeed just winning a lot of space for free off the back of like N1X constantly having to give up these angles to make sure they don't get grabbed by the Wolverine.
I do like this change up for the thing, using the Unbreakable Forces Invisible Woman team up for just the extra sustain. The healing that you can get from that is actually very effective for this team up. So we'll see what they can do, but the problem is that they already have 2 members dropping like flies, and, well, it's just going to be the Chosen Ones to lock it in.
I mean, Coco just got... It's a weird sentence to say, but good aim with that sword. Here it
Gale's
is.
great sword, too
Raised
good.
up once again. Has to be careful not to feed too much strategist ult charge. But at the moment, just making sure the remainder of the team is going to be able to get away from that Yancy Street charge without really suffering many consequences.
Yeah, I'm really curious on what the strategy is going to be here for the Chosen One specifically, especially having the ultimate already from the Vanguard Deadpool and the Kidnap. Oh my goodness.
My goodness. Towards the back, PC. Not scared of being punished by the aim check, to be honest. But the Ban Hammer is going to be delivered by JDX on the other side. And Tim having a bit of trouble here, building up at the same rate when it comes towards getting that Gambit ult.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that as well, this might be the chance, though. They have the Assassin's Focus from the Black Widow that they can combo with Tim CJ in just a matter of moments, but JDX also has theirs available.
All right, Kitwood dragged back inside of Invisible Boundary. The slow is very difficult to deal with. Going with Wall. Is it up in time is the question. Kitwood just standing menacingly. They don't want to approach this Wolverine. He's too scary right now. Get some free rage off of breaking down some of these Thornlash walls.
Gambit Team Up 2 also gives them increased health with the enhanced version as well when they activate it, so they can go in and sustain themselves even more with extra damage and speed.
Tim says it's time to go. Meteor M to the skies. Say farewell to PCS, but where's Elarath? Feeling low, but on an angle somewhere, I imagine. The Red Room Rifle unscopes. The ultimate is over. The chance is gone. And now N1X, they are deep in the swamp, Rod.
There's a potential for the Chosen Ones to just lock things down here and prevent any chance for N1X to move on and get that 2-0 sweep that they're vying for. And huge ultimates coming through.
JDX thinks it's winnable. It might actually be now that they get the reset off the back of the Kraken Impact, looking towards the off angle. 3 seconds remain on the reset, and right now N1X are trying to bait. See if they can get JDX to overextend for this one, but no. Makes the better decision instead. Less greedy, plays for the second fight.
Now finally making some headway with the cart itself, and also using the zoning capabilities of the Gambit Magneto team up. This is a massive boon for N1X.
Stan stuns 3. I don't think they really managed to impact that many towards the ground, though. Charlatan can't be saved by the Invisible Boundary. And so, for the Chosen Ones, they just back on out for now. They're put back in. A double hook from PCS, and can they get the double off the back of it? Unbelievable stuff here from the Winter Soldier. Can't cross into the orb with a favorable odds, but Remy LeBeau is going to need more than this to try and stop N1X in their tracks. And the swamp, it has been drained.
No Ultron virus needed. Instead, it's just going to be their secret weapon, the Winter Soldier, activating with the catchphrase that they need perfectly to get those 3 eliminations and finally the first objective for them. And felt like it was dire straits for a bit, but this is the comeback that they needed.
Beautiful stuff from PCS. The return of a Daredevil now. Kitwood towards the back. Has stalled out for Carter touch, but now forced to flee away.
Crash, they have had some good momentum changes, especially using the charm just to focus down the advancing duelists from N1X, but it's been a bit of a difficult journey for Kitwood and JDX to really counter the duelist plays that we're seeing from the side of N1X, and Elarath having their combination available with the Rage of Royal Flush. We'll see it come through.
All right, begin to fear because Black Widow is here, damage boosted and burning through the fate of both worlds. The power of K-pop and dance, and
Wow.
no match for a high caliber rifle and a will to destroy.
Don't even need the Ultron for even more damage, just can burst through it, and that just shows how good of a combination the Phoenix team up with the Burning Bullets is.
Both strategists detonated blown to smithereens, a twisted meaty salad where once they stood. But Hasta themselves is breaking down the offense in their own right. What value out of a diamond form just absolutely powderizes those offensive players.
Problem is that they still had the cart moving on its own that entire time, so not too much that they could have done, but there was a lot of headway made by N1X in that team fight, and much faster than we saw the first objective. So depending on how this next one goes, there is potential for them, but they got to contest with a Gambit ult that is about to be on, that is online for 7 minutes, and potentially the combination that they could do with Kitward using the Let the Devil Out.
Oh my goodness, the comprehensive defense not going to win the 2v1, unfortunately. And now Chosen Ones have to do this undermanned. They still have time to build up towards this higher Emma energy. Coco finds himself broken down. Good slow coming through from the aggressive invisible boundary. But now you've got to try and find the victims. They're chasing around this backline. But Captain Soto's got the hops. He's moving like a demon. This little thing's got motion, and indeed so too does Elleraf. Coco opens up the portal, but you're moving directly into the thing. Trying to get past the rocky body of Benjamin Grin is not the easiest task, as Elleraf does indeed shoot the deflect and debuff most of their team. But you know what? One problem at a time, and Hasta's going to be the big problem here as well. Maybe can still look for a quick flip over the head of the back of the Carbon Crush. In comes the ultimate from the Emma Frost as they're looking for a victim, and the wrap around the back. Elleraf, it's time to clutch. They move around the side. The Assassin's Focus found, and the dive away is good. The healing solid as well, and Elleraf doesn't even need to see them. Crash taken down through the blind. Where we're going, we don't need eyes. We just need full hearts and full magazines.
Locked in, focused as much as they can, staring directly into their screen and hoping that something will hit with the enhanced hitbox of the updated, reworked ultimate that we see here for Black Widow. It just cannot be contested in the way that you're used to playing, and I feel like that's where Chosen Ones are faltering a little bit. They aren't expecting how much damage can come out from this Widow ult, and maybe not respecting it as much as they should.
It's, I mean, it kills through, it damages their strategy ult, and it breaks them as well, which is just critical in so many of these fights. Captain Soto trying to check his watch. Do you know what time it is, Chosen Ones? He is ready to ask. Moving towards the Vanguards. It's a solid play already. And PCS is trying to check the flanks right now. Worried about Kitwood working those margins.
There's potential here, depending on how this combo now goes for the side of the Chosen Ones.
All right, PCS in towards these victims. JDX with a swap as well over onto a Widow. Like, the respect for this hero is going to be real right now. I don't know if they're going to be anchoring the team up here for Kitwood, if they're still going for the comprehensive defense. Mostly just small targets that are standing in the way now for the Chosen Ones. This is a disparate defense. And Elleraf, oh, they think they can go up against the Vanguard. They might just be right. A nasty pirouette into a spinning kick, and Coco's nowhere to be found. And now Hasta has to try and tank this all alone. The Vanguard flees elsewhere. Just about manages to avoid the CC effects of that Gambit team up.
Just the mobility of this hero is unmatched, as we talked about, having the unlimited sprint, the new dive that they can use, and that's what they're using the expert effect when they're trying to go against any of the flanking members of the Chosen Ones.
Do or die, now or never. Rage Royal Flush Balls are back, but Crash is already down. There's not going to be a fate of both worlds to see this time. Elleraf is more than happy to go melee against Kitwood. Bravery for days. Goodbye to the Vanguards. Goodbye to the defense. And goodbye to the Chosen Ones, as it seems like extra rounds are on the table.
An expert performance, to say the least, here from the side of N1X. And well, now going into the overtime scenario and having a bit of an even showing between them, but they've put the Chosen Ones on notice, realizing that they have to respect Black Widow here and now. They are meta. They are going to be played in pro play, and you got to have some way to match it. The problem is they did have timing to try and go for the Gambit ult combo, but they were a bit too proactive in their approach of using the Assassin's Charge, where IJDX, they used it by itself, didn't have the damage boost. Yeah, they could have had the, damage from the Fate of Both Worlds from the Luna Snow, but it just didn't feel like it was the right timing, the right place, and the positioning that they could have had could have been a little bit better for JDX on that last team fight. So Elleraf really just putting on an expert display of this hero and the new rework changes.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Vod, remind me where we are in the bracket right now. Is this lower bracket?
No, this is the upper bracket.
Upper bracket. Okay.
So it's crazy. Like,
I've not
Chosen
seen the
Ones could be
bracket
sent
yet.
down to lowers from this one. Yeah, again, yeah, this is from round 1 yesterday for those who are just tuning in as well. It's not round 3, so if the N1X team wins this, they would get the victory against Chosen Ones 2-0, as it is a best of 3.
3, 2,
All right.
1.
Good to know. Good to hear. Charlatan going to be frontlining here as usual. It seems they've actually swapped over their team up as well, going for the mental projection from the Emma to have a little bit more of this frontline shielding when both of those mad clones raise up their metallic curtains.
I'm really just curious what the flank's going to be like here for Haster. Again, we saw them on the Rogue before, and I'm actually more surprised that they aren't opting for that. We saw so much lethality of it on the Domination, but now Coco going in.
Now that is just a masterfully executed all-in there from the side of the Chosen Ones. You know what? Sometimes when you're brawling, you just gotta press W, and press W they certainly did.
Good look so far. I mean, they didn't really have too many struggles last time, so it makes sense that they're able to make this kind of progress. But with the teleport coming in, no ultimates really online. Captain Soto, I do like the change over to the Emma, trying to match Coco.
Charlatan looking like me trying to parallel park right now, taking his time with this one. Ella finally gets himself a nice window of fire to work with. And Captain Soto already falling low. Desperately needs a bit of healing from the back line. Has to note it in the back, and Kitwood knows their primary target. Take down the carry, they say. And the Devil's Throw will indeed throw Elrath into the void for now. Farewell to a passive of many of these players. The Wolverine doesn't have that additional sustainability anymore, but Kitwood might be all out of tricks towards the back. Now it's access to the back lines being taken away by the favorable odds team up, though, of the Gambit is going to make things a touch more complicated for that back line engage. A big grab off the Carbon Crush, but Tim's going to be able to get away with this one for a while. And a Counter-Strike is... No!
Oh, no.
Sad.
I believe that was a usage of the Gambit ultimate to zone them from the objective again, just so that they couldn't touch it. It's got such a massive AoE that it can completely take you away from the objective and force those last touches to not actually happen. So it's a tough spot to be in there, unfortunately, for the side of the Chosen Ones, where they felt like they were on a roll. But I did like the swaps that we saw towards the end of that, right? Captain Soto going on over to the Rogue. They can use that to try and dispossess them from the objective, which could have been what happened at the end there as well. And then PCS, as we saw on the Wolverine, we saw how effective the Wolverine was on the Chosen One side before, but it just was a different matter here that they used it at the perfect time to take people away from that point. Knew that overtime would have been a difficult spot to contest, and well, unfortunately, they couldn't contest long enough for that first checkpoint.
I think for the Chosen Ones, though, they're still fairly happy with how far that cart got. If I remember correctly, N1X were a lot slower to make it through first than Chosen Ones were in their first round. They definitely had a lot of struggles making it around this pair of corners with their Black Widow. Not the ideal hero sometimes for forcing these turns and forcing these disengagements.
Actually, interesting composition that we're seeing here, the Rocket Raccoon being used. Okay, I think that's just for the armor pack, so having that and also the jump pack so that it can escape from any potential Wolverines that could come through.
Yeah, the fear of the Wolverine can be very scary. A vital team up here for Emma, given over by the Mantis, does allow for greater sustainability off the back of a generation of overhealth as well. And now Haster goes to try... Oh yeah, Haster is going to have all their upgrades, by the way, as we are in overtime. So he's going to be playing from a position of power early on.
A nice spot to be in, especially having that ultimate already. So probably going to be able to use it just to shut down on the strategist, maybe even Tim CJ.
Oh. A thermonuclear anti-healing strike. Unbelievable stuff there. Big delivery from 7 Minute. While Kitwood may have put themselves in a bad position, unfortunately for N1X fans, it's a good enough position to put N1X in a bit of a dumpster right now.
Yeah, they have to touch here and now and get on the objective at the last second to activate overtime. They do barely with PC going on over to the Daredevil for one last initiative.
Okay, needs to be some magic here from Elrath. has already been marked by the Sonic Pursuit, so their location is going to be constantly pinged here by the Devil. Hasta falling low. What an unfortunate reload. And a parry as well of a spinning kick from Elraf means that there's so much more uptime for Kitwood to try and play with, and he's already back into it. But Captain Soto has the cleave and almost has their team up available already. Kitwood is rounded upon by 6 players, and the 6v1 doesn't work out well for Mr. Murdoch.
Good progress being made. It seems dire straits, especially with the time not being on their side, as the overtime is just crushing it down upon them, but nobody's on the objective from the side of the Chosen Ones. They got to touch and contest.
Oh, the aggressive usage of the invisible boundary is absolutely disgusting. Goodbye, Hasta. Can't make it in. 7 minutes going to try and turn it around. The Raging Royal flush as they remove around the outside. JDX towards the back has themselves a Kraken impact. But what a stop. Grabbed by the throat and told no. Crash brings up the invisible boundary. There's so much sustainability here for N1X, but PCS can take them all outside it if they get there on the Wolverine. The last stand is good. They're taken towards the back. Alex is there for the follow-up, and JDX thinks that maybe it could be clutchable. A big blast of gamma energy from Coco, and the daggers of Danak pierce into the heart of N1X, but the chase is too strong. The melee is there, and the shield of a Seraphim does nothing. Kitwood too late to arrive, and the Chosen Ones are knocked down to a lower bracket in round 1 of promo relegation.
What an insane series of events towards the end there. Charlatan, of course, kicking things off with the choke slam that we saw from the EMEA onto JDX as they tried to go for the Kraken Impact combination against the backline, but it was not enough. And of course, Elraf will be the MVP here on the Black Widow. Get used to seeing those MVP screens today, by the way, as they will be the ones promoted to that second round from the matches yesterday, of course, as we are recapping them here. But even then, like looking at the stat lines as well, 20 finals from Elraf. We had, I think it was, what, 23 last time as well. JDX did a lot better of a job this go around. I gotta say, give credit where it is due. We saw them do some great work on the Bucky. We've seen some good positioning from them on the Punisher for the attacking side as well. And Haster, I did like the Vanguard Deadpool in some instances, but I feel like they would have been better served by a Rogue to get in the brawl there. We saw some, Emma play coming out from Coco. Rogue could have been a decent combo just to shut them down whenever they were advancing on these objectives. But, a good fight from both teams. I think it's just more of the Chosen Ones not being as familiar with the meta currently. They still have chances in the lower bracket, of course, to come back.
Kitwood dropping a 50 bomb as well. Kind of disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely was finding more flank angles here with the Daredevil. And that was well rewarded in terms of the frags that could be found. But I think for M1X, they were just doing a better job of, comboing their ultimates. Even with a lower frag count overall, it felt like every single frag they got was pretty impactful in terms of being able to actually progress the objective off the back of it.
I mean, seeing, PC, how they were performing their role perfectly as, the flex duelist, right? Swapping on over to the Ultron when needed, then they went to the Wolverine, too. I mean, it was kind of great to see that flexibility from them. And, speaking of flexibility, we saw a lot more out of Chosen Ones this map compared to the last. That's why it was so much closer. It just felt like certain plays just went so much better in the favor of N1X towards the end that were those clutch moments for them to come out. And Coco, I mean, big credit to them. They did everything that they could on the Emma, right? They were getting all the choke slams, the diamond form, duels against an entire team, and could only do so much. So coordination, as you mentioned, the timing of the ultimates and using those in combination was the difference maker for N1X. But any final thoughts from you, Leg Day, after that series?
Banger game. It's going to be a long day, though. I got to pace myself. I shouldn't be going this hard for match number 1, but
series.
That was crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the start, right? We're recapping some of the matches from yesterday. We'll, of course, get into some of the ones from today as well, as N1X got that victory to move on to the second round. I believe we'll also be going to the second round ourselves with some of our upcoming matches. But we are going to be headed to a bit of a break. We'll be back after that with some more matches. So we'll see you on the flip side. Or maybe not. We might just be here.
Yeah.
We'll get to a break eventually.
No one's ever complained in chat about seeing me before.
That's true. That's true. Just mogging everyone.
I've been having a good time with this meta. It feels like the competition's wide open right now. Admittedly, we've got some time to fill. Kind of sad that we're not going to see Team Heretics at LAN. Given that this
Man,
does
I mean them
seem a
and
patch
we
where-
lost as well. Like this would have been
Yeah.
the perfect meta for both of those teams. But hey, if things continue at least on this trajectory, which I'm assuming that they will, depending on how mid-season go and they make future patches, I think like the next season will be on like 2 at maybe even 3 patches from now, depending on like when they do it right. So there's going to be a lot of changes, of course, from then on out. But I think the big thing is every hero, for the most part, seems to have their place now, right? I mean, Black Widow, who wasn't really a part of the cast for a while, is now, at the forefront here too. The big thing is like Phoenix and Cyclops have taken a back seat. We've seen more Hela resurgence after even the playoffs from Stage 1 as well, and the team-ups that she enables here too. The main thing is like you're barely going to be seeing Captain America, I would say, compared to last time, right? We saw so much of that before. Everyone knows, all the content creators saying that their S tier needs to be nerfed, yada yada. I think their team-ups need to be adjusted a little bit to be more effective too. Like even the Thor one specifically seems like you're getting a little bit of extra damage, but not as much at the base level. And that's the big thing here too, right? Like the base effects compared to the enhanced effects, some base effects feel like enhanced effects for different team-ups as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they dynamically adjust that too, right? Showcasing, hey, we're focusing on, you're going to have these team-ups from now to whenever, is what they basically said. So they have time to fine-tune and figure out that sweet spot for where they want the power levels of each of these team-ups to be in. Right now, the forefronts is the Phoenix one for the Black Widow. You have the Gambit one, or the Gambit Magneto one for Gambit, which has that like AoE heal and disruption tool. Some other ones too is the Torch and Invisible Woman one, but also the Mr. Fantastic one's pretty good too. We've seen some teams run some like rush comps where they make everyone invisible, go in towards the back line, just destroy everyone on like a convoy. So a lot of potential there as well.
Yes. a lot of potential there. I think it needs to last a little bit longer. Like you said, like just extra knobs to tweak with the base and enhanced versions of these team ups do allow for like a little bit more fine tuning when it comes to the balance of these matchups as well. I think that we are going to be able to find ourselves new ways of approaching this game. And honestly, it feels like there's an extra additional hero that was released this patch, with Widow finally being like hyper viable.
Yeah, there's a lot, that has changed from the last patch itself, and you're getting a bit of a spotlight of it before the mid-season finals. But we'll be back after this break for some round 2 action. Keep it locked in, loaded, as we'll see you on the flip side.
miss. I am too good at this.
Prehistoric protection!
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw, the first round matchup from yesterday, N1X versus the Chosen Ones, where N1X got the victory and sent the Chosen Ones, which is an Ignite team, down to the lower bracket. But we got some more matches ahead of us. I believe we're skipping to some of the ones that are actually happening today in a matter of moments. So we'll see those in the meantime, giving you kind of a peek at the power levels of some of our Ignite teams who have already qualified as well here leg day, and kind of getting a peek at what we can expect going towards stage 2 from some of these rosters if they stick with the same team.
Yeah, like we've got some previews here for stage 2. More importantly, I think we've got some previews of the meta for mid-season finals as well. Like, we're looking at this with bated breath, like, oh, okay, so Mag's good. Does that mean that the TTK is Thanos now? Like,
Could be.
You don't need to hit headshots with the Chaos Blade, so maybe my controller Vanguard is about to go crazy. Enzo's going to be exactly the same here at EMEA, and like, it seems like the meta's a little bit more slow, a little bit more poke orientated. Is that going to be like better for a team like Virtus Pro, who have like prime aimers on their team, and maybe not so good for a team that likes to go fast and do some very heavy diving, like Rad, who are, in my opinion, one of the more fast, chaotic teams, which in the previous meta played to their benefit supremely. But then again, none of the teams that made it to mid-season finals are one-trick ponies.
Well, we'll see once we, get into this matchup how these teams are going to be looking as well. I believe one of them is going to have a sub Oscar coming in for Fire Strays. It's what we'll be looking at, them versus Crownfall, I believe. These two teams, I mean, they've made it through the bracket already back into Ignite, so that's kind of a preview of what we can expect, some experimentation, I guess. Right, they're already in Ignite stage 2. So we're going to be seeing, some of the qualification from them as well. But, there's a lot of potential for, I guess, Crownfall specifically to try out the new hero, right? We haven't seen Jubilee yet on our side of things for EMEA. That'd be interesting to see, how their utility is effective in this meta, right? It feels like Jubilee doesn't have as many escape options or counters to the dive compared to some of the other heroes out there. Yes, you can put down your orb and blind people if you charge it up fast enough, but I feel like there's just so much burst damage now that they're not getting as much value as a pretty balanced hero compared to some of the other strategies that are out there like that.
Yeah, like the strategist stocks are continuously, they're continuously shuffling, and we had a hotfix as well, where we saw strategist ultimate start to a little bit more quickly, so maybe like the weight start to change again. When you think about which strategist ultimate may be better, which ones maybe aren't quite as valuable. Obviously, at the moment, Mantis is kind of queen. It feels like everyone's agreeing that Mantis was the first ban before, and now that she's got a team up, that means that she could be even more efficient with her healing, and she could be running a 2-2-2. Maybe we're just going to keep first banning her, because she's just really good, and obviously probably has the most versatile strategist apart from Gambit as well, because not only does it supply a more billion healing, but also gives over health, which means it's harder to try and one-shot through, and gives speed boost, which at the higher level of play is probably one of the premium resources that is consistently going to be taken into account.
Well, this is going to be a best of 5 because it's a match that took place today in the upper bracket. We're going to be looking at Krakoa, Domination, Crownfall, and Fire Strays. Both these teams already qualified for Ignite Stage 2, just to keep you in the loop as well. And Oscar, of course, is a sub here I believe it is for Blacksow, who was having some internet issues yesterday, but they did still manage to qualify with a win over Delete the VOD in that second round.
Qualification working out. So we're, I guess, playing for seeding now for this one?
No, it's not for seeding. These teams have already qualified. I believe they aren't playing for seeding even for these matches. It's just, if they want to, they're able to play these games as well. So this is just getting some extra practice in.
In English football, we'd call this a friendly.
It is, yeah, I guess you could say it's like a friendly matchup, yeah.
it's a public scrim. Let's go. Gambit available. Oh, interesting. Crownful. Our names are wrong. Okay,
on our side, but not on broadcast.
Yes, on our side, the names are... Okay, yeah. Broadcast has the X. Right, excellent. Okay. Everyone knows who is who on the broadcast. Excellent stuff. Fire Strays, they have protected Elsa. Which, I mean, is a good pickup because Sloppo's a fantastic Elsa. Sestroid is also a great Elsa.
Yeah, Sestroid is a very solid Elsa that we've seen before. And, Sestroid, one of those players that we've seen come into the fold for this Fire Strays roster, who's kind of like a fluid look so far, right? They have 3 players that they kind of rotate in and out depending on what they want to showcase in terms of duelists from what we saw during Stage 1 and kind of going from there. I do like this, mag one-sided. We've seen a lot of teams opt for this recently because of how strong Magneto is in this current meta. So some decent looks, I would say, in terms of what we could expect for mid-season finals from this ban draft specifically, even with this being kind of a more friendly matchup.
Okay. Bans have been locked in. Now time for the heroes to be chosen. Oscar is the manager of Fire Strays. And as Vodable alluded to earlier, poor Blackstow is currently in the midst of a few acts of God towards his Wi-Fi. The internet, not the most reliable right now for Blackstow. And so they're like, you know what? We'll just play this all out with Oscar.
We'll see how things go here as well for this one too. But again, Oscar in the hot seat for their team. Tried playing some Vanguard last time. I think they went like 4-10 on the Doctor Strange. So now they're going to be on the Jeff this go around.
I'm excited to see Magenta potentially the Hawkeye there. But, oh, damn. I was thinking maybe we'd see the Psylocke Sonic Arrows, which have been getting a lot of... value in the ranked games. I'm sure some of you have been instantly evaporated by the Hunter's sight and then being one-tapped by a bunch of Sonic Arrows on your Ghost. Very fun experience. We are getting to see Demon play the Black Cat as well, which is a little bit interesting. I haven't seen a huge amount of a Demon Black Cat in my time. Oh my goodness, dude. The tracking from Fahad is disgusting, by the way. Like, this guy is definitely one of the, underrated hit scan prospects in EMEA, if I had to choose one. It's disgusting aim. We saw bits of it during Stage 1 when Fahad was able to play both the Adam Warlock and the Phoenix.
Well, at this stage of the competition as well, Leg Day, looking at the actions through the lower bracket too, there's been some, upsets that have happened as well. I'm sure we'll get through, once we kind of look back at the other rounds too. But Fire Strays versus Crownfall, I'm interested to see this Thor, right? We've seen a lot of people, at the start of scrims saying that they're pretty solid, especially with the Hela team up with the extra chance for life, kind of similar to Wolverine, but you have to get a KO to stay alive or your health constantly drained. So that's a big thing to focus on here for a Boohoo, as you can see that happening right now.
Oh, and a Boohoo manages to get the Ragnarok Rebirth off the back of participating in that frag onto closer. Look, Fahad is just absolutely untouched up here. Homie's having the time of his life. He's playing a little bit of aim trainer while the remainder of the team are fighting it out in the trenches, and the ice wall is instantly melted away by the swords of legend. And, well, Demon is going to just, Fahad is just having... He's having a vacation. He's on holiday. He's been chilling.
having a good time, you know. Focusing on the objective and good vibes is what we like to see here for Crownfall, specifically against Fire Strays. But Fire Strays on their side, I mean, they got the Black Hat available to them, right? One-sided as well, and Black Hat having those changes with the Spider-Man team-up, being able to run your pockets twice as effectively.
All right, farewell to the backline. That headshot wasn't even necessary for Hard. You know you're flexing on them. Pack it in, mate. They had like 3 HP. Abu continuing to just run them down. A splatter frag onto Sestroid as they are just flattened underneath the storm surge of Thor Odinson.
Kind of interesting to see the Loki come out here as well. There's been, you know, a decent amount of prioritization on the bans for that because you don't want to have to worry about the Loki Gambit. Wasn't as much of a factor before, but now it really is. And Binary, unfortunately, not able to get on the objective. So it will be the side of Crownfall taking that first point. Again, not too surprised here, right? This being a friendly, you know, they're testing out some different team-ups, testing out what works between these squads, and with Oscar as the manager subbing in for them too. There's, you know, certain comps that they can run and can't run compared to what they could before with Black Sal.
And it was a great storm surge as well. Stop Binary from being able to sit on that point. Demon swapping over now. Over onto my Magic. We'll have the enhanced team up, courtesy of Slopper. Never mind. You know what? Maybe they're gonna they're gonna play 3 duelists. Who am I to say? My speculation is meaningless in this open.
I mean, maybe they could go like Hell in the Moor as well if they want to opt for the squids there too, just with the enhanced ultimate that you could have for Hela on their side. But Damon will be swapping over to the Vanguard Deadpool, so at least we have a little bit more of a balanced composition for the side of Fire Strays.
Yeah, that's going to allow Damon to really flex his aim here. Fahad, once again, just going to be posted up. Oscar has began the It's Jeff already. And Ayana Koji, I guess, is going to give everyone some additional movement speed to try and dodge away from that one. Here comes the Gambit Ultimate, and Oscar... I think it may have been bonked with a talking stick. The Bayou Bash may well have made the Swamp Lord the Gambit rather than the shark that lurked underneath these murky waters. Protoss... Oh, hello. Yeah, he's vibing with it right now. The God of Mischief becomes his sister. Looks towards the back. Farewell to Closer. A little mid-air there onto Slopper. Doesn't quite have the aura for it, but I'm afraid it's going to be Damon who's aura checked here. And Protoss doesn't even have the team up to lay down the undead squids. What in the world was that grab, by the way? Majed just got hit from orbit by a Wolverine.
Not having the greatest time, but still potential for Fire Strays if they do manage to rally together. The only problem for them is that they somehow managed to allow Gambit and Mantis to get banned out. So not the best position they want to find themselves in here, right, Leg Day, with you know, not as many options to counter the Gambit play that we see from the side of Crownfall. And God of Thunder coming in a bit preemptive, I would say, from Abuhu there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit preemptive. It's not the greatest ult in the stack, to be honest. And Slopper managing to take out Yanakoji on the other side. However, Iron Fist, the Iron Fist of Kunlun has arrived. Can MJD find themselves something to do here is the question. A quick Adamantium Claw will move through the Uru skin of a Norse god. As Majed is just going to try and fly away as quickly as possible with their punches. A quick spin and a dunk. LeBron is back in the body of Eric Glensher, and Majed isn't even going to bother punching down the Goddess of Death, instead waiting for a Kunlun kick to dispatch this god of the Death Realms. And so this is going to be Crownfall, as I shake my names once again, probably winning this one out with fair ease.
Indeed. Point 2 relatively quickly going to them as well as they take that first objective and another one in stride. I mean, one last fight potentially if they can get towards the objective through those portals, but that's the struggle, is that they were not able to touch the objective in time. So Fire Strays, unfortunately for them, will falter here. That's 0-2 for Oscar in terms of maps. I mean, I gotta call him out on it, man. The super sub not as strong as they could be here.
Yeah, in the words of Jeff, sad Jeff noises, bro. Here's Fahad dominating I feel like Fahad might have been the person in this lobby who was trying the hardest. But
Yeah.
you know what? This is the best of 5. I don't know if we're going to stick with this match for the entire way.
We'll see.
We'll find out.
Let's look at the stats here, actually. I'm kind of curious. So Oscar, 2-3, better than we saw last time. So that is marketable improvement. 4-10 to 2-3. I think they could say they did a bit better. And hey, they had the most healing on their team. They beat the strategist players on heals as a manager sub in here. So kudos to Oscar on that one for their team as well. But, on the other side, Majed, I mean, you shouldn't have gone down 3 times, dude. It might have been the Iron Fist. I respect pulling out the Iron Fist here, but unfortunately, it wasn't as effective as they would have liked it to be.
Yeah. Well, Fahad was just sitting up top being an auto turret. He was just not missing. 44% accuracy on the Widow. Kind of disgusting to behold. For Crownfall and Fire Strays, they are a bit of a giggle with it. Maybe waiting for Black Soul to return. And this certainly has been a game of all time.
Yeah, I mean, one of those matches that we you see every time in ranked, right? There's a smorgasbord of players that come through, and then you're just expected to carry, and unfortunately sometimes you can't carry the rock that's on your team. I'm sorry, Oscar. But even then, for the side of Crownfall, I mean, looking at the journey that they went through for qualification, right? Took down Croc's Brain 2-0 in that series, and then N1X, we saw earlier on, they were able to get a 2-0 victory there to essentially qualify for Ignite. And on the same side for Fire Strays, for their matches, I mean, we saw them do pretty well against Menace in the first round, and then also against Delete the VOD on their side of things as well, leg day.
Yeah, like Delete the VOD, certainly we're putting up a fight when it comes to some of these games. We'll try and grab you guys a qualification game to watch as well, so we can see the teams that are likely to go to Ignite playing at their best. This is, well, it's like a best of 5. I think we've got some best of 5 games going on in the round of 3 lower bracket as well, where a lot of teams are playing for their tournament lives.
That's true, yeah.
And for some of these teams as well, like, they're playing for almost their competitive lives. In like, if you don't make it into Ignite in stage 2, then you're probably doing the MRC merry-go-round to try and earn yourself some points to get in 2027. Like, you'll probably be on the sidelines unless you leave your team and you get picked up to a team that qualifies to Ignite. But if you're on a team that didn't make it through the promo relegations, are you going to be a priority to pick up for these teams? It's a very difficult situation.
Yeah, we'll see, what these teams will look like once we even get to stage 2 as well, right? Because there's going to be a transfer portal in between after midseason before stage 2, and I feel like that's going to be the Wild West, right, for signing players. A lot of opportunity even for teams who do get or players who do get relegated during these matches on their side of things too. So again, there's a lot of things up in the air for some of these rosters and players. So best of luck to them as they, qualify this weekend, as they try to go through the transfer portal to see if they can get picked up by one of those squads that's either already in Ignite or just joining Ignite here as well. I mean, the teams who moved into the promo relegation from Ignite Stage 1 weren't able to make any roster changes. So you're seeing them at kind of an iffy spot. Some of them have even been doing trials already if they do end up making it back to that next stage. So now we'll see, a preview of what some of those teams could look like, but they could be completely different aside from 3 main roster players going into that stage 2, which is a thing to kind of look out for. Is we might not see the exact same team you're seeing here today during stage 2, but similar roster for the most part.
Yeah, some rosters are going to be a lot more fluid than others. and some have to maintain a specific core in order to have that continuity of personnel between their stages. And often you'll be able to find a way to get the best ingredients that you can from your previous roster. But we're gonna go find you guys a game that's gonna be high stakes and for an Ignite spot, hopefully. So we'll be back after this break and we'll see you on the other side.
good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword! I never miss. I am too good at this.
Prehistoric protection.
Back into the thick of it here for round 4, so we can at least tell you the teams who have qualified from that upper bracket already. It's Crownfall, Fire Strays, the Lions, and Sun and Miho IBN, which I think means sun, because Miho and IBN is sun in 2 different languages. Great name. That's the streamer team, by the way, for Necros and Craggy and Imperator and Cringe Alarm. Kyoshi's actually coming in recently for that, and then Only Legs also on the team 6 and Jimbo Limbo. So definitely keep an eye on them once they get into actual stage 2 action for them. But I believe we're sticking with this one for now with Crownfall and Fire Strays. Just again to give you a bit of a preview of the teams there. As in the lower bracket, GG5 Times and Alter Esports fighting for a spot. Reason Gaming has already been eliminated in that lower bracket. They will not be making it back into Ignite. And the Chosen Ones facing off against Delete the VOD for one of those final spots as well. So going into map 2 here, leg day, I mean, what are we expecting from Oscar specifically? That's what I want to know.
Bro, why are you asking me what the manager's going to play? Do you hate me? Mods, kill this man.
I don't know. I'm just having good fun with it.
I'm gonna load you in a trebuchet and shoot you into space for asking me what the manager's gonna play in this match.
I mean, is it gonna be
the
Strange, or is it gonna be the Jeff? Is my question here. Those are the 2 we've seen from them so far. It felt like the Jeff was a little bit more effective.
You know what? You're right. Like, the Jeff has been more effective. In the sample size of 2 we've got, went 4 and 10 on the Rocket, 2 and 3 on the Jeff. Like, I guess we might be waiting to see if Blackstone gets their internet back. Maybe it's just cooked on the French Peninsula. Yeah. I think that we're probably going to see Crownfall continue to
dominate.
Yeah, we're probably just going to see Fahad continue to just aim check, sit in main, hit their shots, win a game probably.
Could be the case. Could definitely be the case. I mean, you know, looking towards the other teams that are out there, of course, too. Chosen Ones doing pretty good against Delete the VOD and GG5 Times against Alter Esports. I mean, I think a big thing here as well, what we do have to mention, you know, talk about the grand scheme of things as we wait for this match to get started. Reason Gaming, of course, they fell in the upper bracket initially to the Lions. That was a 2-0 victory there. And then in the lower bracket, unfortunately, they did not get a map either. It was against GG5 Times 3-0. They did win their first series of yesterday against Wisteria 2-0. It just felt like, I don't know, the meta maybe not benefiting them as much as a roster of the confidence or something like that. And I've already seen, you know, LFT posts from some of the players too. So if anyone's looking for some good players, definitely recommend picking them up. A lot of great players from that roster looking towards the future of Ignite. But I believe we are going to be getting into the second map between Crownfall and Fire Strays. This pseudo-friendly, essentially, with not really any stakes on the line, but still high-flying action, to say the least. And in terms of the ban draft, again, we saw not a single Gambit or Mantis available for Fire Strays before here leg day, so hopefully they can at least secure one of them this go-around, because that was not good facing off against a Gambit Loki without a single Gambit.
Yo, check it. Oscar's doing the bans, though.
Ooh. Okay. Oscar's locking in. They saw us, you know, poking fun at the Jeff play, and they're like, hey, we got to make sure we at least save Gambit this time, guys. We're on stream, you know, take it a bit more seriously. I respect it.
Do you reckon they knew this one was going to be on stream? Like, oh. Venom banned away from Fire Strays. You know what? That's a pretty good pick, honestly. Like, Binary's a strong Venom player. Admittedly, like, maybe there's a world where Crownfall just go, like, full nefarious villain here and ban out the only Vanguard player that Fire Strays currently have access to.
That's so true, actually. I would do
Like,
the exact same
ban
thing.
the Venom, ban the Hulk, ban the Cat, ban the
Magneto.
Angela. Yeah. Just make sure that Binary doesn't have any fun characters to play.
Oh, yeah, the one-sided mag as well. They are totally targeting Binary. They do not want them to enjoy their time as a solo Vanguard for their squad. But I see Demon hovering the Hulk here, so we could see some, fun times from them specifically if they do use that fastball special, which is only for Hulk now. Again, you can't use it with the Thing anymore, so you can't use the tech where you were basically just tossing a ball of Canadian Rage back and forth. But the Loki is getting banned, and I think that's a good bet because they don't want to face off against that Gambit Loki, which was just such a thorn in their side for that first map.
One-sided Loki. First time, I think this might be one of the first times we've seen Loki actually come up in the ban phase in Season 9. Given that it doesn't have the strongest team-ups. Still has the Mantis one, which admittedly is strong, was strong, continues to be strong. But doesn't have the greatest uptime with Rejuvenation Domain being on such a lengthy cooldown. Nor that it's really stopped us from seeing Adam with the Storm team-up that enhances the Soul Bond. Is going to be a finer ban here, going over onto the Daredevil.
Looking at the ban draft here from High Point of things, I do like having the one-sided Gambit Loki for Fire Strays. I think if they want to focus on triple strategist, this would be the map to do it right. We've seen a lot of holds, specifically with, the double res as well. They're potentially going quad strategist, though, which would be great. Okay, I was going to say, please change it up a little bit. Don't do 4 strategists for us.
You know what? It's time to start innovating. It's a friendly, it's a scrim. We can experiment. Admittedly, maybe we can count Penny as like a pseudo strategist. Definitely a very strategic hero. Yeah, like it gives a lot of like survivability to strategists playing inside those webs. Crownful, they're taking their sweet time with deciding the composition. But Fahad is
what do we want to
disgusting Adam player, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very strong when it comes to the aim in the neutral, and gets a bunch of E heals off the back of that from the cooldown reduction.
Bunch of spider spawners there for Penny with the rocket network, so a great look for them so far going into this defensive hold. And this is, a bit further back of a hold compared to some of the ones that are usually in that first kind of restaurant room.
Oh, not visiting the Diner this time. Binary towards the back. Oh, the Rogue is a great pickup for Binary, by the way. A lot of damage on Toyana Koji. However, does get charmed on the other side. The fault's going to be there from Sloppo. Sloppo on the Gambit's a bit of a weird pick, but of course, like, we're just all over the place right now for Fire Strays. And, well, Binary, if you're going to bring in your one Vanguard, you might as well just give him a team-up of all time and let the boy cook.
It's working out so well so far. Fahad, unfortunately, having to go back to the respawn room and actually swapping off of the Adam Warlock into the Bucky, definitely needing a bit more damage against the sustain that we see from Fire Stray. So I do like the option. Majed also going on to the Wolverine to try and deal with Demon once they get rid of the Ironwood Wall. So a bit more effectiveness from them. Also decent counter, I would say, to Rogue, but Rogue's just got so much Well, I was going to say survivability, but maybe not that time.
Instant caster curse. I mean, the freeze was everything there. Shut down the blocks so that no 7 brawls could come through for the extra mobility to escape as well. And now a Boohoo going up against the Groot. This is a great position to be in for an Amber. This is a less great position, though, as you have the Punisher bearing down. On top of you, the extra damage from the Rage of Ultron. For hard, all you can do is hide behind the bus. Looks to the sky, but can't be saved by the invisible boundary. And Veloz can sit on the outside and give over these damage boosts. Is mostly going to be relying on those who are inside the boundary to make this one happen. Demon runs them down. The extendo arms of Groot certainly do show off some real danger. No. And, well, that is an unideal portal.
A little delayed, but then also on the side of the cart too, so you can't even go out of the portal. We saw some of that when we were spectating the matches yesterday as well, leg day. So a rough spot for Crownfall. Maybe weren't quite expecting this kind of a comeback fight from Fire Strays. A double from Oscar as well. This is the best look we've had, and I was wondering what hero they'd play in, but I do like this Ultron look from them. It's like, hey, sometimes if you might even main certain heroes, you can always just play Ultron and look pretty good.
Destroyed instantly is using the Devil's Bullets as well, rather than the Infinite Ammo team-up, which we have seen a lot over the course of the last couple of fights for the Punisher. Legend overextends, though, with the Meteor M, so the punishment's going to be there. And Fire Strays, it would appear that they have recaptured themselves. All they needed to do was put Oscar on a character with some fragging power. They had to believe.
That's all they needed. A belief in their team, their friends, and the power of friendship that we also see here for the team up between Rogue and Gambit with the damage boost from the drone I do like as well.
Hey, you know what? Binary may have been CC'd on their intro, not got so much value off the Heartbreaker, but the real value is the implication, you know? The huge amount of zoning that came off the back of that, stopping anyone from moving forward to try and touch the cart. And that's going to mean 2 checkpoints already gained here for Fire Strays.
Good looks from them so far, and a big change up from the first map that we saw between, you know, Crownfall and Fire Strays here, where Fire Strays, they've just seemed like they were on a roll, unstoppable, but finally we did see a foot be put down by Crownfall, and with the laundry list of ultimates available to them, it's a matter of time for Fire Strays, depending on how this Ultron Rage comes through.
Ultron's Rage is deployed. I believe there was a quick cleanse there onto the Strangling Prison as well. But how can you deal with Sestroid here with basically unlimited healing from the Luna's Fate of Both Worlds? That's how Trevor extended there for them. I'm not sure how he ended up in that position. Might have been grabbed by Fahad off the back of a bionic hook.
Good look so far from Crownfall, turning things around a lot better than we saw in the first and second objective for this third one. I mean, this is a tough goal of it too, right? You have to bring the car all the way up, and they're even finally going down to capture it because they couldn't even escape the spawn room for such a long time. And now Sloppo having the Gambit, Rage and Row flush, that could be the difference maker here.
Here's the flash. Boohoo's going to try and shut this one down. That is a lot of grabs. My goodness. Everybody thinks that the Boohoo's the prettiest princess in the parlor.
It's a lot of ults invested, though, by Crownfall. So next team fight will be pretty evened up for the most part. But they do have a good pocket ace themselves with the Rage Royal Flush and the Kraken Impact available for Fahad on the side of Crownfall. So Fire Strays, you still need to find some sort of windfall. A crucial elimination on the back line is what's been missing.
If Fahad is yet to miss a hook, by the way, continuously taxing all of Binary's resources just to get away from these. Favored odds from the Gambit. Gives the orb of healing over to everybody. And I think there might have been a parry of the attempted ability steal there from the Rogue as well. Finally out of the corridor and over to the corner. 90 degrees to try and play with here for Fire Strays, and an ultimate in the back as well. So many Qs being pressed right now. Can Protoss stand up against them all? Fahad almost has himself access to their own. Ready for the Kraken Impact. Looks towards the crew. The boop is solid, but I don't know if they're going to get any resets off the back of this one. Looking towards Oscar, who's laying down so much healing. The manager keeping the team sustained. Protoss solo ulted in the back. The hate is real from the group, but will it be rewarded? It seems there is going to be some follow-up there. Is that a Gambit? That's a Gambit back there. Hey, Koji, you're in a bit of a Wild West position, but hey, it let you avoid the group ultimate.
Good double from Sestroid as well, just to clean up the competition there for the moment. And Crownfall a bit back to the drawing board themselves. Boohoo tried to lead the charge, though, with the diamond form. Didn't quite get a pick that they wanted.
Binary back in the front now. Have to worry about Fahad's hook, and you can see a good amount of space being given over here by Fire to test its range.
I have a chance here with Sloppo having their ultimate available. They'll have the pace for the Rage of Royal Flush. That's exactly what they go in with, but good counters from Crownfall.
Is that the Luna back there? That might have been a
think it
Luna
is.
bank there. Binary off towards the edge. Their sentience gets seized. And as they're clumped into the corner, there needs to be a rescue. It's Sloppo who does it. Wait, Sloppo's kind of got some fuego moves on the Remy LeBeau. It's all going to come down to this one. Fahad's already fallen damage and into the back. A zipline over with a shotgun, but can't connect the slugs. And a minute worth of time bank for Fire Strays. Okay, with the manager in, let's say, mischief managed.
Maybe we doubted them just a little bit too much going into this one as well. So Oscar, I think that was the perfect pick of hero for them to support their team, right? Making it so that they can have the damage boost, the speed and momentum necessary to carry forward, and really just focusing it around Destroyed, specifically on that Punisher towards the end here too. And I do like that they're not running the infinite ammo, that they're running the Daredevil team up, which has like the piercing and extra damage from it as well. So good change-ups across the board. Binary, I did like them on the Rogue, but you know, seeing them swap over to the Penny, not too surprising. A lot of teams opt for that on defense here at the start, and they're gonna have to play the best defense of their lives, like day, if they do want to take this one. Oscar now on to the Rocket Raccoon, though. I think just for the fully enhanced team up, so that they can have all the spider spotters necessary and all the armor being generated too.
Yeah, this is going to allow second chances off those Battle Recall beacons. And might actually give the full infinite ammo over. Or the ammo overload, rather, to the Punisher. And we're seeing Binary with a little bit more of an old-style team up here. Or like an old-style position where, like you said, on round one, that initial diner has been known as an annoying bastion of penny presents.
Some swaps coming here as hot as they can be for Crownfall, and I do like the bunker breaking option for them, going with the Storm just for the extra damage boost and momentum from that, but also mirroring a little bit with the Rocket here. I believe they're using the cooldown option for them with the Squirrel Girl team up, and Protoss takes out Binary. They were not looking the right direction.
Bro, what my Penny doing? What? Well, why bro walking over there? What's he doing all that for?
Saw a
well,
squirrel,
it's okay.
I guess. I don't know.
Just resetting for the Battle Recall beacon, you know. It's actually higher IQ than I anticipated. Huge amount of damage coming out here from the Storm damage boost, really juicing the Punisher for all that he's worth. And Abu's just doing so much damage with these Thorn Lash walls. They are slipping and sliding. They are slapping to their heart's content. And while there is going to be a limited chase here due to the knockback from this favored odds team of the Gambit, it eventually goes away and a brand new lane's going to be opened on up with the Punisher getting this infinite ammo. There's a momentary turn for Destroyed to try and really present some threat, but overall Crownfall seem to rebuff it rather well.
A decent push so far for Crownfall. They have the Cosmic Iron Amplifier available and the Raging Royal Flush, but they're just going Royal Flush, Final Judgment combo instead.
Oh, why not put a Storm on top of it as well? Put a little bit of sauce on this one. Crownfall are putting in all of the... well, you know what? The human legal system, not a great matchup against the immortal power of nature itself. An Omega level mutant will defeat one courtroom.
Yeah, it makes sense to swap after that as well. It's great for the first objective, but not the second. There's not as much cover as you would like in comparison. So we'll see what they swap to instead. Actually, I believe they're just changing out their team-ups, which is another thing that you can do, by the way. If you're not liking your team-up, want to go for a different option, you could swap it just by going back to your respawn room. So that's what we see from Fahad.
Yeah, just make sure you keep the receipt. Otherwise, they'll have to give you store credit at the team-up store. Strangling Prison. Oh, actually outdrawn here by a Boohoo, but good cleanse coming through off the back of the Raging Royal Flush. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier out as well. It's in this advanced position where it's getting constantly healed for by the Vanguard, but that's a great anti-heal, and so many players grabbed on in. Legend tries to stop the follow-up. Nice dodge off the back of the Scourge Grenade. Destroyed's got the schmovement to try and dodge the incoming spicy meatball.
Great dodge out of the way there, too, from Destroyed, forcing Crownfall back from whence they came and a bit more of a stall in comparison to that first objective. So, Fire Strays, they were struggling on defense, and it was a different story for Crownfall on that first objective, but even with the portal mishaps that we saw before, they're definitely making up for it on the attacking side here. They just got to get out of this first choke point, and it's a great one with potential. Oh my goodness, Binary.
I think Binary may have had a fully charged Southern Brawl there and just grabbed everybody into it. That was an ambitious push, but hey, like, Binary's finally got themselves a character where they can hit the hard carry button.
Oh, poor Protoss. Trying to stay alive there on the rocket and then just getting sniffed out afterwards. And Mag Cannon just going to get launched forward. So I do like, you know, Crownfall, their options that they have been going for the one-sided Magneto, especially with the extra damage and bubbles that you can to keep your backline alive, has been working out pretty well.
Hearts once more broken. Great shield coming out from a Magneto, by the way, to stop that ult charge from being stolen away. Very high-level play from Legend. Fahad stunned and likely taken out here as well as Sestroid owns the lane with the final judgment. Ghost Jury and Executioner are summoned, and indeed they will all be doing their jobs. Oh, hello. We found ourselves a hostage, and the hostage is gone.
Oh, there they go by the wayside again, but a Royal Flush is in our future for Fire Strays, dependent on if they want to combo it with anything else. Strangling Prison about to be online as well, so has potential to shut down the other team, but they're just going to go for the Royal Flush, wait for them to come around the corner, push forward, and now they go in.
I was so sure that Demon was going to go for the dunk there in the end. Dude, Sloggo is picking up so many final hits. Oh, this is prime Remy right here. Damn, videos of this are going to be shown at the anniversary of Rogue and Gambit.
The most aggressive Gambit we've seen in, you know, the pro level of play in quite some time. So a good look for Fire Strays to just keep them at bay and held back, but still plenty of time in the bank for Crownfall. And I do like this option going with the quiet flank, but they do get sniffed out by the Punisher turret.
All right, down this corridor, lots of healing to be done with the cleave. Binary just goes into the middle of 6, and well, you know what? Some results are predictable when you look at them that way. Ayana Koji going to try and take the 2v1 here against Demon, and you know what? Groot's not the fastest fleer in the world. Doesn't have the runaway ability.
Might have needed some backup from their team, but they backed up a bit too far towards the second checkpoint and said, well, we'll see you later. No CYA in your future for now, and no battle recall beacon available either to get you back in the fight. So Fire Strays, they will reset a bit, but look at all the ultimates in the bank for Crownfall. They have the full hand. They are ready to cash out at the bank.
Definitely more of a US treasury here than a British one. Legend ready to dunk on down. Who's going to be taken away? Sloppo turned into a 2D facsimile of a Gambit. Oscar stays up long enough for Sloppo to be resurrected. However, I think the damage may well have already been done as Fahad takes a note from the Fire Strays book, picks up the Ultron, and a cut through of the group should be a completed point. They're just waiting for the spawn to reset so they can go to the other side, and surely Binary is going to reset to the other side as well, right?
Hopefully. I believe they are, for the most part, resetting here as well as they go back for the next team fight. But a lot of time on the side of Crownfall if they can make this all the way down, but Fire Strays a bit more of an advantage. They got 1 minute and 2 seconds available to them, so any time that they waste, if it does go to OT, will be beneficial for them potentially taking a map against Crownfall. But on the other foot here, Crownfall specifically, I mean, I like the change for Fahad. They are about to have their Ultron ultimate available to them, and Abuhu, even with all the damage being taken, is just being healed like a charm.
Yeah, Abuhu just fleeing, saying, Cammy. Heartbreaker over onto the Vanguards. Fahad's already tried to rebuff this one, utilizing the Rage of Ultron. Damage good, healing is too. Keeps Binary at bay for now. Protoss waiting in the wings. An invisible boundary to try and play with, but so many things to try and counter. Out comes the Gambit boosted usage of the Punisher ultimate, but Sestroid needs to try and find themselves some targets. Can't see anything inside of the invisible boundary, just blindly firing into the masses. And here comes a second Gambit ultimate. Well, Mr. Frodo, what about second Gambit ult? It seems that Fire Strays is going to figure out today how this one works out. Demon's got extra damage. The kinetic explosions take down Fahad, and Crownfall are now in the swamp. This is Oh, no, cart, guys. Good calls, I know.
Classic blunder. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of momentum that was completely lost, and also getting the KO onto Oscar and Sestroid because of that. They could have easily held things down, but because they didn't realize that Emma was in the back rooms, they were not able to stop it, and they completely get control of this cart for free.
My boy Majed may have just missed his infinite ammo on the floor, but you know what? Everyone makes mistakes. Legend has the Meteor M and sees a bunch of squishies towards the back. Extra damage from the Gambit ultimate, and surely you're going to eat up all of this utilizing that Meteor M, but no, Legend continues to hold it, worried about the threats on the other side, and well, Majed's a scary fella, and so Fire Strays stay at bay for now, but given that it was in overtime, Fire Strays get themselves an extension of their own time bank.
Great look for Crownfall towards the end there. I mean, a Boohoo MVP performance on the Emma, the stealth Emma. I've never seen that before, the stealth capture of the point. I mean, I've done it in like ranked games and stuff like that, but typically it doesn't happen at this level of competition. I think they were just so focused, fine-tuned tunnel vision on the respawn for Crownfall. Speaking of Fire Strays specifically, and they maybe weren't just able to spray them down fast enough before the KOs came through onto the sub-in manager Oscar. And well, it's a tough spot to be in. As you can see there, though, Oscar is rocking that fully functional Groot team up that we see as well, and that means that they're able to use their bombard mode in Thorny Spores that does healing and damage, which is interesting. So you get like 2 usages of it, and it's a bit extended when you're teaming up with Groot as well for the enhanced effect. And we've seen a lot more people using that one instead of the Squirrel Girl one specifically because of how much healing and damage you can do after the buffs that we saw from the hotfix specifically. And I feel like Rocket Raccoon's one of those heroes that they still need to fine-tune a little bit going towards, you know, the 9.5 patch whenever that comes out next month, and things in the future for this hero. But speaking of in the future, not too surprised that we're seeing the Storm come out to play again.
I mean, it served them real well last time. Why not now? Abuhu, I think, was probably my... Oh, they've got the Storm. They've got the Storm. That is a huge pickup for Binary. I'd say in terms of like the most valuable abilities you can grab as Rogue, Storm is #1, baby. They've managed to zone everyone away from his infinite ammo. Fahad, there's nowhere to go, bro. Binary's bearing down. What a snipe on that ability to get the damage boost aura.
Love that from Binary. Heads up play and really able to counter them, forcing them to swap to the Ultron, and realized, yeah, maybe the spawn break composition isn't quite the best one here based on what we're facing for Fire Strays. And I do like the Loki finally coming out as well.
Close has got doppelgangers for days, and guess what? Sloppo's still playing a high ground DPS, by the way, even while playing the Gambit. Abuhu has to move away. He's floating away in a bubble. It's going to be Legend trying to make it work on the point with the extra damage. Oh, the Chaos Blade does so much with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier behind it. Just carves through flesh, bone, hero and villain alike. And Sloppo now has to try and find something on the backhand side. Fahad's going to try and challenge him in the neutral, but the Bayou Bash is getting it done. The Bombard mode makes it work on the other side, and finally this backline from Fire Strays begins to be torn asunder.
Overtime ticking it down, but they still have a lot of room that they can move forward, and Fire Strays aren't opting for the teleport. Instead, they are just going to stick it out because there's still plenty of movement towards that first checkpoint. But they got to contest is the big thing. They're taking their sweet time, and the Magneto is holding them at bay with the Chaos Greatsword.
Maybe trying to build up towards Sloppo's ultimate here off the back of taking that damage, but still they're going to be outpaced by Ayana Koji. Already has the Raging Royal Flush ready to go. Close has got the first one here. Will Ayana Koji be able to try and match it? Abuhu, MJD, Sir Legend, they all pop their ultimates, but is it going to be MJD who finds the first value here? A duel of the fates between both of the Punishers, but MJD's justice works out better today.
Huge eliminations coming through for Crownfall as they continue their reign of terror forward, looking for the second objective. If they can secure it, they'll be setting themselves up pretty handedly in comparison to Fire Strays, who do have 2 minutes in the time bank, which is a decent amount of time compared to where Crownfall, they didn't have any extra wiggle room for them.
Okay, Gambit ultimate active now. Binary's got the Heartbreaker too. The Cosmic Yarn amplifies here. There's so much damage, and it might just be untenable to survive. Even with the slightly scuffed portal, it works out for Fire Strays, using all their resources for one massive alpha strike.
Last chance here for Fire Strays on Midtown. They look pretty decent on the attacking side against Crownfall, but swapping Oscar to the Rocket Raccoon hasn't been as effective as they would like. So I do like the change up here for them to go back to the Ultron, using the Penny team up there as well for the extra drone. availability, which is very effective. That's a reason why Ultron did get nerfed with their team up from the hotfix. I know a lot of Ultron mains were upset. Why are we nerfing Ultron? That's why, because they are very good at the top level. And having 3 drones that you can damage boost, heal, and speed boost your team is very effective in a triple strategist composition. And we almost saw some Psylocke there, but no, Binary's like, yeah, you just got to keep locking the Rogue. The Rogue's been going so good for Binary. I mean, definitely going to be looking out for that in Stage 2 as well.
To be fair, with the Ultron, you only get to damage boost everyone if you have the Penny team up, or like the enhanced version of the Penny team up.
I'm surprised they're not trying to like run that at the start maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Be a bit aggressive with it too. Like that could be a strategy here. Who knows?
That's definitely going to be a real problem on a map like Central Park, right? Like where we often see Ultron and Penny. That's going to be problematic.
The battle starts in 5.
I guess positioning from a Boohoo as well. Just trying to find a secret spot to stash their sustainability in terms of not having to worry about CC.
So Destroyed has actually gone for the piercing bullets once again. This also actually increased the primary fire damage of the Punisher as well. But it does mean that you don't really have a specific turn you can take with the Punisher off the back of that unlimited ammo. Nice delivery of the anti-heal there over towards the Magneto, but I think that there just hasn't been the follow-up available to try and get some real value off of this one.
Yeah, the bubbles are still able to keep them up. It's good heals coming out as well for the Crownfall players, so not too much to worry about even with these dives coming in from Binary, but as I say that, Protoss is going to get deleted.
Dude, Binary's been in the lab, man. When it comes to this Rogue, homie is destroying in the main. This is some disgusting Rogue gameplay. We have a lot of people saying over there.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that like Rogue isn't as effective this season because of the health nerfs, but I think that's why they got rid of some of the HP. They would have been too much effective from them, and that's a great zoning tool, using the Gambit and Magneto team up, keep them away from the portal.
Well, I mean, if you don't have enough HP, maybe supplement it with additional healing. And that's exactly what Triple Strategist is going to be for. Binary already gets rid of that regeneration domain. The Heartbreaker's ready to go. They are going to use it already. On the other side, Demon's laying down with the extra Groot ultimate. But what are you going to do with a lack of damage? Because Sestroid's already been taken down. The Ultrons are going to be exchanging their fire. The Rage of Ultron, well known. Closer falling lower. Quick strike from a Boohoo. Just draws the sword from the scabbard like a samurai of old, and Oscar is mostly relying on that Groot healing wall, the wild wall, to try and keep himself sustained here. Fire Strays are in a do-or-die scenario. Legend towards the back. Oscar gets stunned and has their circuits fried by the Sonic forces, and now Majed inside of the Invisible Woman ultimate has plenty of space to try and work with when it comes to the Judge, Majori, and the Executioner. Destroy jumps too high. A Boohoo above it all with the Meteor M, slams it down on their counterpart, and now can simply draw out the sword once again. The Samurai stands alone atop the mountain and says that you must get past me if you wish to take on my master's territory. And while they get past him real quick, slammed down by the talking stick. A Boohoo's bio bash is not going to be strong enough. Legend all by themselves, surrounded by foes, but still the whips are going to get it done. The daggers of Danaka flying. The Storm's got additional healing and damage here to work with, and Binary's just going to continue chasing away. They have to bring in the Groot ultimate, which is a huge investment.
I did like the looks from Binary there as well, and Oscar being on the Doctor Strange, able to lock things down, but they got to be careful. They got to stay on this objective the entire way forward and make sure that they can continue this push. Looking for their first map victory against Crownfall as well with their manager, and would be a huge boon for them. And swaps around for Crownfall. Majed going on toward the Wolverine. I do like these change-ups.
Oh, towards the back, trying to outpace Ayana Koji, but Ayana Koji reads the engagement. Already has used the Raging Royal Flush, but Binary still seeing all of these players move forward directly into their zone. You've come to fight with me now, the Southern Brawler, Doobie Brawler. Majed takes down Damon, arrived on the Wolverine, going up against the Vanguard. It's the preferred prey for Logan, but there's so much healing to try and break through. Close now to that last stand, but needs to survive for long enough to try and deploy it. Has been given all the resources. The team up, the rage, the strength, and the determination mean that Sestroid and Closer are not going to be here for this final battle. A Cosmic Yarn Amplifier in the perfect position means extra damage to try and sustain through, and Binary doesn't have the HP to try and do it. Damon's healing factor's not strong enough, nor is the evasiveness of Sloppo, who tries to play inside his team up, but the healing's not going to be there. Crownfall managed to take it away at the last moment, 2-0.
So close yet so far for Fire Strays, and this is a much better look of them as a roster in comparison to the first map we saw from them, right? You got to see some synergy, some flexibility too from the players, and having that kind of like 3 duelist rotation that they have as a typical team that we've seen through stage 1. It was nice to see the flexibility for the Gambit play that we saw. I mean, good looks for the most part too by Sloppo on that, playing super aggressively and a bit more proactive for their squad. And now looking, at the screen or the scoreboard here at the end of it too, I got to give a shout out to Oscar. I mean, 33-9, 57 assists, 6 final hits. This is a masterful improvement of performance for them as the sub-in for this team. And across the board too for Crownfall, I'd say like Fahad and Majed, they just did their thing and were able to lock it down. So Legend again too, 16 final hits. My goodness.
Yeah, some disgusting stuff here. Like Binary 21 on the Rogue. Yeah, it would appear that Gambit Rogue team up is still a little bit problematic. that stuff is strong, bro. Destroyed dropping in with the 63k damage as well. Obviously, the piercing bullets from the Daredevil do make that one a little bit easier when you're going up against these tightly formed formations. But it would appear that Fire Strays, like, they're having a moment here to figure out, like, if there's an emergency, how do they slot Oscar into this roster? Because he is rostered. He is their sub. I don't think they intended on using Oscar, given he's their manager, but taking this time now to figure out, like, how they can get the best value out of this, if there's, like, an emergency in Ignite, given that this team is qualified, I think is still a valuable experience for Fire.
I don't know if necessarily like the rocket was the best option on defense for them is my biggest, I guess, feedback I have for this, right? It felt like they got a lot more value out of having the damage boost from the Ultron drone specifically. And as you mentioned, still using the Penny team up for extra healing, but maybe not necessarily like the extra damage because you're not having the enhanced version of it. But even then, on the other side, I think the real thing that did them in here like day was having an Emma be sneaky in the back line and take the point and separate their attention completely on their defensive end for point 3. I feel like if that didn't happen, they would have won. So it's just a tough spot to come back from that too, right? And I think they did a good job of it. I mean, they made it past the first objective. A lot of teams struggled to even do that at the beginning of the game. So nice to see them at least push it all the distance that they could. It just wasn't enough at the end of it to get that final point.
I was impressed with the clarity of vision from Fire Strays, at least. Like when we saw Binary make that audacious rogue dive to grab the storm damage boost aura.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
Rogue is not an incredibly hardy hero now with her newly nerfed HP. Like, that required a lot of, like, investment from Fire Strays to go, you know what, yeah, we're all in on this silly, goofy dive. And it worked out well, and Fire Strays, that clarity of vision, I think, is something that they were lacking in Ignite, and one of the reasons why they're down here in relegation is that it felt like often they didn't really believe in their own plans, but seems like they're getting over whatever trust issue was there, and like, you know what, Binary, yeah, we're in for the silly, goofy dive, let's make this work.
Well, I'm interested to see, what we get out of them for the third map, what the third map is going to be for that as well. But I believe we're going to be setting it into a quick break. We'll be back with map number 3. Can Crownfall get the 3-0 sweep? Their first win pseudily in Ignite against Fire Strays as, a bit of a mulligan here. And we'll see once we come back from the break.
miss. I am too good at this.
Prehistoric protection!
Welcome back, everyone. We're just watching today's action if you're just tuning in for the promotion relegation mid-season qualifier here for EMEA. We already have 4 of our teams determined who have made it on into Stage 2 of Ignite: Crownfall, Fire Strays, the Lions, and Sun Myo IBN, which is Sun for those who don't know. And that is the streamer team. Currently in round 4 of the action. It's actually happening in game as we speak for some of the other matches as well, which are very closely contested. We might take a look at some of those after we finish our current one. Crownfall versus Fire Strays. Fire Strays, I was surprised. They put up quite a good fight, some good flexibility that we saw. You know, Oscar actually had a great performance there too, in comparison to what we saw from the first map as well from the team. And I think they've really come together to figure out a strategy for that map specifically. But I don't know about what this next one will be.
I think the Fire Strays definitely had a good plan for Midtown. It's very rare actually to see a rogue pivot for Midtown, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Midtown is one of those dive doesn't necessarily work here. It's one of the weaker dive maps. It's very mono lane, doesn't have great high grounds to try and work off of, apart from on 3rd point. So I was surprised to even get so much value out of an unorthodox composition for that one. They do get to pick the next map once again as the losers of our previous map, and now being shown match point here as Crownfall are 2-0 in this upper bracket. I think not for seeding matchup. Friendly.
Yeah. I mean, they still have another friendly ahead of them too, I believe today as well, for round 5 after this. So, some redemption that they could get against one of the other qualified teams there as well. But again, going into Symbiotic Surface will be our final map here, and I hope we don't see any C9s because we have seen a lot of those on this specific Convergence map like day.
Yeah, you could say it's an oddly shaped convoy, I guess, maybe. It's just a lump. You gotta mount the lump properly in order to get the good test. Mantis first banned once again, and so Gambit shall be guaranteed. And there's a world where Crownfall ban Binary's Rogue in the 3rd slot here, to be honest. To avoid that perma Gambit team up.
Could be the case, especially because of how effective that Rogue was last time. We saw, them banning out Binary specifically throughout the draft in the last 2 maps, just focusing on the solo Vanguard for their team that we've typically seen. But we might see a little bit more out of Demon again here as well on their side of things. But the mag one-sided. I feel like that's more of an issue than Fire Strays realizes. Just the mag effectiveness in this meta with the Chaos Greatsword and how much just damage they could do from range with that as well, with the wide hitbox of it.
Tabasco coming in for, I believe, for Hard here.
Oh, yeah. So we got another sub coming in.
Yeah, we did see Crownfall actually play Tabasco with Fahad in the Tier 2 tournament, I think because they were missing maybe Ayana Code. They were missing Protoss at the time, I believe.
That's
which
true.
Which had Fahad playing on Strategist, which wasn't the best setup, to be honest. Fahad's not a bad strategist, but definitely is more geared towards those kind of tertiary strategists like your Mantis or your Adam, who you're not really going to be running in the 2-2-2 or the Ultron. But I think this is going to be Tabasco being able to play their primary role of duelist with a fully formed team behind them. So this might be Crownfall really flexing what they can bring out. I'm not sure what Tabasco's particular hero pool is. We haven't seen a huge amount of them in the past, but I'm excited to see potentially the Black Widow.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that too much in this specific series. I mean, we saw the Black Widow in map 1, but we didn't see it in Midtown, which I'm kind of surprised. I feel like the Assassin's Focus, like the piercing ability of it, and also just the massive amount of damage you could do from that is very effective, but could have been opting for a different option there as well, trying to test some things out, as we mentioned with this, not having stakes between these two teams, but even then, Tabasco being on that Black Widow, having like a Black Widow specialist, I think is going to be sneaky good going into stage 2, depending on, nerfs and buffs and things of that sort. But based on their kit alone with the team ups that, again, are staying in the game, they're not removing any of them, as they mentioned. They're just going to adjust the fine tuning of differences of HP and things of that sort for them going forward, and just adding them to new heroes. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, we've already seen as well that some team-ups, they're experimenting with, like, base stat increases being associated with them. Like, for example, Elsa's, like, Devil Dinosaur team-up comes with a increase in damage to her primary fire. The same for Punisher with Daredevil as well, to try and make some of maybe the less active team-ups a bit more tempting.
Oh, man. Just getting bullied out of the spot from his close arm on that one, so... have to reset for a second before they actually go on the offense. Slapo here on the Hela, and I'm interested to see they're running the Venom team up specifically, which does have a bit of a enhanced stun available to them, and also a portal play coming through.
Very interesting. Slapo be the one playing the Hela here, given that Sestroid, in terms of their competitive career, has been a very strong Hela player, and Slapo actually is a great Namor. Would have been good to see that Hela Namor potentially come out here. Oh, hello. We're cosplaying now. Protoss is just laughing at Doppelganger, I guess. And Majed. Oh, that's a lovely stun. Holy 4 HP. Absolute aura check.
Well, reset pretty quickly on that one. I do like the kidnap from Destroyed. Unfortunately, they could not get the conversion themselves, but Demon does help them out with the one-sided... Well, I guess it's not one-sided because they're playing Strategist Deadpool this time instead of the Vanguard pool.
Yeah. Is applying any team ups here? Could be giving Oscar the Deadpool interdimensional toy box. Yeah, there it is.
That's right. That's exactly what they're using. Good call out. Good call out.
And Binary's on the Thor. That's my boy.
There we go. This will be your one look at the Thor gameplay throughout the day today.
Well, listen, Maybe some of it on Thor today.
Yeah.
This one doesn't count. They're undermanned. They're just going to try and run down Majed. We forgot that there's no more bridge there anymore, so Stopper's going to have to play from the low ground. And now Oscar is going to, of course, speed boost in Binary, who's going to be arriving a touch late to a fight, as already 2 players are down, but at least my Thor is here. The Thunder Realm. Oh, actually, Legend with a perfectly timed self-bubble to avoid being debuffed by the Thunder Realm. Very impressive stuff.
I did like that too, and Binary actually bailing out their duelist who was about to get focused down by the Chaos Greatsword. So good coordination for a bit of an unorthodox composition between these two teams. But even then, slaying the day away is Legend. Suns out, guns out. So in that costume.
All right, Damon has themselves a final exam to try and play with here. Already has sent out the headshot. Question is, can they hit the bonus? It would appear that indeed they have. Oscar, well, you will make lovely sushi, my friend. As Legend begins to cut through rock and stone, cut to the bone as the Chaos Blade strikes true. And Legend, well, they find closer up upon the masonry, perched like a cockatoo. Hello, boys. What are we doing back here? Are they going to spawn camp someone?
I think they are going to spawn camp.
Is anyone even down?
No one's down. I'm curious what the game plan is for them, but maybe just having a photo op is what they're doing here. Slapo though on the Hawkeye, our first Hawkeye look here as well. So actually they're going to try and see if they can kidnap the Loki, but I think that was a clone that they were looking at instead. Slapo does get a KO on the I know Koji though.
They did take down that clone there. Whoa! Okay, Majed knows all of the nicest spots. Well, he knows all the chillest spots. Only eats with the hottest dudes.
They're trying to take out Ayano from spawn. I just saw.
Yeah, Ayano, yep, they got him. Yes,
bye-bye.
That's my boy. Thor is unbeatable, baby. The Thor agenda is strong.
Meanwhile. Oscar just tried to
Yeah.
bait them out. Just say, hey, just focus on me while Binary is just going to be on the objective, backcapping them and using the God of Thunder to see if they can at least take anyone out. But I think that was a bit preemptive because nobody was there fighting the demons.
Oh! Okay, stops the God of Mischief. Hold up. Okay, well, this may have been a disappointing
No one
offense.
touched.
I think we can all agree that the Thor pounded.
It did. Binary showcased Thor decently there as well. I mean, hey, you can flank a lot better than you used to, and you also have more sustain because you have that Hela team up that does keep you alive at least a little bit until you get a KO yourself and then refresh your HP in full. But now we're seeing a bit of a swap up. Binary potentially going into the Gambit this time. We saw Slappo be the one who did it last go around, and maybe it's triple strategist in the future here for defense. They need a full hold to stay alive in the upper bracket here for the Ignite mid-season qualifiers promotion relegation tournament. Again, they have already qualified, but this is still a friendly to see who's the best of the best.
Okay, Abuhu. I think Abuhu's a pretty good rogue. I think I've seen a little bit of Abuhu rogue in my day. Legend is also flexing quite a wide hero pool. Admittedly, might not be bringing out their like 100% best vanguards, but is important to note that Legend has spent a majority of their competitive career as a strategist player. So the depth of vanguard hero pool that they have available to them is quite impressive. Are they going to go for an early mugging here? Please go for an early mugging.
Oh, we might see it. Oscar on the Dino as well. Slappo on the Torch.
Bro, what my Dino doing over there? He's just standing in main, looking goofy.
Jeff versus Jeff action. Oh my gosh.
Oh, will it be a Jeff diff? Is the Damon can't quite get over there. There we go. He's made it through the gap. The Jeff gap has been found. Tabasco is just firing away, as Majed is going to be able to help out with some of these as well. The Jubilee could be in danger. Yep, so they are. Majed manages to find that one. Demons move towards the back. This was quite a piecemeal disengage here from Fire Strays, but Sloppo's still trying to make it work. But Johnny Storm, round the back, is going to stand alone against 4 and gets their neck broken by Rogue. It happens. We've got the medicine to fix this.
They do have the fully enhanced team up here as well, so constant heals and damage coming out from the road, which makes it so much better. And well, there's going to be a good flank by Tabasco. It says, oh, you're hiding there? I see you, peekaboo.
Oh man, call that one Operation Praying Mantis. Valuna just rolled up trying to hit one heal. They dropped the sun on them twice. Unbelievable stuff from Groundfall. No mercy in their hearts. And well, Fire Strays are going to be kicked down to the lower bracket, where hopefully Blaxo's internet will have time to recover.
They might be on holiday too. I could be mistaken on that one as well. TBD, but they did qualify either way. Lower bracket ahead of them waits the winner of the Chosen One and Delete the VOD. That series still underway. And then also GG5 times and Alter Esports in the lowers. But I think, Tabasco getting some playtime, showcasing, hey, you got to worry about me and my Black Widow in the future. Potentially a solid rotation of players there for them going into the next stage of Ignite in the fall. But even then, big notes. Still around the same of that first map, I would say, for Oscar here. 3 and 4 on their side. No final hits, though. I was hoping they'd at least get one towards the end here. Slappo, we didn't really get to see the Torch too much at the end. Torch, I feel like some people have done Torch Ultron on like the Central Park Celestial Husk. But that's mainly been like some matches that haven't really been of note. We haven't really seen it come to bear just yet because I feel like having the hit scan of Elsa or having the hit scan of the Black Widow, it's very difficult to play Flyers in this meta.
Yeah, like, if you're playing Flyers, you're generally playing them like, ground people who can jump real high, you know? Like, we're seeing the Storm played low, the Ultron played low. Not an incredibly vertical game right now because, like, Hela is so dangerous. Same
Hela
as you said,
too, oh my
or
gosh,
Widow.
yeah.
Like, this Hela Widow it's a very ranked composition, to be honest.
That's true.
But
that is
like,
very true.
With the change like Hela's, like Niflheim Crow being able to like pilot it a bit more actively, does mean you've got a touch more capacity to take the off angles. Although admittedly in this composition, I think you'd probably be having your Widow take the off angles with the unlimited sprint and super jump, which is an egregious kit for a hit scan duelist to have, to be honest.
It is crazy.
And our Widows are putting it to its best use.
We need someone to do like a foot race between Captain America and Black Widow and see who can get like to the end of a map on like Convoy the fastest or something like that. It'd be pretty funny. But, you know, even then, congratulations to both of these teams for making it into Ignite Stage 2. Crownfall, they had some question marks because they didn't make it into the main event for the Tier 2 EMEA League that we were talking about earlier this week because of, you know, some upsets, some players weren't available, things of that sort. And it's nice to see that they were able to lock in throughout their journey of the bracket. As I mentioned before, they took down Croc's Brain 2-0. That's why Andrew's team. Then N1X, which we saw at the beginning of the show today in a 2-0. And then as you could see here, got a 3-0 over Fire Strays. And then, of course, you know, we got to give a nod to the teams who unfortunately did not make it back. And the big one there is Reason Gaming, as we talked about leg day. Unfortunately lost 2 series in a row, one against the Lions and then GG 5 times. 2 tough competitors to give all credit due. Lions, of course, made it back in from that series. And GG 5 times still fighting for their chance to make it into Ignite, and we'll see if they can do that.
Yeah, like, very excited to see what our last qualifiers are going to be. GG 5 times is going up against Alter Esports, I believe, for a spot in Ignite. That's probably the match to watch. We'll try our best to negotiate that one onto screens for you guys. We'll be back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword! I never miss. I am too good at this.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still in round 4, but we have a Ignite qualification match on the line. Delete the VOD facing, or GG5 times, excuse me, facing off against Alter Esports. Delete the VOD versus the Chosen Ones on the other side for those last 2 spots here. Leg day, GG5 times hot off of a 3-0 victory against Reason Gaming, guaranteeing potential for a new face in Ignite if they take down Alter Esports here. And Alter Esports still looking for a bounce back after losing in the upper bracket to Sun Mio IBN, which was the streamer team featuring Necros, Imperator, and friends.
Yeah, Sun Mio IBN. I think that's Sun, as you said before. Call that one a Sunyon ring because it goes back on itself. My goodness, GG5 times, they've I mean, it's not like they've come out of nowhere. These are known players. Kylian Mbappe, fresh off the France World Cup team, hoping to do a little bit better here. Pink, previously of Team Peps. KQ's been around the scene, not to be confused with KQZ. And Alter Esports, of course, we know them from a less of an inspiring performance in Ignite. But this is a team with a lot of potential. They've got some strong players on this roster who are just desperate for another chance to show that they can do it right.
Yeah, I mean, the KQ43 we talked to yesterday after some of their matches, and they were giving us some good insight to how strong the Black Widow really is. So I'm curious if we'll see that pulled out specifically on this map. We saw on Hell's Heaven earlier with N1X and the Chosen Ones that it was very efficient there, but not too surprised that we're seeing the Elsa ban come through. That's another priority that you're going to get familiar with throughout this meta, especially with the Gambit saves again.
Okay. Gambit saved. Elsa taken off the field. There's a world where maybe you ban the Rogue here. I don't think Rogue is in like a truly powerful, like oppressively powerful.
You can still
state
play
right
it
now.
with like the Mag team up, even if like Gambit for some reason isn't on the table as well. So I feel like Rogue is good, but as you mentioned, not super oppressive unless there's like a specific Rogue player on the other team to worry about. But I do like that ban of the Black Widow. That's what I'm talking about here, leg day, but also the focus on the Mag save. They might go one-sided Mag as well if they can.
Yeah, one-sided Mag certainly has been a bit of a power play so far. I'd love to see, I mean, like you said, a very, very strong ban, especially going up against KQ43, who has been one of our premier, I don't know if we can call them Widow abusers yet, but certainly a Widow user.
Smart to save the Magneto. They knew the ban was going to come out if they didn't get that through. And as we talked about, and even saw in the Fire Strays Crownfall series that, you know, the matchup between teams where it's one-sided Magneto is just even more effective than it has been in the past. And you know, back in the days where we saw Mag Emma just ruling the lobbies, it's reminiscent of that. I know like a content creator friend of mine who says if Mag is meta, the game is beta. So that's what these players are fully tuning into with the Magneto saves. And I do like the Loki bans too.
Really showing off you got some friends there, huh, VOD? Wow. Like they will remember that. Gonna jump in here soon. Monarch having made a bit of a role flip. Well, admittedly, can you say that Monarch made a role flip? Monarch's always been like a pluripotent player for Alter, but certainly has been central to their designs now newly as a Vanguard player after having lost team captain in the nadir of Season 1.
Frankie Boxing going to be living up to the name with the left and right hooks that they'll be dishing out potentially if they do stick with that thing. But potential portal play as well. But now I do like the Angela option here, especially with the submap where you can send them into the lava below. Also potential for the Rogue play on their side too. There's a lot of good options here for this Alter Esports Vanguard lineup. And you know, the elephant in the room, or the team captain in the room, no longer on the roster, means that Monarch is that player to step up for this Vanguard line for their team. So a lot of potential for them. Might see a portal play come out, or they might just play it straight up with the team up. We'll have to see what the strategy is going to be there.
Great read here from Frankie, rolling out on the Thing. Admittedly, the Thing was one of Frankie Boxing's original heroes. Oh, here comes the portal mugging. Seems to have mostly been avoided here by GG5 times. I don't think Whoops has actually managed to grab anyone either with the bionic hook. And now this is the risk of making this portal engage right now. You've given up position on the point to a group team, and you're going to have to try and siege into this prepared team with a Storm. Like, you don't have many vertical options. You are going to essentially just be playing the super jump ground character, and Whoops is demanding a lot of attention here on this off angle. Remember that Frankie can't be pulled, so Urbana Cook will only stun them in place for a second, and KQ then manages to get the punish there after to try and make sure that Frankie can't continue playing on this front line. Out comes the Torch team up, the flaming fists are flying, but Frankie is once again forced to disengage because the damage is so strong.
I'm liking the walling here from Kylian and Mbappe just to keep their team sustained, but the problem is they can only do it for so much with Whoops going in.
Oh, Mbappe, he'll be down no matter what. Unfortunately, no resurrections on the table for this one. Maverick almost grabbed out of the invisible boundary, but Larry saved them for now. That's a lot of healing to try and play with. GG 5 times did manage to get that additional cap. So as this fight goes on and the time continues to be spent, they're still finding themselves with a significant advantage. A big burst slow off the back of the Invisible Woman ultimate, but Larry seems to still be living in the back line. All the attempt to try and make something happen here. Maverick cannot survive the culling aura, but Whoops can't get themselves another impact. Still, the rest of their mechanics are still moving true for now, and at 55% with the point moving, so too will control.
Whoops on this Bucky is just server admin, at least for now, but potential for a comeback from GG 5 times because they do have their own Kraken impact available that they can combo with the Raging Royal Flush. There's potential for it to be shut down, though, by the clobbering time. Frankie Boxing just waiting in the wings, trying to jump scare them as they turn the corner.
Oh, that's a big grab. The infinite ammo on the other side. Oh, they completely no-sold Frankie's ultimate. They put him up on the Thorn Lash wall. And so the clobbering time just went nowhere. What a no-sell from Kylian Mbappe. Might not be making it work in the World Cup, but certainly Marvel Rivals is going a bit better for him. Frankie's team up already expired. Does have those embattled leaps if he wants to use them to try and inflict the vulnerability, but for now just having to continuously give up this space. Karika taken down to the floor. The grounding effect is going to be everything. They're going to settle for Frankie, and they're going to grab him on the other side. The reset is solid, but the healing is gone. Karika looking towards the back now can just try and float away. The grounding effect once more is going to be too troublesome, and that tainted voltage is almost always off cooldown. Monarch isolated. Rotterdam begins its little adventure here, and infinite ammo is deployed against the Sorcerer Supreme, and well, I can't help but think that the spells are not quite as strong as top caliber weaponry.
Frankie Boxing too, just trying to keep on the objective as best they can, but the final judgment comes through and just almost deletes them. Perfect positioning afterwards and kind of wasting the ultimate here.
Invisible Boundaries trying to turn this one around. A portal opened up behind him as well. It means that Whoops has the option. I think that Pink was temporarily through the portal and so not inside the Invisible Boundary. But the reset is shut down by Maverick in turn. And now 5 versus 5. Ultra Esports are on the timer now with GG 5 times are in control. Out comes the Gambit ultimate. Raging Royal Flush brings everyone forward. Frankie thinks it's time to run away, but is going to try and stand their ground for a moment. Selbst in the middle of the enemy team is easy to take on down. The clobbering time strikes true this time around, and Ultra Esports rebuff the offense and retake the point surely.
They look for Tesco here on the main roster now for Ultra Esports as their Gambit main, and he's been doing great work in terms of keeping them alive, cleansing them whenever these ultimates come through from Kylian Mbappe, and just making sure that they're in the right spot to not go down after they use the Raging Royal Flush. I think that's one of the most important factors here for any Gambit players in this meta.
Eyes on the Dictator. Mbappe good to go. 3% away from a strangling prison. Certainly can farm it off of Frankie Boxing here, but Pink's already down. The follow-up's going to be nerfed. Kylian tries to turn it around, but there should be enough defense here off the back of a shield of a Seraphim. Monarch takes to the skies. Doesn't want to stick around to try and deal with Karika's face, and an isolation onto Whoops on the outside angle is going to be difficult to deal with. Fresh slices with the sword to try and take out the back line. Pink's going to return on the Black Cat in the midst of all of this as well, and Frankie Boxing just surrounded by walls. Is slapped down by the thorny lashes.
Good KO there by KQ as well. Did they ult in? Okay.
Okay, that's going to be a lot of healing as well. And the slow's going to be real. Pink chased on the outside. Whoops wins his 1v1. Gets his one. It seems like the Meteor Ram bought Kariha low, and so KQ's there on the other side to try and make this one work. Rotterdam begins rolling. Full instinct here to try and play with. The sword has been drawn from a scab, and that's so many stuns! Surely Tenacity procs now, if not ever. Yet another reset, but there is going to be no additional cast here as it seems the culling aura is gone. Pink's going to return from the outside. Kellyan is just floating away in a bubble, and here comes the Gambit ultimate. The tempo goes up, so too does the damage. There's going to be a good bubble, but Maverick won't be sticking around to give over any more of those. The Vanguards are falling down. Pink stands alone, but Larry's there beside them inside the invisible boundary. Whoops has to try and get themselves out of here. The emergency to be called. It's on all cylinders that the Alter Esports are going to be firing, and guess what? Pink just has to try and deal with all of the pressure. Alter Esports are in control of the point, and now someone's got to touch.
No portals available either after we did see Pink use theirs to get on the objective originally, so not the greatest spot they want to find themselves in. Maverick swapping to the Rogue to see if the Brawl will be enough to go toe-to-toe with them, and Mbappe being on the Venom actually might be able to target the backline a little bit better with those team-ups.
Pink on the Spider-Man, be back quick, but might not have the fragging power that they need. Kellyan's fallen on down. KQ can't do much. A couple of Groot spores on the ground are going to maybe put down their roots, but it seems that Alter Esports have dug their roots in on the point, and they say that we won't be moving. What a turnaround.
It felt like it was so heavily in the favor of GG 5 for the majority of that push in the middle part of this first objective on Frozen Airfield, but now going to the Super Soldier Factory. This is a must-win sub-map by GG 5, not just to prolong this map, of course, but just momentum in the series, right? It felt like they had full control, and it slipped away from them. Unfortunately, not able to score a single goal if this was the World Cup. And we will see Alter Esports, rally back at the end. I did like the swaps that came out, of course. Monarch rocking the Doctor Strange after the portal. It still went really good for them. Kuriha, though, being on the Star-Lord here specifically, seeing the way that they could flank around, target the back line, and pull focus away from the rest of the team, that there was such a delayed invisible boundary from Larry at the end. Half the team was already gone, and there's no chance for them to bounce back. So we'll see if a portal play comes out from Alter Esports again. But I do want to give a shout out to Frankie Boxing as well. Kept them sustained immensely throughout that team fight.
There could be a very quick clobbering time out the back of the portal right here. Oh, Kellyan can't fit. He's just too wide. Oh, the Chungus Groot is so difficult to try and get through there. Is Frankie Boxing also too wide? He has to just do a quick J turn around the portal to get through onto the other side. And now GG 5 have to try and make this one work without their Groot. Sebs coming. Oh, couldn't get everyone with the Gambit ultimate. They were invisible inside of the invisible boundary. What timing from EXO, and that means for GG 5 are going to be lacking the value from this one. Pink finds the hit scan prowess of Kuriha a little bit too dangerous to deal with, and Kellyan once again is going to be falling towards the back. I'm not sure if the Eye of Agamotto really got that much value, but it did keep many players at bay. A quick slap around from Woops, gets the melee there. Quick slap with the bionic arm. Here's a gift from Hydra from me to you.
Perfect map for it too, for the Winter Soldier to be unleashed on the competition. Whoops is just putting on a masterclass for it as well. I mean, KQ43, we've seen some good effectiveness from them in that first sub-map, but the problem is that they just lost the initiative right from the gate here after Alter Esports got their first pick. So, like Kuriha here on the Storm, flanking around to see what GG 5 can come up with though, and they have the invisible boundary.
Aggressive play. Kuriha was just too slowed by the Invisible Woman to get away from this one. But now there's going to be a chance to recontest. Frankie Boxing already falling low, but has popped their team up, and the damage off the back of the Gambit is going to be so difficult to deal with. Kellyan and Mbappe has gone high off the back of the bubble, controlling the high ground, but still controlling the point. They're going to be Alter here. Kuriha ready to come down from on high. The Storm of the Century about to be sent into a mix of GG 5. They've fled to the high ground, but Kellyan has no such recourse against such a squall from the Storm. And GG 5 are sent scampering into their battened down hatches.
The Omega Hurricane's doing such a great job of keeping them off the objective. More of like a zoning tool in that initiative than anything else. And yeah, it doesn't need to necessarily get the KOs, but it's still a Hurricane that you don't want to deal with and fly into unprepared from GG 5 who still are struggling to get any percentage. Momentum completely flipped in favor of Alter Esports.
Frankie can't quite get back up to the high ground off the back of that embattled leap. And so now it's time for Kellyan. Needs to be careful about that shield of a Seraphim towards the back. Oh, it grabs so many. The squishies are stuck in. And well, they're just turned into a casserole by GG 5 at 99%. It's given up by Alter.
This is what we were waiting to see from GG 5. Some sort of combination with the ultimates, and We saw a good look of it in the first sub map, but it was just a slippery slope to their potential demise in the second point. Now Alter Esports, all eyes on them to see how they bounce back, especially using the Gambit to move forward.
Get another aggressive play. Has Selbst been able to give many players the Gambit ultimate is the question, as they would have been invisible inside of that boundary. A quick self-cleanse of a Culling Aura courtesy of the Jeff Bubble. But Kellyan now doesn't have much to try and save themselves. Going to be relying on their co-tank in Maverick to just try and hold that front line. Monarch holds up the shield to cut off the healing. And then there's just a little bit of extra help from a map as well. Monarch stands in the way. The bulwarks have been drawn. The fortress so hard to try and penetrate right now, and just playing outside of range means KQ can't get it done. Larry races up the invisible boundary, but it's a second too late. And Alter Esports appear to have got their mojo back.
Call them Alter Esports at this point, just by the way that they were using those perfectly throughout the first and second sub maps. I mean, using the invisible boundary to get rid of the LOS for the Gambit ults, I mean, we haven't seen that in quite some time. Back in the preseason, honestly, it was when we saw most of the Gambit play, but now that it's coming back into the fold, this is a master performance from Alter Esports, where they had some questionable looks yesterday. So good bounce back for them in map 1. Kind of a statement made, I would say, especially in the ban draft, having the Magneto locked in, but also making sure that they weren't playing second fiddle to the side of GG5 times, because we did see that ban come out for the Black Widow, which was so effective for KQ43. It just didn't seem as lethal on the Bucky in comparison. 7 final hits to 19. That's the difference there, like that.
I mean, also, I'm afraid Pinker had a stinker here. 5 and 9. It's uninspiring, though I do think that they did force Exo to change team ups. I assume that Exo probably rolled out on the Flame Shield. Actually swapped over to a Mr. Fantastic Invisible team up, because I think that you can actually completely no-sell a Psylocke ultimate by turning your team invisible inside of it. And unless, like, you know, as your ranked teammates always do, they can get themselves destroyed by, you know, shooting and breaking the invisibility. But in coordinated pro play, your team might be able to not break that invisibility and just completely evade the attentions of a Psylocke.
Looking at the future here for the Alter Esports roster, I mean, again, we talked about it. You know, they had a player before no longer on the roster and had to kind of figure out, okay, who's going to be our main starting team for this mid-season qualifiers for Ignite Stage 2. And Tesco coming in, of course, as the Gambit player here, and then, you know, Monarch changing things up for the Vanguard line. I think having that stability as a team. We even talked to their coach in Toxism, and they had a lot of good things to say about this team, feeling a lot more confident than they did during Stage 1. So we'll see what they could do, but we're going to be taking a quick break before we get to map number 2. We'll be back with the action after this.
good at this. Nowhere to hide. Double-edged sword. I never miss. I am too good at this.
Prehistoric protection.
Map 1 of our best of 5 qualification match here during the mid-season qualifiers for Stage 2. It does go the way of Alter Esports as they rally back from a interesting performance that we saw during Stage 1. It's the best way to say it, but I think they've really come together as a team in the off time between then and now. The couple months that they've had, I think this meta definitely works out pretty solid for them. Frankie Boxing not even needing to play the Angela that they're known for and looking really good on the thing, which, I mean, things had some like appearances here and there in terms of meta, but they've been more unleashed than ever before. It looks like with the Phoenix team up we saw, just able to do so much damage across the board. And going into this next map, I mean, what does GG5 Times really need to focus on here? I know we picked out one player in particular. Is that the main thing that we need to see like that?
Yeah, I think they just need all 6 players to load into the lobby. Like that'd be a great start. Admittedly, like maybe they gotta worry about like some counterplay that's been coming up here, because like obviously Gambit at the moment is kind of like your mainstay power player, right? Like gonna be your first protect, because Mantis is always first banned. We did see Stelps get like lost an entire ultimate to like an invisible boundary because they couldn't see anyone inside of it. Maybe GG5 Times got to be a little bit more on track when it comes to tracking the opposing ultimates and making sure that they know what counterplay could be available in terms of like the invisible boundary to that Gambit ult.
Well, it looks like we'll be going to Central Park for our next map here. So a lot of potential. We're talking about it a little bit during the break. You know, could see some Human Torch here specifically. Torch Ultron, we've known to be very favored by a lot of teams on this map. Shikigami, of course, being one of the squads we saw during the regular season and playing at that specifically. We could see some Penny Parker at the start as well with that too, and have the team up with Ultron, as we talked about in our last series, as a potential option for 3 people to have all the damage boost and every sustain ability that they need for holding down that first objective. But I'm really curious on, you know, what the strategy is going to be for Alter Esports on their end of things, right? Are we going to be seeing an Angela as well, if there is going to be the flyers coming out from the side of GG5 Times? So a couple of different options here for these teams depending on which compositions that they want to go for. So I'm all ears, I'm all eyes on the gameplay to see what they're going to be rocking out with for their first fights. And I think, you know, with this meta specifically, you know, Groot's still a pretty good force that we could see from Kylian Mbappe, just to shut off some of the lines of sight for how good hit scan is as well. So maybe we'll see some Black Widow ban again. I think that worked out really well for Alter Esports against GG5 Times last time. And Widow, this is a pretty good map, I would say, for Widow. I don't know if you agree or not on that leg day.
I think this is a pretty good map for Widow. We did have a theorization during our previous map that like one of the most devious places to run Ultron Penny would be first point defense of Central Park. Yep. This is a fantastic Penny zone, and obviously the Ultron Penny team up is disgusting. It's disgusting. I was watching Trust Me stream the other day. Trust Me was talking about how they were scrimming against Liquid Citadel. Apparently, like Polly on the Penny with the Ultron team up on this map, they couldn't figure it out. Admittedly, Na'Vi are a team that have had historic issues with attacking Central Park first. The first map they lost this year was Central Park, where they got full held by Shikigami, who were running a triple flag competition with an Angela and a Human Torch and an Ultron. all of whom are in a reasonable position in our current meta.
They also only lost the one map against VP during all of Stage 1 on Central Park as well. So maybe just Central Park is their kryptonite. It seems like there. But either way, for these teams, Alter Esports versus GG5 times, the big question is, what are they going to focus on for the ban draft, right? Is it going to be a complete mirror to what we saw before, or will it be more map dependent? Do we see a penny ban even? Who knows? We've seen some of those in previous matchups during this promotion relegation qualifier itself, but on that side of things, Mantis will be the universal ban across the board. Teams do not want to give that increased healing, increased damage, and everything else that Mantis enables with the team ups in this update.
Don't forget the speed boost.
Yep, that's true.
Oh boy. Wow, that's just kit upon kit for Mantis. Pretty good. There goes the Elsa. Just checking my names right here. GG5 times are the blue team. Alter Esports are going to be the red. So Alter have taken away the Elsa, likely from Pink and KQ, trying to squeeze those hero pools again.
True,
Given that KQ is currently hovering the Hawkeye, like, I wouldn't mind seeing the Hawkeye come out with the Psylocke team up. I think the Hawkeye Psylocke team up is disgusting.
That's like the AoE one, right? Like,
yeah,
like
that's the one where you get, like, essentially the shotgun arrow, and if Psylocke is present, they also become explosive.
Yeah, the upgraded blast arrow to the psionic arrow. So can continuously bank extra psionic arrows, releasing the bowstring rapidly fires all accumulated arrows forward in sequence. So very lethal combo there. And again, second verse, same as the first, as we saw in the first map, right? The Elsa ban mirrors the more focus on the target bans after that with the Black Widow and then the Vanguard Deadpool, like we see as well. You know, Monarch did really good on the Vanguard Deadpool before, but also targeting the thing they don't want to worry about Frankie boxing, but hey, they have the Angela available to them then.
You know what? That's kind of a based ban. Like, Frankie boxing was causing a couple issues. Like, we didn't see big clobbering times, not going to lie. What wasn't the largest clobbering times, but the neutral Frankie play was very difficult. Like, even with Punisher and Winter Soldier, they couldn't deal with Frankie. And you know what? They're going to take away Kellyan's signature hero as well. We're likely going to see Kellyan move over to something like a Magneto here instead. And play that. Oh no, Mavericks must have been playing the Magneto for them. So what? Kellyan is a good Venom? So I wouldn't mind seeing Kellyan play that. Venom's in a good place right now. Both his Phoenix and his Blade team-ups are both incredibly strong.
Yeah, there's a debate going on, like, which of them is better to use. Like, the Blade one basically makes it so you just have unlimited uptime. You can't go down because you're just getting the life steal and also doing extra damage from that with your combo of your ultimate. But there's also potential, too, with the Phoenix team-up just for, like, the cleaving effect of it if you do have it fully activated. But Kylian Mbappe actually opting for the Hulk here, so we'll maybe see some unique compositions from GG5 times. Pink rocking the Black Panther. Is that actually going to be happening? That'd be our first one today. And I mean, they do have the Storm team up available, but yeah, the better option is always going to be Black Cat with the best dive here on the game right now. You know, they have buffed gambling for trying to get more of their currency. They can have more currency, so they have a bigger bank account. 1,200 instead of just 1,000, and then of course they have the 2 usages of their steal, the yoink ability that we see from them with the Spider-Man. So probably see a lot of that flank around them using invisibility.
I think we're about to open a portal turret for KQ43 because most of the team are rolling up and Kellyan and KQ are staying behind. Oh, that is a nasty angle for the turret, by the way. This is really going to put Alter in a bit of a corner when it comes to defending here. Kylian Mbappe grabbed on in, and you know what? The Trooper's Fist is going to push them even deeper, but now everyone's stuck in this hallway here. You can see that Gambit team up with the mag is continuously knocking them back, but Whoops is just aiming, bro. Homie is hitting every shot with the Rotter Stern. A deep dive coming through from Maverick is going to be backed up here by Larry, and that does mean that it's going to take a while for that mag to return, but constant pulls onto this rogue mean that they need a lot of pocket.
I do like the option here for the Rogue, specifically for Maverick, to try and maybe go toe-to-toe with Frankie Boxing on the Angela. Whoops just gets deleted, though, by Larry that time. The sustained damage coming out from the side of GG5 times, a bit too much to deal with. So good potential for Maverick, trying to go one-to-one with Frankie Boxing, but Monarch's not going to let Pink escape.
Draws for sword, slices through. Higher fire rate here for KQ is going to make them a tricky customer to try and deal with. So Monarch has to bring up the shield in their own face. They give up the space and may well give up the point off the back of this as well. Frankie finally emerges onto a point with the Angela, stabs in the Rogue, and it's going to get them low. But a good 7 brawl onto the point does mean that Maverick has plenty of HP to work with now. Up comes extra damage courtesy of the Gambit ultimate. A Raging Royal Flush means that Frankie now is looking for something to try and turn this one around. KQ's down and so cannot benefit from the Gambit ult that was given on over. A spinning kick, a pirouette, the attempt to try and peel. A Heartbreaker unleashed from Maverick here, but I'm afraid that the damage might have already been done. A start of a momentum, but they need to contest at all times. Ultra Esports are so close to the edge, and Korea just rolls them down. And a quick elbow, the people's elbow to Maverick's jaw, might be enough to get this done.
So menacingly just walking towards you with a Red Room rifle, and there's nothing you can do to escape, and just trying to get reset there was Maverick. Pulled out a little bit too far away from the rest of their team. I do like Pink swapping over to the Wolverine. We saw some relative success from it before, and honestly might not have been a bad idea for Kylian Mbappe to use the Hulk and try to go for the team up.
Oh, held in place by the Heaven's Retribution and then squished under the almighty force of Monarch. 2 ults for for Ultra Esports.
Yeah, they do have the Whoops ultimate here with the Doctor Strange after, getting the portal potential to move forward, and then we'll have to see if GG5 times are going to be able to use that Punisher Final Judgment effective enough to just wipe the playing field of Ultra Esports, because they desperately need something with this minute remaining.
Magamoto stuns too. Larry going to be falling down. Maverick the same, but Larry doesn't take any damage during this. And it seems that there's also been a little bit of additional pressure on the point. Maverick grabbing 2 is huge. Of this permanently available Gambit team up, we saw the Gambits fighting each other in the back, but the bonking stick goes the way of Selbst. And that's going to be GG5 times for a reasonable time back of 3 minutes per second.
Mr. X comboing pretty well to deliver justice in the back line of Ultra Esports on this one. GG5 times, I feel like they found the combo that they need in terms of progressing the objective. KQ43 on the Bucky. We see Pink being a little bit more effective on the flanks and kidnaps with the Wolverine, and a bit more of a threat too with Maverick trying to dive that Black Widow.
Just completely trying to erode all this space away from the Black Widow. Not letting her feel safe. Here comes for speed. Oh, it's countered instantly, but Korea just was in a bad position, and Whoops now might be here alone. 1 versus 4 in the back line. Frankie's here for a touch of healing. The healing was good for a while, but was just continuously displaced by that Gambit-favored odds team up.
Potential for the invisible boundary to come out from Larry if they need it, for GG5 times just to sustain as they push this objective forward. But the Ultra Esports side, I'm kind of more curious on when the Meteor M will come through, probably saving that to try and take out that invisible woman. Maverick, though, just creating so much space and opportunity with all of their abilities, and I'm just loving this positioning that we're seeing from them on Rogue.
Big plans with Meteor M here for Monarch. Can they find a target? Sends it flying towards the back. Doesn't seem to have done too much now. And Pink managing to hold on to that regenerative healing factor due to the auspices of the healers. Larry brings up the invisible boundary. Going to be matched out here by Exo, but Korea finds himself in a bad position towards the back. We don't really have a great angle. Oh, the Red Room rifle, though. The collapse is absolutely disgusting. Rancid gameplay from Korea as they absolutely demolish the offense of GG5 times.
Oof, that one's got to hurt. Sent back to the respawn rooms, Pink, after resetting, and not exactly the way that they want to find themselves. And this might be the new way to play the game. One-sided Widow, make it so that you have all of the sight lines on your opponents, and you can combo the Red Room rifle using the Assassin's Focus with the Galactic Legend for just the extra damage as well. So, or not Galactic, excuse me, the Raging Royal Flush on that one. But Whoops does have the Kraken Impact available for them. We'll see if that'll be enough to try and disrupt Kylian Mbappe having the Meteor M potential for them to shut down a lot of the damage that can come through here.
Oh, Frankie. Heartbroken there by Maverick. Pink has the last stand, has full rage, goes in towards the back, wants Korea and gets Monarch as a bonus. That's going to be a huge amount of personnel missing now. It's going to be difficult to contest, and so it's going to be impossible. Ultra Esports are going to have to hold this one on third, if at all.
Tough spot to be in if you are Alter Esports. You're kind of expecting to hold that one there, especially, you know, having that Kraken impact available, but just didn't get as much effectiveness of it. And Kylian Mbappe, I've been loving the positioning of them on this Magneto. They've been really just trying to go toe-to-toe, not just with the front line, of course, with the Chaos Greatsword, just dueling back and forth like lightsabers there between the two Magnetos. But, you know, even then, just targeting those flanking players who are a little bit squishier from the side of Alter Esports.
Exo hitting the force physics to try and stop that grab from the Wolverine. That's the primary task of the Invisible Woman in this pre-fight brawl. Maverick's got a fully charged 7 brawl. That's going to start deteriorating fast. To the skies goes Monarch. They're stuck in place. An easy doubles. They're squished to the face. The Magneto manages to hit exactly what they were looking for, and this is going to be a very difficult position now to attack for GG, because there's a pit by the side and an Angela who's prowling.
My eyes are kind of on KQ43 here. They've had that Kraken impact for such a long time and just been waiting for the perfect moment to strike with it. But if you hold it for too long, there might not be a moment to come here.
Kellyan ready to draw the sword, but so worried about this pit. Doesn't have a Meteor M to rescue themselves from a nasty position. Oh, that's a big pull, though. Grabs in multiple players. And whoa, Whoops is just built different. Huge shots to the dome of KQ43. Frag after frag. For regenerative healing factor of the Wolverine is already gone. Look, Korea's just in this free position where they can put out so much damage with very little consequence. Nice cleanses coming through from Cell. Maybe they can rescue this one. Whoops has gone too deep. Monarch stands alone, and Maverick is going to be the one who is a victim of the Great Sword. But Korea stops at the top of the stairs and stands ready to receive these guests. An explosion of plasma will blow away Stelbs, and there's no culling to be found at the hands of the Bucky. Goodbye to Kellyan. You've already used your ultimate. The second chance is spent, and so too are so many of these recontests. Larry isolated, no one can touch. Stelb tries to debark the portal, but doesn't have time. Held on third are GG 5 times.
Central Park just might be the new domain of the Black Widow. The venomous bite that we could see from them every time, taking a chunk out of the HP bars of their opponents. And it's so hard to contest that final checkpoint, specifically because of that long sight line. You have that staircase where you can't really escape it. And even though we did see, you know, some group play before, you can't play this time, Mbappe, because it was banned out. I mean, this is a great read, you know, from Alter Esports on the end to stop them before the third checkpoint, read them in terms of, you know, what would be the most effective to ban out for those last 2 bans, and then it's just been a different ball game for them to lock in towards the end there. So I'm curious what the strategy is going to be on the attacking side here for the Alter Esports roster. You see Kuriha swapping on over to that Black Cat, so I mean, I like that flexibility from them, going from Black Widow to Black Cat, 2 very different heroes in terms of play style. So we'll see if that's going to be a good look for them. And Frankie actually rocking with the Rogue potentially.
Well, certainly would be accurate to the name. Bit of brawling for Mr. Boxing. And Kuriha, like, you can get some very interesting attacks on Central Park off the back of the is it the Ring of Zonai for Black Cat, the portal ring?
Yeah, the portal ring. You can go in the first room and basically like skip the whole first objective almost.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, new kind of portal coming out here as Monarch just takes the team safely to the high ground. The Korea is going to be giving everyone that additional damage and the additional sustainability as well from Exo, who came through with the Soul Bond. But now it's time for Alter to run on forth as well. They got their own Soul Bond. Those have both been spent. A huge amount of resources are gone, and Larry just gets crushed by the buildings as Monarch clears away the nest. You play around the periphery. Alter have themselves a little bit of space control to work with, but Alter, they just have such an audacious take. Like, just, it feels like GG 5 times were shell shocked, paralyzed by the aggressivity of that push.
Also, I believe they're using the Storm and Atom team up specifically as well, and that's got a lot of effectiveness too, just based on the changes that we've seen with that. No longer leaving the fart trail behind you, but actually, you know, having a bit of a boosted soul bond too. You have some extra damage boost from that of 12% when it's enhanced, and a 30% speed boost, so more of like a rush composition from that.
Frankie punished for their attempted assassination. Grabbed back by the Invisible Woman, but KQ went too far out, and the punishment was severe as well. Monarch feels confident, even without their second Vanguard, to be able to play in the neutral here. Manages to parry the incoming Barnet Cook of the Bucky as well. And now is going to try and claim their own revenge. Kellyan looking towards the back. Wants the Widow as that easier to grab enemy. And yes, here comes the Phoenix team up, cleaving through with inflamed tendrils, and inflamed he certainly is. Still, the ibuprofen starts to do its work. The inflammation is going to be countered here, and as Kellyan Mbappe's taken into the back, it should be an easy disengage off the symbiote swing.
Nice to see the frontal Phoenix touch slash there as well, but Royal Flush coming through for the side of GG5 times. Should be enough for them to at least move this forward. Monarch, though, just menacingly with the Meteor M waiting for the perfect time.
Exo just couldn't break the tendril here. Selbst falling low. Pink needs to try and counter-strike this one. Goes in onto their counterpart. No resets for Whoops, but Pink is going to be in a bit of more of an auspicious spot. Can't quite find their target. Never mind, there's a reset onto Kariha. And Frankie might be in a bad position now. An attempted grab onto Monarch. Guess who's got another reset? It's your boy Pink, but decides that might be a bit... That's bait. That's bait right there. I'm going back.
He doesn't want to overextend themselves too much, especially with Frankie Boxing, who, using the Star-Lord team up, does have an option to dive in and force them away a bit faster as the Dance of the Butterfly comes through.
All right, KQ brings multiple players low, but the healing should be solid here from the Kumiho being unleashed. And that is just a quick turnaround. Oh, Frankie taken down by the Bayou Bash. Can you build this up well enough? Exo had no idea what was coming, and Maverick squishes them under their magnetic blast.
Meteor M just too strong on that one, and interesting to see the Galactic Legend finally coming through with the combination that we typically expect with a Rage of Royal Flush, but used it a bit earlier for Kariha. It might be some panic coming out from Alter Esports on that one.
I think Kevin's Retribution there might have just been cleansed by the Gambit in initial. It came out fairly early. And yeah, the bouncing of the Mag Ball is certainly annoying for any diving character. Most so for Venom. Is the disengage going to be okay here? Nice frenzied arrival from Kellyan to actually get back to their own team this time. And here comes yet another exchange of Gambit ultimates. They've been built up fast this time as so much damage has been taken. Great isolation here from Frankie, but I think the damage might have been done. Monarch getting up close and personal. Meteor M is good to go, and Larry crushed underneath. Pink still thinks it's winnable as Frankie brings the Gambit into the midst of their own team. Please, team, shoot the Gambit, they beg. Eventually, they get it done with their own axe of I-Cores, and Kariha finally finds the one and only Oni that they've been hunting for in the back line. KQ not so lucky as the demons make their mark.
Solid look so far, I would say, for the attacking end of GG5 times. Eventually able to, progress things a decent amount, but Alter Esports, they gave it a valiant effort to slow things down and waste as much time as possible before this second checkpoint. So still a chance for them to full hold here as they force or Alter Esports, excuse me, completely off the objective.
Tesco. Oh, he's in a little bit of a bad speed date right. Oh, gives him a quick bop. A bop. Get out of here. That's going to be Kellyan Mbappe now without too much backup when it comes to these dives. Whoops ready to move on forward. Pink's going to be able to disengage for a while, and it seems like GG5 times they are going to be able to reset here, providing they can make sure that Maverick survives this nice cleanse from cells. Perfectly played. Even with Maverick falling, there won't be a reset, but no one could touch the cart because they were so concerned with stopping those resets.
That's not a good spot to find yourselves in for Pink. Unfortunately, GG5 times on the defensive end, a struggle for them as well. But Alter Esports attacking as the best as possible. A lot of ultimates in the bank. They could damage boost the Dance of the Butterfly here for Kuriha, and we've seen quite effective use of that so far. I'm kind of interested to see what the strategy is going to be for GG5 Times specifically. They do have that Kraken impact for Pink, and Mbappe, Feast of the Abyss, if they can at least get a pick on the back line, will be a good look. He's just waiting for the right time to dive.
Maverick playing on the off angle. It's going to be a little bit vulnerable. There's so much damage coming through right now from the defense, but Monarch still holds strong. KQ grabs one, and Kellyan now has to hold the line. There's not much space that they have to give here on the staircase. But Alter Esports, they might well be able to do it off the back of the trio of ultimates they have available. Pink towards the back. The culling aura is real. It's over onto Whoops, and McClellan's going to be there from Tesco. Surely for Alter, this is going to be the finish. Frankie's in the pits. They took Kellyan down with them, and Pink's been taken down as well. I don't know how it happened. Monarch gets it done, and Alter reigns supreme. 2-0 up in the series.
Just looked like Pink fell down to their demise into the abyss there at the end there. A rough spot to be in for sure, but again, Alter Esports bounce back and now one map away from booking their ticket into Stage 2 of Ignite. Good looks out for them specifically because we've seen, solid performances across the board from these teams, but I think this is the best we've seen out of Alter Esports in this bracket. GG5 Times have really, put up some good pressure against them, but just the reads that we've seen from the ban draft have been too overwhelming, right? They don't have the Black Widow that worked out so well for them in previous series. They don't have the Groot, there at the end either, which I feel like would have given them so much more cover to move the objective along. And having Monarch and Frankie boxing really going toe-to-toe in your front line, and Monarch on that Magneto, I gotta say, one of the most improved players on this roster from what we've seen.
Yeah, Monarch, maybe this was the role they were meant for, We've seen them play a bit of Psylocke and Duelist in history. We've seen them play the Mantis to fill for that role, but finally settling in on the Vanguard. And you know what? This boy's been playing aiming heroes for a while, and it would appear that the aim is finally coming home to roost on the Mag Sword.
That's true. The Chaos Greatsword's a little bit too strong for people to overcome, but I also did like the flexibility that we saw from Kuriha, right? They were swapping in between Psylocke. We saw the Black Widow before. We even saw some, I believe, Black Cat from them as well. So really just going to show whatever they need to play to get the victory, they're going to do it for their team, which I really like that from them. So I'm curious what the next map is going to be and how it will unfold for us, going into that one as well. If there's going to be a chance for GG5 Times to bounce back, or if we're going to have just a complete shutdown with a 3-0 sweep for Alter Esports. We are going to be sending it to a quick break, though. We'll find out what the map is after this.
miss. I am too good at this.
Prehistoric protection.
Alter Esports are one map away from qualifying back into Stage 2 of Ignite, and they just got 2 map wins in a row. Looked pretty confident on both of them. Hell's Heaven into Central Park, but now it's going to come down to Yggdrasil Path here leg day to see if they can close it out.
Yggdrasil Path. I don't know if this is a particularly historically strong map for the side of Alter. GG 5 times, like, they've been having themselves a pretty fire week so far. I think they were mostly uncontested, storming through the bracket to qualify for Engage's Tier 2 tournament that we had broadcasted here earlier this week. Alter Esports, though, like, they look to be in a strong position. It feels like Monarch moving over to a Vanguard has been huge for them.
Yeah, it's actually worked out quite well for this team. The synergy is there, and now seeing how this third map is going to go, it's one last roadblock for Alter Esports to potentially book their ticket, or are GG 5 times going to force the issue and try to pull off that full reverse sweep that they need to activate in this map, and then one more after another to qualify themselves. But again, second verse, same as the first or third verse. We're basically rewriting the timeline again, but actually changing things up a little bit. Actually, well, no, that's the same. It's always going to be the Elsa here. Not necessarily going to have to use the Black Widow ban at the start there for Alter Esports. They're just going to make sure that they don't have to worry about an Elsa ever.
Yeah, they are a little bit concerned about that one. Admittedly, the Elsa also is can be pretty disruptive to the Thing, can be pretty disruptive to a lot of Frankie Boxing's pool, as the Angela doesn't like going up against the Elsa either because of a slight knock-up on the E. That Helix charge can be very nasty to an airborne Angela.
Well, again, similar bans to before. Vanguard, Deadpool, Black Widow. It's more about what changes for these last two. Magneto save. Okay. Are we going to be seeing more of a target ban here to close out it for a GG 5 times? Well, it will be the Bucky. I was waiting for that to come through. The Bucky has been such a monumental pressure creator for Whoops specifically. Also just getting the resets on the ultimate, the instinct for the reduced cooldown of all their abilities. They have been a force to be reckoned with, so I do like that change up.
Yeah, there's a big squeeze on Whoops' pull. Like, we know Whoops is a fantastic Elsa. We know Whoops is a really good Winter Soldier. There's a world where maybe we see Whoops bring out the Black Widow? Or something to that degree. Loki taken off the field this time. So no double Gambit shenanigans available for the side of Alter. And Whoops, yeah, there it is. The Black Widow.
Whoops, there it is. That's going to be the new thing for the team. Oh, man. But, you know, Frankie Boxing, not too surprised by what they're hovering as well. We saw the Thing be very effective in their first map. And it wasn't banned this time. They did ban it out in that second one. I mean, Thing bans are either give or take, right? Sometimes they work out if you're trying to run, like, heavy dive. But we didn't really see that too much from the side of GG 5 times. So maybe not as worried about that. I think it makes some sense to get rid of the value that we saw from the Bucky specifically. This is all just targeting the Whoops side of things. But as I say that, look at what they are potentially playing. The Black Widow and Kuriha actually going to be the one rocking the Star-Lord for that Galactic Legend Royal Flush team-up combo ultimate.
Yeah, when faced with this, we may see Alter like pivot Larry over from the rocket onto something like a Loki. Actually, no, the Loki's banned for them. The Invis is certainly a great choice against this, as the invisible boundary can be a pretty comprehensive counter to the ultimate from the Star-Lord.
Really interested in what KQ43 will be able to get value-wise from the Psylocke 2. Probably rocking at the Emma team up as well, just for the clone, extra damage from that, and able to flank with it and try to position themselves a little bit better too. But Kuriha just getting almost deleted there, pushing a little bit too far forward. The Gambit Magneto team up, great for zoning actually, this one choke point.
Oh. Kuriha bites off more than they can chew, and Selps is more than happy to try and counter that one out. Team up ready, though, for Frankie, and Sova is going to be a dangerous burst phase on this backline. Kellyan is getting involved here, but KQ is seen through by Whoops. Their additional clone was nothing to be worried about here, as Kurika has managed to make it back just in time. Frankie Boxing already swapping over now from the Thing onto the Doctor Strange to allow for a pentagram of Pharrell to be opened up for reinforcement should the remainder of the team need it. But with Whoops on this off angle, they are going to demand some attention. They need to be removed, otherwise they will eventually attrit down one of the attacking players. But Kuriha's down once again already. Pink is finally up and online. 2v1ing, 3v1ing in the back if you count the sonic projection of the Psylocke. A huge isolation onto Tesco, which is thoroughly punished, and even the reinforcements through a pentagram of Ferrala can't get anything done. And Kylian Mbappe is going to be able to pick up 2 selfies here as well for the extra XP.
I'm liking this Vanguard Deadpool look from Kylian Mbappe, right? Gets the double there, gets the 2 selfies, all the XP upgrades that they need for their team. And this will be our first appearance on the stream today, at least for EMEA, of Phoenix. And again, kind of fallen by the wayside in terms of power due to the damage fall off, but still very effective. Build up those sparks, do some AoE, and I feel like for the second checkpoint, it's a good look if you're not feeling as confident on the Black Widow.
Give it a Black Widow ultimate as well. Could come to regret that, given that it could have been boosted by Tesco in the midst of all of this. And, well, Frankie Boxing's already fallen on down. Double shield Vanguard lineup. It's a little bit, ranked. I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit ranked. Kellyan towards the back. Self's giving him extra damage. Doesn't seem like the Meteor's been able to grab that much as Kuriha and KQ both play on the same angle for now. Wibbs is forced to disengage, but Self's is taken down. Kuriha, great neutral when it comes to the primary fire. Can they live this one? Do they have the regeneration domain? It would appear that KQ just doesn't commit to going in on that backline. Frankie just gets torn apart. Oh, the Sonic crossbows tear through the heart of Doctor Strange. And now here's the attempted turnaround. There's only one player within, and so he must take every single slash. Sonic Katana pierces mind, body, and soul alike, and his soul is certainly torn asunder here. Kuriha sends forth the doppelganger, and the doppelganger's getting it done. Ultra Esports hold on second.
What a performance by Kuriha on the Psylocke. I mean, people were saying after the nerfs from the hotfix that they weren't playable well. This is just your proof. If you're at the top level, at least, it's very viable, especially using that clone perfectly to take people out from range without having to get into the danger zone yourself.
Pink very quick when it comes to taking out that ultimate. Great play from them. And that does mean that we are going to see Alter now a little bit low on resources and low on damage as well. Pink is back online. Frankie's falling low. And a big stun came from Phoenix. And that's going to give a momentary respite to Alter Esports to try and figure out how they want to play this defense.
I'm really liking Alter Esports, though, with this composition. I mean, they have the Loki Greens if they need it, just for the extra sustainability. Probably rocking the Vibrant Vitality team up. That's the typical one. But Kraken Impact's going to get some resets if they can off the clones.
They're on to Exo. All in onto Frankie now. That's going to get them a free reset, and they can be had off the back of those Loki clones as well. Following over onto the Phoenix, who doesn't manage to get the ultimate from Tesco, and so there's no cleanse to be had, and Pink is reigning over the lobby. You've heard of red weddings, but what about Pink victories?
Again and again and again, echoing in front of this objective, but we do see Pink get stunned out at least for a second. Couldn't quite get it past the finish line, and oh my goodness, well, there's not the greatest defensive effort that we could have hoped to see from Alter Esports, even with the portals.
Well, Frankie sent out the Loki clone for a second. The duplicity of Asgard is unenjoyed, though, from the side of GG 5 times, and they have quite a meaty time bank for third here.
It's a good look, I would say, for GG5 times in comparison to, how Central Park was going for them on the attacking end. It feels like they have a solid grasp of the game that they want to play. Pink being the main enabler on the duelist role. KQ43 going for the flanks, trying to target that backline, and Selps actually being very aggressive for a Gambit. We saw that, from Fire Strays earlier from Sloppo, but I like the play from them so far.
Oh, shutting down KQ, who bit off more than they could chew. A quick melee, a cosmically charged punch from the Spirit of a Phoenix is enough to get rid of the erstwhile mutant. And it seems like GG5 times, their turn with the Gambit ult hasn't been overly successful and didn't really force out much from Ultra Esports as well. So now they may face a resource crunch to try and move through this next corner. The first one to be allocated is going to be KQ. All 3 ultimates are sent in already. And a follow-up's there onto Pink on the other side. It needs to be solid from GG5 times, and indeed it is, as the healing is all gone. But KQ continues to be punished. Kellyan, unstoppable. Here come the Sonic Crossbows wrapping around the back. That consistent usage of the Flame Shield means that Kellyan stays up.
Forced to retreat. Kuriha still has the ultimate available to them. The copy for the Royal Flush comes through for Exo, and they need to use it the perfect time to try and take out that backline of GG5 times and stop their advancement towards this 3rd checkpoint.
Dancing with Butterflies good to go, and now there's not going to be too much of an ult to try and deal with it. The backline is in danger, but the bubble is solid. Moving up together to try and democratize the damage. Still there's enough follow-up, and Monarch's got 2 as well! Unbelievable stuff from Ulta. They played it well. They forced out Larry's ultimate early.
Team wipe and then some that we see from them. Great combination for the ultimates, and Tesco still has theirs available. Just goes to show the effectiveness of the Gambit Loki backline and being able to run double Royal Flushes one-sidedly at that. We're back to Gambit meta, so I go back to the basics in terms of that, and somehow Maverick, as the wall rebuilds itself for reality, is going to give a reality check to the defenders.
Oh, great cleanse coming through there. I believe that's Selps. And now, guess what? There's even more to try and add to the plate. Frankie can't survive against the adamantine claws of Pink. And the extra movement speed is going to make this Wolverine all the more terrifying. Monarch can't even knock them back. Moving their way through the knockback of the Mad Cannon. Once the Gambit can't quite find them. And so it's a quick disengagement into spawn. But when you're worried about the objective, you need your Vanguards to try and play this one out. Descending to the ground with the Axes of Icors. Frankie's got very little chance to make something happen here. Kellyan Mbappe fully upgraded. He's a level 100 boss right now and is bossing it on the cart. Pink is just slashing away, has the last stand to try and grab players from the objective, and indeed will take Monarch from this position prime. A mid-air attempt, but Maverick can't make happen. Not quite LeBron this time, bud. You're playing the wrong sport. This is all about the footy. It's all about the soccer. It's all about the mitts, and it's all about the offense. Maverick cuts through with the Chaos Great Sword, and so the Claymore strikes through. GG5 times with a full completion.
Massive push from them, loving the positioning from Maverick towards the end there on the Magneto, really just making their presence known. Every time that they go for the Chaos Greatsword, there just hasn't really been an answer to it, and it just goes to show how good Mag is as a frontline Vanguard for any team in this meta, especially able to create that space more than before. They can use their abilities to protect their team with the bubbles perfectly, build up that ult charge as well, and the magnetic curtain just destroys any chances for that chip damage that was coming in from Whoops towards the end. So I did like the looks that we did see from Ultra Esports for at least a bit of it there, but unfortunately they just weren't able to stop them before they got that final checkpoint. A lot of time wasted though, so kudos to them for that, forcing it to be OT. There could have easily been a couple minutes remaining before the swaps came out. So now we'll have to see what they do on the attacking side of things here for the Ultra Esports end. And looking ahead of that, I mean, Kuriha on the Psylocke, Exo actually swapping on over to the Luna here as well. Maybe going to be able to snowflake their team a little bit better for those dives for Kuriha.
Yeah, giving Kuriha a little bit of additional staying power. Not necessarily ill-advised. Yeah, we're going to be moving over onto the Storm, though. Maybe some fear of a spawn hold and hoping that overwhelming firepower could be the answer. And you can really see that the squeeze on Whoops' pool has been significant. Forcing Whoops over onto the Phoenix, who at the moment, by most accounts, is is unideal in the primary hit scan duelist slot.
We got Frankie boxing back on the thing, and I think this is a good look for them, especially getting a KO out the gate on the Maverick. KQ going down, and nothing you can do to escape the mayhem and the fists of justice.
Wow, that's some disgusting stuff right there. Getting the Storm Amp as well. Getting the vulnerability off the back of the Battle Blitz. For GG 5 times. Attacking into Frankie here is going to be difficult, because guess what? The portal is going to be opening, but the team up's up again. Nice cleanse over onto those vulnerabilities. But with this team split in two, it's going to be so difficult to try and reinforce all these players who are moving towards the back. Frankie boxing was overextended, though. Selb managed to punish them. And it seems that Korea was somehow pushed into the back lines. Whoops is going to go down next as well. I don't know what's happened to Alta. They've completely fallen apart. The healing wasn't where it needed to be. And they were just bisected, bifurcated by the pentagram of Ferala opened up by Maverick.
Just worked out when it needed to most for this team, and Maverick again stepping up big for them as well, right? We saw them creating that space last time for that final checkpoint, and now they're the ones who pushes them past the brink of touching that first one for Alter Esports, and already people dropping like flies, and they can even keep themselves up in this team fight with this kind of aggressive invisible boundary from Larry.
This one's cooked. Alta needs to reset now. They can't afford to give away any extra frags. Oh no, the Gambit's in a rough position. There could be a collapse here.
Potential for it, for sure. Tesco, though, really waiting for the perfect time to use their ultimate and try and win this fight. Selps almost has theirs available to them, too, and what a great counteract.
Bloody heck, mate. That was disgusting. Now an attempt to try and turn this one around. What a double from Monarch. That's how he earned his name, because the king is back, baby. And he has no mercy for his subjects. He rolls over them with an iron fist. He's like Ivan the Terrible up in here. And as Korea finally hits their shot to blast KQ back to the next point, finally also have some momentum on their side.
The damage from the Thor team up, a bit too much to overcome at the end there, but it was only one member remaining for the defending side of Alter Esports, of GG5 times, excuse me. So we'll have to see, you know, what Alter Esports can continue this momentum for. They're still going to be rocking with the Storm, and I think that's a good option for them. Omega Hurricane about to be online.
Oh, Monarch, he is bobbing and weaving right now, moving like a villain. And in some stories, Magneto might be described as such. Kellyan's got a dream to try and make work here. Has an S-rank to try and make this happen. Aim checking everyone. And it would appear that the aim check hasn't been met by Alta. GG 5 times can turn it around. It's Maverick's turn to unleash the sword. The Claymore is blasted through, though, as the lightsabers clash and they fizzle and rattle. It's all about the Monarch once again reigning imperiously over the battlefield.
Dragon Impact, though, coming through from Tank, and I don't believe they got a single member from it. Omega Hurricane actually able to just keep them away from their teammates.
Okay, for Selbst, just desperately trying to build up towards this Gambit ultimate, but it's going to be Larry who gets there first when it comes to building up one of those strategist ults. Has almost access to the invisible boundary. And now Maverick, wondering how to make use of their ultimate to work with. Meteor M hanging out on the outside.
Potential here for Whoops if they can get a good combo with the Sparks, and especially with the Gambit ultimate available to them. Larry, perfect timing for the invisible boundary, looking to try and counteract it.
Exo needs the rock now, though. Selbst is going to have a great counter-strike coming out soon. Monarch wants to just try and control the battle here, and now you can see that Maverick is holding their fire with the Chaos Greatsword. Doesn't want to feed the Meteor M. Not too much gained. 2 Vanguards stunned, but the cleanse is instantly there, and now Maverick is going to be able to bring out their own attempted counter-strike. KQ is decimating in the back. Oh, the Shinobi strikes true into the heart of this Daimyo, and their reign is over. A new period has begun.
Can ban their Elsa, you can ban their Black Widow, but you can't ban these hands that are being thrown against you. KQ43 giving it their all on these flank angles, and I'm loving this positioning from them, especially using their team up perfectly just to get that extra bit of damage to confirm the KOs on that back line. Great flank.
Well, Phoenix ain't going to be reborn from that one, not quite living up to their mythical nature right now. Invisible boundary, good to go. Van Hammer in the back, killing Mbappe, trying to turn this one around, but Maverick's going to be isolated on the other side. A big split here of a GG 5 times defense. They need to turn towards Kellyan, though, who's continually keeping this one down. Tesco wraps away, and they're going to be followed up here. All in onto Tesco. Call that one a $5 meal deal. The club card's been stamped. Exo towards the back, a 2 versus 1 off the back of the Sonic projection, and Frankie finds himself with no heal at their back. Could be a reset. They want in on the mag. There's no cleanse to be had, and so Pink can now lie in wait like a panther.
Got some time. We'll see if anyone pokes their head out and gets squashed, but instead it's not going to be Groundhog Day for them. They're going to have a bit of a longer winter before this one. So Alter Esports just biding their time, waiting to see if they can have their moments to strike at least one more time. 30 seconds, a little less than that, available to them. Zoning coming out there with the Gambit Magneto team up just to keep them off the corner, but Exo, my eyes are on them. They need to build up their ultimate pretty quickly just so they can have it as a counter to Selps, who is a bit of a ways away from their next Royal Flush. So ultimate's in favor for Alter Esports, but they're going to have to take a bit more initiative than that.
Dreams of the reverse sweep start here and now for GG 5 times. We're getting aggressive off the back of Larry W already. Falling low, but still surviving. KQ on the outside. Monarch moves up close, draws out the greatsword. Unbelievable stuns coming through from Frankie, but if Larry and KQ are taken down, Selps can't save them and can't save himself. Wanted the Royal Flush, but it's all down to Kylian Mbappe in the back. But the dictator's going up against the world. He's been outvoted. Democracy's going to win this one out, surely. As going into the 1 versus 6 is going to be difficult to make happen. Well, there's one last bastion, one last defender. It has to be the duelists who put themselves on the cart, and a stay of execution on this map is earned by Alter.
Massive final push by Alter Esports to get the momentum back in their favor. It felt like it was slipping away for the majority of that second point, and even with the change-ups that we saw from them on the duelist lineup, you know, swapping to the Phoenix, getting deleted out the portal, it didn't quite matter too much because they were still able to turn it around. So GG 5 times, all eyes on them to see if this last minute they can hold out and prevent them from forcing an OT situation.
Aggressive play. Maverick tries to counter it out here. Meteor M floating above it all. I don't know what he sees, but sees Kariha going down, so there's one less target to try and deal with. Kellyan going in towards the back. Quick dashes, quick slashes to keep this one contested. And for Alter Esports, down on 1 already. They're not going to want to try to fully contest on this. They just want to try and build up their ultimates for an alpha strike.
Looking at the ultimate charge right now for GG 5 times, Kylian Mbappe almost has this available. Meteor M, though, from Monarch needs to be big, and a dunk of some sort. Courier, though, is going to take out Kylian Mbappe. KQ43 going down, too, and to do more of the resources for GG 5 times sustain.
There's a lockdown area over there as well. Can't be made through because of a Gambit team up. Going in once again. Invisible boundary. Drawn on up. That's a huge grab to Frankie boxing with follow-ups there as well. GG 5 times. They want to start the reverse sweep here and now. Whoops is up above them with the end song Inferno. The song is ringing in their ears, but will it hit the bass note? Indeed. Skrillex drops the bass and drops members as well of this defense. KQ still going. The Dance of the Butterflies will be solid. They move into the corridor where they find themselves some victims. They're slicing on through. KQ wants it more than anyone else. And the Shinobi draws their sword and they demand vengeance. Pink has arrived. The last stand is ready. They take them to the ground. The slam is solid. There's no opening of a portal. There are no doors back into this one. Ultra are going to have to earn it on a map number 4 because Kylian Mbappe will be there no matter what.
Commands their team to victory and keeps them in line towards the end. No pressure whatsoever on them to lock things down at the gateway to Ignite Stage 2. Alter Esports, they still have, you know, a mulligan and a chip on their shoulder after that one, but they want to close it out in style, and motivation might be slipping away from them, and momentum specifically, especially with Kylian Mbappe popping off on the Vanguard Deadpool, as you can see with the stat lines there. So Alter Esports, they have their work cut out for them to see if they can bounce back and get another map win underneath them. But, I mean, KQ43 had one of the best games we've seen from them in some time, so kudos to them with the flanks, but also just the combinations. Maverick as well on the Magneto, getting crucial KOs on their end, and then even Pink, the hot swap towards the end with the bee-hopping Wolverine to then go for the last stand and get the victory. It was just a cinematic masterpiece at the final hour for the GG 5 times team. So kudos to them for getting a point here. Ignore the 3-0.
You know, I gave Pink a little bit of poodoo for a couple of very poor maps, but this was quite the resurgence. 20 final hits going 36-7, and also often making the selfless plays. Like, you know what? I'm going to go on Wolverine. I'm going to be the one who creates the win condition here, because in overtime, they got to stay on Cart. That's going to come down to the Vanguards. If I come out on the Wolverine, they don't really have a good answer for this. Very heads-up play from Pink. And now that GG5 times are firing on all cylinders, this is a series that could go to 5.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. Again, this is 2-1 for Alter Esports against GG5 times. They still have a chance to force that map 5 if they get the next one, and try to book their ticket into that stage 2 of Ignite specifically. But again, I mean, seeing the performance from Alter Esports on their side of things, right? I really liked Frankie Boxing with the flexibility we saw from them in terms of going to the thing, and then a couple of other heroes that they could play. Monarch did a great job on the Magneto. I feel like Magneto has really found their placement as a hero in Dispatch compared to what we saw for stage 1, where they were kind of falling by the wayside in comparison to some more of those like dive vanguards that people were focusing on towards the end, and especially going with like the fastball special in the playoffs as well with like the Hulk or the Thing. So it's nice to see that Mag's back in the meta, and you can clock in for your 9-to-5s and ranked again and actually do well.
You know what? You can clock in for your 9-to-5s and ranked. You can also clock into the venue at Los Angeles in a couple of weeks. If you didn't hear us earlier, there are still tickets available for the LAN, the mid-season finals. The action is only going to be hotter and hotter as we get closer to it. VOD and I are going to be there, so make sure that you are on your way.
Definitely recommend checking it out. A lot of great teams will be competing through the play-in stage to the main event, and there's also some goodies if you do attend, and some surprises as well for those who are in person. So definitely recommend checking it out if you're in the area or have the ability to attend. But even then, I mean, we're attending a pretty monumental series here, leg day between Alter Esports and GG5 times. That's going potentially the distance. It's at least not a sweep for this go around, so we get some more action on our plates throughout this one. And GG5 times, I mean, the only thing that worries me is that this is not going to be their map pick. This will be their opponent's map pick, right, this go around. So Alter Esports, the ball's in their court to take this in a 3-1 victory against their opponents, but we'll see how it goes. We're going to be taking a quick break, though, and we'll be back on the flip side afterwards with our next map. GG5 times fight back tooth and nail to get a map win against Alter Esports, trying to make their way and their case for Ignite Stage 2. That's what's on the line for this series. Potential for a Game 5 reverse sweep almost activated if GG5 times take this next map, or Alter Esports finally getting their spot in the limelight once again after qualifying through MRC last go around into the preseason, now looking for their second chance at redemption for Stage 2. That's what's on the line here, leg day, between these two teams. Map pick, though, is going to be in the court of Alter Esports, and we can go back to domination. Worked out pretty well for them last time.
I mean, they seem like they're very comfortable on domination. On the other side, GG5 times feels like they've started to find their rhythm, and it seems like their rhythm might be squeezing Whoops' pull. Like, we're seeing the Elsa taken out, true. Seeing the Bucky taken out, Whoops having to, like, seemingly not having the experience on the Widow, moving over to a Phoenix, which I'm not gonna lie is just a pretty fundamentally weak hero at the moment.
Yeah, and especially in these close quarters of potential, of a domination match, as we see here and now, it might be a bit of a struggle for them as well. But there are some longer sight lines, especially on like Warrior Falls, if you're on the high ground to play the Phoenix. So that might be part of the reason why we do see them opt for it. But again, we're likely to see the very same bans that we have been seeing throughout this whole series, right? And very similar for the most part in any of the games that you're going to see throughout today. You're going to see the Gambit saves, you're going to see the Mantis ban and Elsa bans, just because that is what is super strong in this current patch. And who knows, once we get other hotfixes or even into 9.5, if that will change. But, the hit scan is king currently. And even with Black Cat having so much viability, it just doesn't seem like either team has someone who plays that as like their main hero in rotation, because it was so unusable in the playoffs for Stage 1 and even throughout that 8.5 patch that we did see before this. But both teams actually opting for the Vanguard Deadpool, and we did see how effective Kylian Mbappe was on that last time leg day.
Yeah, I think taking that out of the hands of Kylian is probably a good call for Alter. And now we have the protection, of course, of the Magneto. Both Maverick and Monarch have been pretty baller when it comes to the mag, to be honest. And that isn't just a pun on the ultimate. They have been doing some real work with that Chaos Blade.
I do like the Loki ban here again, just not having to worry about the potential damage boost from Vibrant Vitality there as well, but also just the extra sustain that you have between having two different Royal Flushes to worry about throughout a team fight. So there is going to be another targeting of Whoops, of course. They will take out the Bucky at this time. But as I mentioned, still better potential for this map compared to the last one for these heroes that they can play. So going to be trying to go back to the Black Widow, see if it's more effective than it was last go around. And I hope that it is for their sakes, because Alter Esports, it just seemed like they were lost in the middle of that last map.
Well, KQ also now has access to the Widow as well. Obviously, has been playing very well on the Psylocke thus far, and I would love to see Kuriha and KQ once again go back to this Psylocke, admittedly, like on these domination maps. Some of them are a little bit better suited to that close-range combat that is kind of demanded of Psylocke now. Her fall-off starts at 8 meters. She's got, like, magic tier range right now. So you do have to be getting up close and personal, but when you get up there, the damage is sublime.
It looks like we are going to be on Warrior Falls first, so probably like a high ground battle between the two Red Room rifles of KQ-43 and Whoops. And then a bit more flanking from Kuriha. That could be the difference maker, as you were saying, with that Psylocke kind of getting in the face of that backline. And also, the one downside to Black Widow is she doesn't have like an escape option immediately. Yes, you have, your combo with the kick and a pull in with the grappling hook to stun, but it only stuns for like 0.2 seconds, which is very minimal in comparison to what it was before. So if you miss that or don't use it properly and you get dove too fast, you don't have an option to escape.
Yeah, Selbst just caught the business end of that Whoops play to begin with there, and while does spend a couple of cars to try and buy some of this space back, Whoops is going to be getting that continuous damage boost from this flame shield given over by the Invisible Woman.
Smart.
And yeah, Selbst, you can't even peek the smallest crack, because while Whoops might not be the most experienced Widow player, they are a bloody good aimer.
This just reminds me of the old damage boosted like Punisher turrets that you would see, but now it's just a more accurate rifle that can just rattle off shot after shot after shot with the Phoenix team up. And well, here's the Chaos Greatsword being worked out pretty well for Monarch yet again.
Oh, Selbst is back. There's been a long enough time for that Gambit to return, which is unideal for Ulta, considering they had like a whole like strategist worth of advantage for a while and were unable to get rid of his strategist. A quick knockoff of the point via the Assassin's Charge. Frankie Boxing going for a more objective than deadly version here, and now brings Maverick into the midst of their team. But Kariha was getting a little bit too close for comfort to those Vanguards, and so suffered at the hands of a sword. Selbst from the back begins to play, and well, a long-range card will take out Monarch. Sometimes it's just the tickle that you need. And honestly, for Ultra Esports, this is kind of a generational choke.
They should have easily gotten more percentage than 14 that we saw them grab in that first engagement. As you mentioned, not really taking full advantage of having the man advantage, but also the strategist advantage towards the end. And I think that has to do with the positioning that we saw from GG5 times on the objective. Mbappe just pressuring them and having that shield available to them, the 1,000 capacity of it with the team up with the Invisible Woman. So there's a lot of effectiveness there on the front line.
Larry W ready to catch. Whoops actually doesn't want to combine their ultimate here. Oh my goodness. Well, Kellyan's off. Will Frankie Box to be able to make something work here? Whoops already falling low. Needs a bit of pocketing. Where they're so far away from their strategist, by the way. Ooh. Finally, the Gambit has arrived, and so too has the Whoops Widow. Whoops, all gone.
Oops, there's no one left on the battlefield for GG5 times either, so Alter Esports will take advantage and try to even up the tally for the percentage on this Warrior Falls submap for Burnin' T'Challa. But even then, a lot of ultimates available for GG5 times, and if they use them properly, they should be able to wipe the playing field themselves and reset the deck.
Kylian Mbappe wants to turn up the tempo, and so the Venom is going to be the tool to try and make that one work. A lot of ultimates here for GG5 times to try and work with as well. Monarch can only rebuff so many of them, but getting rid of Kelly and Mbappe to start is a great way to try and stop this one. They're watching the advance of KQ. The Red Room Rifle is going to be crushed, and now Selbst, as they made their move over towards the point, is going to have to try and fight against two Vanguards. Both Frankie and Monarch can turn upon this Gambit, and oh, there's no dash, and so the bonk of the stick just descends to the bottom of Warrior Falls. There might be good real estate there. Oh, nasty dodge, disgusting dodge. Holy, moving like a demon over there, moving like a spider perhaps, and they spin themselves a silken web, but it's not going to be enough to defend themselves from the attentions of Rutter Stern in the hands of Pink.
The new dive capabilities of the Black Widow saving the day for them that time. You have to activate the dash so you can actually get some airtime, and they timed it perfectly. But for Alter Esports, they did make up a lot of the mistakes that we saw at the beginning of this first sub-map on Domination. They got a lot of percentage, but unfortunately didn't get the full distance that they wanted from that. So got a lot of room to make up if they do manage to capture it again.
Oh, Frankie needs a heal, and he needs it now. Kelly and Mbappe looking towards the back, managed to take down Whoops, but it seems like this might well be winnable. Many players knocked out of the invisible boundary, but Korea's been found on the other side, and KQ just wins that so easily because they have the attention of both of their strategists. The heals were good, and Alter, they have been well and truly stopped here, stuffed out by GG5 times.
And this is why you ban the Black Widow against KQ43. You do not want to have to worry about how much of a menace they are on that hero. Whoops, of course, have been doing their own great work with it, but they're kind of stuck right now trying to see if they can get all the fish in the barrel and easily shoot them down. But even with the force physics, KQ43 does take a tumble off the side.
Oh my goodness, what an assassination there from Exo. And the Devil Dinosaur is actually on point right now. Maybe ideal versus two Vanguards that scale so well off of crit shots, but it does at least have a great matchup against Kelly and Mbappe on the Venom, who simply climbs away for now. And now you must go up against the Chaos Blade. It's going to be a lot of damage. Triple dinks. It's so easy for Pink. I don't know why you'd pick the Devil Dinosaur into all of this headshot potential, but in the end, I can't argue with results, even if they don't appear to be forthcoming. Kelly in towards the back. Was that a quadra dink coming through? Nasty yes. Stuff from a Dictator. And it seems that GG5 times have turned this one around in their favor.
composition, I would say, is the big difference here, right? Like the Black Widow confidence that we see, of course, from GG5 times. We saw some unorthodox selections towards the end, as you mentioned, with the Devil Dinosaur rocking the new costume, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why you would go Dino there. I guess they were just feeling so much pressure from Kylian Mbappe that they felt it would be a good counter to them without remembering that Bucky is so good at just getting those critical damaging shots and building up their ultimate from it. And speaking of ultimates, Pink has it available for this next team fight because of that choice that they made. So yes, there's less ult generation off of them, but if you're hitting every headshot, it doesn't matter.
I feel like that hero pick legitimately flashbanged me, Vaudeville.
They just wanted to show the new costume. I think that's what it was.
I've got a ringing in my ears. All right, Alter. Time to lock in. No more randomized heroes for this one, yeah? We've got ourselves an invisible boundary. But it can be difficult to survive with the invisible boundary when faced with the culling aura that Pink can apply.
Yeah, really going to come down to the timing of these ultimates and if any big picks come out from either KQ43 or Whoops in this first engagement. That'll really set the pace, and maybe the Flame Shield using that perfectly for a setup here. As you can see, the Exit just tried to do that.
All right, just spreading out the heals. That's a lot of corrosion, by the way, coming through from Kellyan. A lot of damage. Whoops needs to worry about KQ on the off angle here, but guess what? The second you see them, they can just run away. It's like Captain America, but with an assault rifle. It's disgusting stuff. Seems like there's going to be enough survival here to get through the Feast of the Abyss. Pink overextended. Monarch there with the punish, holding a metallic curse in the way of this one. Very aggressive play. Kellyan towards the back, still has the Phoenix team up, cleaving through multiple players. Larry, though, still holds up this invisible boundary. Tesco's tried to turn it around. And look at this. Oh, the angle's disgusting. It's absolutely rancid. Check the butter in the fridge because I don't think it's good anymore. But Whoops is bloody good when it comes to the Black Widow. And the cut through is strong.
Great angle from it, too. And there didn't really seem to be an answer, unfortunately, for GG5 times. But as I say that, Pink goes in with Kraken Impact, and everyone just collapses on top of them. No escaping the carnage.
Oh, well, that was very close to falling through the hands of Ultra Esports, but they will get their first cap.
And a good first cap at that. I think they really needed a bit of a bounce back and refresher after Warrior Falls. So now in the Institute, this could be their time to study up and freshen their focus on the objective that was a bit of a struggle in the last one. So now we got to see what Ultra Esports can do. They have Galactic Legend available to them. Frankie Boxing, of course, also have the Heaven's Retribution. They got to keep an eye on KQ43. That Assassin's focus is very lethal.
The Red Room Rifle, soon to be unleashed, just making sure that they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's when it comes to playing on this angle. Tesco just gets absolutely eviscerated. Those bullets are going to be eaten on up here by the mag. What a parry coming through from Maverick. Quick charge on the shield. And now the Metallic Curtain will maybe block out the chances of Ultra Esports holding this one. Extra damage from the Gambit, and it seems that that's all that she wrote for this one. Frankie is going to make a last-second attempt at a contest, yes, but there are no friends, no heals, and no frags to be found. The point must be surrendered.
Good look for KQ43, of course, with the Assassin's focus, but also just the angling afterwards too, right? The sustained damage just with the increased rate of fire from the flame or the Phoenix bullets that we see there too. And Kylian Mbappe, BC Abyss available, especially with the Phoenix team up, can do some lethal damage there, just waiting for their time to strike. And all eyes on Frankie Boxing to see if they can try to go toe-to-toe, get them at least away from the rest of their team, but they're just going to be feeding Stratus ultimates left and right. Selp still a bit of a ways away in comparison to Tesco.
No, Korea instantly lost the ultimates. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. What a play from Maverick. The mag cannon at full charge, just absolutely powderizing Peter Quill. Has to beat Jerem. Looks towards the back line. A couple of squishies. Can they just try and bounce it off the backboard? Nice dodge from Tesco, but they've still fallen low. And so the Vanguards need to array in a line. The Testudo formation to block the incoming damage. But Kellyan's managed to roll on through. Actually stunned there by Whoops, and the finish off is solid. What a play coming through from Ultra Esports, despite losing their primary win condition right at the beginning.
That's what I was looking for from Frankie Boxing, just to zone people away from the objective and their strategist. And pick them apart with their spear. So now I believe seeing use the Loki team up, it's got some good utility. You can turn invisible just to get some healing and repositioning yourself, but also send that out as a bit of a decoy and get some good damage a little bit further range than just using your own Assassin's Charge. So great effect for Frankie Boxing. Exo has the invisible boundary available, and even Whoops is still able to do so much damage to this Venom that's just trying to go toe-to-toe with them. It's not going to work out.
The Kellyan was just getting bounced around by the Gambit, dragged in and kicked by the Black Widow. Maverick now has to stand alone. There's no secondary Vanguard to try and save him. Maybe the Gambit can do better, though. Monarch misses out on the Meteor M, but still will get a consolation prize in their counterpart. Aim down sights and get it done. KQ starts to fry. Looking inside the invisible boundary, knows they don't have the best angle right now, but still, they have themselves a little bit of audacity, a little bit of aim, and a little bit of ego, and the ego might be enough. Has fallen low, but no, Monarch sends a Chaos Blade their way. A diffraction of reality to break through what Alter Esports were going up against. And this is going to be going down to a third and final map.
Stellar Spaceport it is, and I feel like this one benefits Venom decently. You know, there's that wide open area right where the spaceship takes off from, and you can hide behind some of the walls around it and then reposition afterwards. So get back into the dive quickly. A lot more similar, I would say, to what we see with the Warrior Falls there as well, with the wide open area right afterwards too. So might be some more maneuverability from them in comparison to the positioning that we saw in that Imperial Institute of Science. But my big thing here is Whoops. I think they've really stepped up big with the positioning we saw from them on the Black Widow, right? Felt a lot more confident with the ultimates. Yes, they weren't comboing them with Tesco as much, but they didn't really need to, right? They're using them to bait out some of the strategist ults from GG5 times. And speaking of that, I mean, Larry W almost has their invisible boundary available. That's going to be huge if they can get that online in time for this first team fight.
KQ's made a swap here. Over onto the Sullock, trying to make sure that Kellyan's dives are going to be a little bit more dangerous. And this portal engage appears to have not going great so far. What a pull onto Frankie Boxing. And they're actually going to be grounded by the Sonic Vortex as well. Larry could even aggressively use their ultimate here to slow down the chase from Alter Esports. But being down on Pink, maybe GG5 times will decide not to really heavily invest in this one. Frankie gets no one in the ultimate. Oh, Heaven's Retribution doesn't strike true this day. El Diablo looking better on the other side of the Galactic Legend from Karika. Should be relatively easily avoided with so many resources still available for the side of GG5 times. We've also been able to grab this point already, by the way. Taken out in midair by Larry. Where's the healing for my boy? The attempt to wrap around. Whoops needs to do something on the off angle right now. And you know what? Getting rid of Selbst and Larry will be exactly what the doctor ordered, despite GG5 times and their play on the... Whoops! It's disgusting! Oh, he's dirty! Oh, he's filthy! Somebody wash this man! Get him in a shower!
Everyone decimated on GG5 times, but a decent chunk of percentage available to them, almost 30%. So still a bit of a ways away, but they at least got something out of already going down Pink at the beginning of that fight. I saw them trying to get some value out of the Kraken Impact while the rest of their team respawns, but it was a bit of a last-ditch effort that did not work out in their favor. The cancellation of it from Whoops, of course, and the decimation using the combo from the extra damage of the Red Room Rifle after the Raging Royal Flush. It's just too much to overcome. Any damage boost onto this Black Widow, you just gotta just take a seat and avoid it as best as you can.
Oh, the slow from the... Did Tesco just body block that? Get down, yes. Mrs. President. In towards the back. Monarch gets no stuns whatsoever. How did that hit nobody? Maybe they were quickly stealthed up there by the invisible woman. I don't really know. Whoops is going to try and play the angle. The wide hitbox on those bullets for 50 cal begins its grim march towards oblivion. And Pink's going to find themselves isolated. How do you escape this one with Widow on one side and Angela on the other? Two women who will not let you escape.
Oh, they're right where they want to be, like Dave. But either way, Selps will see what they can do with this this Raging Royal Flush coming up as well, right? They can damage boost Pink, and I feel like Pink's been in a tough spot, right? They tried to rock the Bucky, they swapped off with the Black Widow, and I feel like that was the biggest issue, is not having a Black Widow to contest with Whoops here.
Playing to try and kite. Get away from the dive. It was enabled by the Gambit, but now the Dance for Butterfly just starts to carve on through 3 from KQ 4-3. That's how he earned the numbers in his name, you know. And there goes Monarch. That's going to be the rest of the defense destroyed, and GG5 times are back in control.
Huge swaps, I would say. I like KQ43 again. We talked about this in the last map as well on, how it looked before in the first sub map, that we could have seen some good flanks from Psylocke and deal with the backline a little bit more, even put some pressure onto the Black Widow with it. So it seems to be a big difference maker for that, but Kuriha opting for Galactic Legend instead.
Oh, can't quite get away from the Feast of the Abyss. Exo's fallen on down. Frankie may have gotten some value, but now it may all come down to one fight. Alter Esports could be back into Ignite if they win the next one, VOD.
They also have their own recall here with the Adam Warlock team up, so an extra life available to them if they need it for Kuriha. So I'm curious if that's going to come into play for this next team fight, but as you mentioned, if we do see them take the sub-map, that will be their Ignite qualification. Pink not going to make it easy, though, with the Assassin's Focus.
Early strike coming through, and Heaven's Retribution's good. KQ's down, but the slows are good on Frankie. Now you need to make a move towards the back lines. Kuriha's already trying. What? Kuriha? Why is Kuriha the one who's moving over there? They've taken so much damage. The healing needs to be there. A quick turnaround, and Pink has still got the right clicks. Oh, this boy is a menace on the sticks right now. And Whoops sees Maverick doing their best, but I'm afraid that Goose is gone, and so too are you. Whoops has the angle now, can play around on point, and Frankie boxing, just make sure that Kellyan is going to feel uncomfortable over here. Meteor M towards the sky. KQ's down again. Kuriha ready to brawl out here with all of his best friends. And now it seems like GG 5 times are up against the wall. It's now or never.
Game 5 or Ignite is on the line for these two teams. GG 5 times at least want to go the distance in this one to give it a good old college try, but a portal will be their last-ditch effort.
Invisible Boundary is going to force GG 5 times to have to go through this door in order to make this one work. Frankie was caught on the other side, and Pink's going to take them down. Now they can get out of a portal and into the eyes of Kuriha. Up above them all, has the extra damage off the back of the Invisible Woman team up. And Whoops is just decimating here as well. Maverick's down. Sure, Kellyan's going to be next. They've got so much meat on this point, though, of a triple Vanguard setup. Kellyan gets the ante. A disengaged force from Whoops. GG 5 times might be able to flip this point over in their favor now, because Kuriha has gone down at the auspices of Pink. Maverick can play around the back, has access to the Heaven's Retribution. Kellyan Mbappe is already down, and now GG 5 times no, but it's now or never. So Kellyan moves forth with Maverick. They hit Terra Firma. They strike true inside. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, hitting absolutely nobody, but I think that Tesco may well have had their ultimate short-sold by Larry. They couldn't see the targets. They couldn't see the goal, and once again, GG 5 times will earn themselves a last chance saloon to make this one work. We're going to a map number 5 for the Ignite spot.
GG 5 maps is what we're going to for this one, and 5 times might be the charm for them as we try to book our ticket for one more MRC hopeful into Ignite Stage 2. Alter Esports, the last gatekeeper of Ignite for these rosters, and they have their work cut out for them. 2 maps in a row. The momentum's in the favor of GG 5 times and Alter Esports. It just felt like once the mirror matches came through, they were not able to put up with the pressure. Maverick swapping into the Angela, using the Karmic Retribution there to just shut them down on the objective and make it so that they can't escape. Also, Tesco, unfortunately, not having the perfect timing for their ultimate. And you mentioned it, the line of sight was not there to keep them sustained on the objective towards the end. It just felt like everything slipped out of their hands as they were just about to grasp the prize for first place. And, well, now they're going to have to settle for a second chance, or I guess a third chance in this sake, for Game 5 against GG 5 times. And it at least will be their map pick, though.
This is going to be a true test of Alter Esports' mental fortitude. They were maybe 1 or 2 fights away from returning to Ignite. Their exit was inglorious. Their return could be better. It'd be hard to do worse for last season, and this is a brand new team. But now, their joy is turning to ash in their mouths as they're feeling their chances, their mulligans, slip away one by one. It's all going to come down to a map number 5, Audible, and all the chips are on the table. There are no more second chances for 2026. Whichever team doesn't make this is probably going to be out of this until 2027.
The only hopes for the players on either side, if they do get eliminated, is to be picked up during roster mania between now and Stage 2. And you don't want to have to rely on something so chaotic, especially with the way that some of the transfers have gone in the past. But we're going to go to our final break before Map 5. Don't go anywhere. all comes down to this one final map, one last moment, one push to the finish line for these teams to make it into Ignite Stage 2. Ultra Esports, who were up with a 2-0, just needed one more victory on Domination, and unfortunately they could not get it. So now it comes down to this. Hall of Dajalia is going to be the map here to decide things between Ultra Esports and GG5 Times. And I feel like we're in for something special, right? There's a lot of interesting compositions to change up the meta a little bit more so as a wild card for maps compared to what we saw in the previous matchups between these two teams leg day.
Now we have to make the decision. If I'm Ultra, do I pivot to try and protect part of Whoops' hero pool for my last protect? Obviously, we've got to protect Gambit. We've been protecting Mag so far. We've been focusing in on Monarch. And GG5 Times, they've had most of their success here the last two maps off of squeezing Whoops' hero pool, getting rid of the Elsa, getting rid of the Bucky, but the Bucky ban has usually come last.
There's also some other things to worry about here too for this map specifically. The Hela Namor is very effective on Hall of Dajalia, especially in this meta. There's a lot that Hela enables in terms of team-ups. And Namor specifically, like with the Gamma Squid, is another lethal combo that we've seen have a bit of a resurgence with the new Team Ups 2.0 patch that we had come through recently. So could be something to keep an eye on, even if there are ban outs towards Whoops' hero pool there as well. But back to the Black Cat ban, and I think that's the smartest decision that Ultra Esports have made.
Yeah, the Black Widow being off the table.
Oh yeah, Black Widow, sorry.
Yeah, Black Widow being off the table, I think is pretty smart here. GG5 Times going to make sure that Mag is in play. The question is now for Ultra, decision time. Are you going to once again continue paving this path of Mag being here? Because
I think
you can save the Winter Soldier, but GG5 Times are sure to take it away now.
I don't think they're worried as much about the Winter Soldier here specifically. I mean, looking at the hovers and this map as well, it's a very Star-Lord favored map, right? There's the high ceilings and not as many escape options too, especially for that second point for people to try and get away from the Galactic Legend. So yeah, of course they're going to ban out the Bucky, but they're not realizing the potential firepower that we could see from that too. But also actually swapping to the Wolverine. Okay, a bit of a different change up here for this team, but there's the hell I was talking about that we should expect to see in some capacity. And no surprise there that, you know, with the long sight lines and the changes to the Omni movement, I guess you can have with the Crow as well, it makes it so much more viable to play and easier to escape whenever you go in and get an off angle.
This is a map where we have seen a good amount of Hela Namor, and it seems that might be on the case. Admittedly, Hela Namor does have a little bit of a drop-off in usefulness when in the current meta, kind of everyone shoots, you know? Everyone has a gun, which means that the division of labor to get your homework, your admin, your data entry done, of taking down the squids is a touch easier.
Going into this first hole, it will be at GG5 Times on defense and Ultra Esports on the attacking end themselves. So it's interesting to see that, you know, Kylian Mbappe last time, the Vanguard Deadpool, it was focused and banned out. This go around, it's not. And I think all eyes are going to be on how quickly they can build up those upgrades, because if they're not as effective at the start, like most Deadpools are, it could be leading to a very quick capture and a snowball effect for Ultra Esports on attack.
Okay, Selbst forced to flee here as the high ground is going to be commandeered by Ultra Esports off the back of their portal. You can see that Frankie is already swapped away from a Doctor Strange here to be able to get a pinch going off the back with the Angela. It's actually going to move in towards some of these very tenderized players. They're going all in on the Mag though. They spent all of their cooldowns on tenderizing that squishy backline, but it seems like Mag is going to be the primary focus for a lot of these. Big grab here onto Kylian Mbappe, but the rescue's solid off the back of that regeneration domain that was put down by Exo on the Loki.
I do like this separation that we were seeing from the players on GG5 Times, but not when you have Frankie boxing on their domain, being able to play the Angela Unleashed with so much cover that they can do on this first objective and not much you can do to counterattack.
All right, already 2 ticks given. This is going to force the positioning of GG 5 times. Also, Esports also going to make it very hard for Maverick to exist here with the consistent Assassin's charges coming through from the Angela. Pink desperately needs to be healed up. It was an unfortunate reload, but it does seem like they're going to survive the onslaught for now when KQ has returned after having opened the pentagram before. Is that a rogue coming out the back? Maverick with a quick swap around. The turning circle on Frankie Boxing is something else. And the Spear of Icor stabs deep into the heart of the roguish warrior as Kylian Mbappe wonders, can I go to the high ground? Can I afford to make this one work? Has the bounces to try and make it happen, but inside of the invisible boundary, that's where these Vanguards are going to be at their most vulnerable. Monarch taken down, can't be given the ult from Tesco, extra damage from Whoops. Will the follow-up be there from Frankie on the other side? They can't get inside of this Gambit team up. The constant knockbacks are too difficult to deal with. But what about second Gambit ult and what about third? Moving towards the back, Exo has been able to get even more done. The cards are flying. I think it might be time for this defense to fold.
The biggest mistake I would say that GG 5 times made during the ban draft, and well, there's the bread and butter special from Frankie Boxing, forcing them to reset off the side too. Having double Gambit ults on a convergence map is overwhelming, and especially when you're facing off against Hella Namor as well. I mean, this full combination that we're seeing from Alter Esports is just the cherry on top of everything they could have asked for Christmas, and they're getting every present that they had on their wish list.
All right, Pink. They can go to the high ground via their ultimate, but might be too much of a risk. And, well, there's the data entry of taking down the squids for now.
Oh, man. GG 5 times, I mean, we saw a decent amount of swaps from Maverick, right, to the Rogue, to the Angela to try and mirror, now back to the Magneto. And I just don't know if it's the best answer against this dive capability of Frankie Boxing. It's just going to be pressuring the back line and even the front line there. Curryhaw just had the off angle for the finish on the KO.
KQ needs to try and pick a target here. For now, we'll settle for a squid, but Ultimate still moving this point, and Kellyan, is it going to be around to keep this one contested? Multiple players gripped in at the back. They're so tied to the post, and, well, to get to the point, you got to get through Monarch, and Monarch stands tall, stands proud, and stands ready with sword in hand and mag cannon in the other. The Omega level mutant refuses to yield.
That's the first Hexa I have seen from a Magneto that does not include an ultimate. That was a decimation and then some. Monarch really showcasing the madness that can come through from Magneto in the front line, especially with the Chaotic Greatsword available to them from that Scarlet Witch team up. And, well, I mean, Monarch's just holding them at bay, forcing them to second guess their approach to their team, but now even with the 10-second cooldown, it doesn't feel like enough time because they have the Meteor M threatening because the ults have been tracked by the other team.
Hella Ultimate stands in the sky. Career here is going to be desperately low when they get out of this one, and somehow in the year of our Lord 2026 we're seeing a Hella Namor mirror.
Welcome to the new Hall of the Jolly. Oh, wait, it's the exact same that we've seen before. This is the same picture. Giganto comes through, though, doesn't get anyone.
Okay, for a while, Monarch was thinking, oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Homie smelled Remy LeBeau. There's some gumbo over there or something. My goodness, what a play from Monarch.
He's going ham. I'll finish that off for you. But either way, Monarch is just the menace to be dealt with. The Monarch M is what we got to call it at this point, because that's what they have been making it their namesake. Even with the Greatsword, doesn't quite need it. Galactic Legend, they hope that they would have something like that, but it's only going to be the Royal Flush coming through instead.
This is the Loki supplied one. Got to be careful not to fall on down to the Horn of Proteus, though. Maverick wants that Gambit and finds that Gambit. Shuts down the ultimate, and now Alter Esports might be a little bit overextended without too much to try and help them here. Whoops falls down, courtesy of Maverick. The Chaos Sword is getting it done.
I like the swap to the Groot. I think it took a little bit too much time for them to opt for it. It works a lot better, of course, for this third map, just trying to hold the castle as best they can here as well. And the throne room's potential availability for Alter Esports, they might have to check in for a different appointment time, because right now it's locked down completely on all entryways.
Frankie watched on this angle, trying to find an opening for Whoop to try and work this. They don't want to be on the mono-angled approach here with this split of duelists that they have. Kellyan beginning to cook, though. There's the Strangling Prison. It seems like the cleanse was there. Great card usage coming through from Tesco, but Frankie Boxing, the second that they put down the Heaven's Retribution, is just instantly decimated. And, well, Kellyan, he's just donk walking forward, bro. You can't stop the tree. Blocks off the heals from Kariha via the bubble. He came down in a bubble, bro.
Oh, man. The extra heals, of course, too, from the bubble is very nice to have, and just some extra sustain on yourselves, too, when you're waiting for your strategist to get in a better position. I do like the option for it instead of the Wild Wall in this kind of a back line that they have, but now there's going to be the Royal Flush coming in on both sides.
Both sides have it. Exo's only 50% of the way over there. Selbst is getting very aggressive. Forces out the Blessing of the Deep from the Namor. No bubble, no problem. Monarch just surrounded by bubbles, but still manages to weave it. Curves it. Bends it like Beckham towards Selbst. And so Pink's going to be the next one to go down. Kellyan cannot do all of the admin to take out the squids. And so they're overwhelmed by their aquatic firepower levied by the Lord of the Deep's Namor.
Not quite where they wanted to find themselves for this final hour on defense, but even then, pulling out the Captain America, all the stops, Pink on the Wolverine. Might not even be enough, though.
Oh, Tesco's falling down in the back, but KQ couldn't get anything more than that. And so Alter Esports in a commanding position, having completed Hall of Jalia, which can be a bit of a rarity.
Gotta give credit where it's due, though, to GG 5 times on defense, specifically for that third point. The swap to the Groot worked out well enough for them to waste 2 minutes off the clock, which would have been insurmountable if they do manage to get to 3 points themselves. So, on the line here, of course, a spot in Ignite and Alter Esports. They're going to give it their all on defense. Of course, don't need to change what isn't broke because it's been working perfectly for them with the Hela Namor team-ups that we see with the squids here. Also seeing Namor using the Gamma Squid themselves. So there's just so much effectiveness whenever you have to try and go for a flank for GD 5 times. It just gets shut down because of those squids. And I think that's really limited the capability of GG 5 times on this map.
Okay, GG 5 times. They are feeling the pressure now. If they cannot complete Hall of Jalia, their miracle run towards Ignite is over. They've been remarkably successful this week. In our Engaged Tier 2 tournament qualifiers, they swept through with nary a chance to stop them, defeating many a team that have already qualified for Ignite and some that are staying there anyway. But now, Alter Esports could kick them from this cliff and into the abyss below.
No portal play coming through. Some change-ups just for some extra shielding at the start, but Maverick going to go for the mirror match here between these two teams, and really just going to show who's going to have the mechanics to carry them forward between these two squads. Larry, though, actually swapping on over to the Luna Snow. Could be a bit of a difference maker if they do get the damage boost from their ultimate, but also the Snowflake for Maverick.
Maverick plays the angles here, trying to open it up. Oh, what a freeze. Unreal stuff, but it seems like Frankie might be able to get out of this one. I believe used their Loki team to actually break the wall and give themselves a moment of invisibility so they could drop some aggro. And it seems they are going to survive this one for now with some, I was going to say some tricky footwork, but I guess some nice aerial Cobra maneuvers. Oh, Exo. Oh, Exo. How did Larry end up here, by the way? This is a wild location for a Luna to have that hit scan off angle. And, well, Pink begins crunching on the other side, too. KQ's got the aim on, and Larry requires a moment of peel, but guess who's more than willing to provide it? This hella be scary, brother.
Tough spot to be in for Alter Esports. It looks like they're going to go for the portal play, though, from Exo. And a lot of time being wasted by Frankie Boxing. So they did get 2 ticks, but not the 3 that they need for the first objective, as it will be re-engaged, and Ultimate's coming online pretty soon.
Oops, flying from a safe position. Someone else swapped off strategist to try and get the portal back, so they have to be on the Luna now. Can't quite leverage the aim here because Curry has overextended into the zone of Maverick. And out goes the first pass. This one from the Loki clone. Monarch fights for space here with the Meteor M, but needs to get access to his backline. And for now, KQ's untouched, unbothered, moisturized in his lane. And his lane's looking free, clear, and tolless right now. It's a freedom of navigation for the Hela and a freedom of first point for GG 5 times.
This is what I felt was missing last time these two faced, at least on the attacking side for Alter Esports on this map. Maverick being able to go toe-to-toe with Frankie Boxing on the Angela, even with the Squids, you just have so much HP, you don't have to worry as much about them in comparison to some other heroes that you can play. So the Rogue, of course, was not going to really work too well. The Maverick mirror match that we have between them and Frankie Boxing is so they can target the backline. It doesn't have too many escape options here, especially with them having to swap to their own Luna Snow, that they can go for the Snowflakes and the charms to try and at least do some sort of disruption on these dives.
Oh, that was a disgusting shot from Whoops. Really, bro? That's got to be illegal. Mod, send him to jail.
What an angle on that one, too. Like, just the peephole that they had between the walls. Oh, man. People are going to try and emulate that.
Angle.
Basically, yeah, with the spear and everything, just chucking that one through and hoping for some sort of connection, but didn't have to hope for anything. They knew that they were going to have that kind of an accuracy. And Maverick, I do like them trying to chase down this Namor, but they are getting disrupted a little bit too much.
Dude, Maverick is having the worst time right now. All the controls going their way. Easy burn on the Goddess of Death. And now Pink towards the back. The Horn of Proteus strikes 3, but the follow-up can't be there. Good peeling coming through from Frankie Boxing. The remainder of the team might be able to make it work, though, inside of the invisible boundary. I think we've seen Maverick get caught by the Heaven's Retribution. Re-grounded here by Frankie Boxing, who now has to move into the way of the Hela. Start breaking on through. Quick melee cancel. Should be easy to deal with. But when you're this close to the opposing Namor, you've got to be quick with the Tridents, and Whoops is quick on the sticks.
It's just a battle between Whoops and Pink, it feels like, at this point in terms of Namor plays. But Whoops is definitely getting the upper hand, and Giganto comes through a little bit preemptive.
Yeah, that was some good pixel dodging right there. KFQ's already down there. You know what? You forced their positioning with the Horn of Proteus, and that meant Frankie Boxing could get a good angle.
It's true. Waste some more time as well. I think it's the big thing to note here, but again, we'll try to hold things down. Gambit ult versus Gambit ult, Royal Flush, but a bit more in the deck for GG 5x, especially with their Vanguard ults. The problem is they don't really have too much they can use with the duelists from these ultimates, so it's going to come down to the macro.
Okay, once again, looking towards the back. Tesco cannot fall. Needs to stay in a good position, but Whoops is frozen, and so can't use the Blessing of the Deep to survive the assault. Korea has taken down Selbst, and so many members of GG 5x may find themselves overextended. Still, Larry can rescue them with a Fate of Both Worlds if it's necessary.
Great plays from KQ43. Like the angling that we had from them too, and not really any resources aside from the Royal Flush used from Selbst to get them towards that second checkpoint. Perfect. Heaven's Retribution here.
3 squishies grabbed, and while it might not be a final blow off the back of the Meteor M, the disruption was enough, and that is going to be GG 5x with 3 minutes to get through third.
KQ43, I mean, doing a great job in the neutral, I would say. Got the angling that they need just for those final hits on any of the squishies too, but the comboing between them and Maverick was expert class, right? They can use the stun as well if they need to, just to make it so that there's less chance of them to avoid some of the shots that are coming through and finally get those eliminations that they've been lacking. But there's still not as much time as they would like to get towards this third checkpoint, so still dangerous of a full hold on this final push.
Kellyan checks the outside. Monarch needs to be dealt with as well, but for now, just constraining Whoops to this angle seems to have value for GG 5x, considering they still have to move so much of this point forward. Oh, what a combo onto Tesco. Kellyan now can move in onto Whoops, knowing that the healing needs to be focused their way, and if the healing's focused towards Whoops, the rest of the team are going to suffer. Larry on the other side delivers the damage boost with a Fate of Both Worlds to be decided here and now. KQ falls low. Selbst is back in the fray, and the invisible boundary just had to be used from Alter to stabilize here as Korea's finding it. What a double dink! Pink is gone, and now Korea wants even more. Moves in onto KQ43, dodges the incoming stun, but this does now need to be surrendered as Kellyan has moved onto this angle as well.
Maverick just trying to go toe-to-toe with Frankie Boxing here, but misses the Assassin's Charge, and they need a bit better positioning on this one. Pink and KQ, I think it's going to come down to how they postured their ultimates, especially with the Royal Flushes.
I do not know where that Horn of Proteus was going. I think Whoops may have wasted that one. Oh, it's so sad. Korea, though, still can find a consolation prize. The point is moving, by the way. We need to get some We need to get some eyes on point, and indeed, finally, Korea's going to get there. Already having used their bird, there's no way to get away here for the side of KQ43.
So much time wasted, less than a minute remaining between Alter Esports and requalification for Stage 2. The redemption that they have been waiting for, gone through trials and tribulations of roster changes, and well, it looks like they're coming out better on the other side as long as they can hold on for these next 40 seconds.
Monarch uses the blade early, desperate to build up towards this Meteor Ram, giving a win condition to the remainder of his team, because look, Alter Esports don't really have anything to try and play with right now. It's just going to be raw skill, positioning, fight planning, all of the fundamentals you have to build to be a good team in Ignite. GG on the 5 times, on the other hand, they are loaded for bear. Basically 3 ultimates ready to go, but they might be missing out on one of them already. They lost out on Maverick! Heaven's Retribution won't be here. A good dodge coming through from Korea, and now the Piercing Knight is going to be dodged as well. 3 players are over here, so KQ can't afford to fight this battle. A big stun cannot be finished upon, and Monarch takes to the skies. An Imperious Roller of Cacao will try and make it work around the back. Pink is down, and Larry's too. Ultra ready to return to Ignite. It was an inglorious loss before, but the greatest of anime arcs are always built upon redemption, and a redemption's on their plate right now. Maverick stands alone. As Selbst is noted in the back, he's hunted down by Marauders, and the great loot, the booty that's to be delivered to Alter, is a one-way ticket towards Ignite. They debark from the portal. Pink has finally arrived. Korea's not going to be here for the final battle. The invisible boundary that was going to keep the remainder of Alter in a fantastic position, and Tesco's still playing around the outside to try and find an opening for everyone. Gambit never folds, and neither too will Alter Esports. Their rising tide will raise all ships, and Alter's race is higher than any others. Frankie Boxing stands and delivers as the axes of Icors are met by the spear. Odin's graceful daughter ascends to Valhalla in glorious battle, and so too Alter Esports will rise towards the light as they prepare for Ignite.
Reverse sweep prevented, and now they will send themselves to the promised land of Ignite Stage 2. Redemption has been achieved. They were sent to the promotion relegation to try and find their purpose, and it has been glorious all the way through the bracket, even going down into the lowers. After dropping to a streamer team of all rosters, they still managed to make their mark, and Monarch specifically, the one at that MVP performance on the Magneto, to say the least, and maybe one of the best mag players we've seen in EMEA.
Well, it might be GG5 maps. This time it's bye-bye, buddy. Alter Esports, what a play. Like you said, Monarch there, 20 final hits, the Hexa medal next to their name. Disgusting stuff. 34k damage. Magneto right now is not only the leader of Krakoa and the Omega level mutant, but he is the Omega level threat. This is an Avengers level threat, Audible.
What a journey that Alter Esports had gone through for the bracket to get here, right? I mean, we saw them face off against some tough competition earlier on in round 1 specifically. So we got to see, them take down Grin, who made a deep run throughout the bracket itself. Then round 2, of course, they fell to Sun Mio IBN in a 2-0 sweep. And that's how they ended off their day yesterday. They turned things around, though. Grin actually took them to 5 maps after the rematch in that lower round 3, and they took the victory there. And finally, another map 5 special from them specifically to take this victory all the way to the bank and cash in their tickets and winnings to make it into Stage 2 of Ignite. So went through every trial you could imagine, facing off against awkward compositions you have not been prepping for with the streamer team for Necros, and then having to go for a rematch against a team who seemed like they counted them out before. They got a 2-0 sweep before, and that one went to 5, and now this one against GG 5 times. One of the best upcoming rosters that we saw from the EMEA Tier 2 League. They went through the gauntlet, and they came out on top, so congratulations to Alter Esports. If anyone earned it, it was definitely them.
I mean, yeah, they have absolutely put their heart and soul into this, and Alter Esports, like, they had the canon event, of losing team captain. Like, the heart and soul of this team, brought in a new coach. They tried to find, like, what do we do with Monarch? Like, are they going to be our Mantis player? Are they going to be our Psylocke player? Turns out Monarch has, like, this level Morbillion and 2 Magneto, and we have just about hit the Rise of Magneto patch. So sometimes you just got to trust in your boy when he says, lads, I'm champ on Magneto. You gotta let me run this down. And indeed, he did run it down.
Well, I believe we might be heading to a break for our next map that we have, our series. It's going to be the Chosen Ones versus Delete the VOD, facing off against each other for our final spot in Ignite Stage 2. Delete the VOD, they've gone through their own journey, but the Chosen Ones fell in the upper bracket, been making that lower bracket run since our first series that we watched earlier on today against N1X. So definitely stay tuned for that. We'll be back after this. Or maybe not. Either way, you know what? We can keep talking here. There's a lot to talk about here, Day. I mean, we could talk about how Delete the VOD got for this far. So they faced off against the Jocks in the first round, 2-1. Round 2, Delete the VOD fell to Fire Strays. They took a map. But that was also because Black Cell was not available. That's when Oscar had to sub in for Fire Strays in that series. So they lost that one. Round 3. Got a 3-2 victory against the Jocks in the rematch. I think that was a reverse sweep, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it was. So they got a reverse sweep to get to this series in round 4 to try and face off against the Chosen Ones and move into Ignite. So that's going to be our next series to see which team it is going to be to come out on top from that one, Day.
Yeah, the Chosen Ones certainly are hungry to return to Ignite. Delete the VOD, more of an unknown squad. I think that this favors the Chosen Ones in terms of like my internal power rankings for EMEA. But honestly, at the moment, it's anyone's game. Like the power levels of the entire game and the pro scene have been summarily shaken up. Like we've RNG'd a lot. with the new patch of Season 9, so many heroes have come to the fore once again. If you've got a good mag player, like that can change everything. Like this is a patch where I'm actually raiding 100 Thieves, who I was notoriously sipping on the haterade of for a long time. Like we got Vinny TTK being able to play like Groot mag. Like the old man frontline is back. But the slow boy frontline is back, and it's doing a great job in a bunch of these matchups. So I'm very excited to see if that one comes through. On the other side, like before the hotfix, I thought, oh, a VP just going to be world champions off the back of like a Sparker Psylocke. And we have seen some good Psylocke play today, but she was pretty heavily nerfed, and I think she's still being edged out in a lot of these cases by the longer range poke.
I think if we did see the Psylocke, not have those hot fixes, she definitely would have been more prominent than even Elsa and Black Widow. But because of the nerfs, she's more of like a niche pick for some of these maps. So we'll see how things go. We're going to be taking a quick break. Then after that, we'll be getting into our next series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, and congratulations once again to Alter Esports for booking their ticket into Stage 2 of Ignite for EMEA. They came through MRC originally into the preseason and were able to qualify again through this promotion relegation at mid-season qualifier, but now one spot remains and two teams are vying for it here leg day. The chosen ones will be facing off against Delete the VOD to see which of them will move through to that final spot.
We have one spot left in Ignite VOD, and only one team can make it. I believe that a majority of our relegated teams have made it back, right? Is it only Reason who hasn't made it?
Reason's the only one so far, yeah.
That's quite sad. F's in the chat for Reason. That's real unfortunate. But we're happy to see new teams rise up and get their chance to show what they can do in Ignite. That's what Premier Relegation is all about. The idea that if you keep winning series, you can make it into the top echelon, and you can make it to a grand finals, and you can lift a trophy if you're good enough to just win the matches that you are in. And now we'll have to see if Chosen Ones will be joining Reason in the sad relegation club, or if they are going to be our sixth and final spot to be designated for Ignite.
That's the big question. I mean, the Chosen Ones specifically, fell down to N1X and actually were able to take that victory against them in the rematch 3-1. So, they got redemption. They figured out, oh, now that we've played so much of this meta now, we kind of know what to focus on in terms of bans and protects. And, talking about that domination, that's the map that they should have rightfully won against N1X last time. And they actually turned things around, focused a little bit more on, I believe it was the Black Widow bans, and actually securing, getting a ban against the Thing in that series against N1X. And if you're going to be rocking the Daredevil, I feel like you kind of need to ban the Thing because it's just such a good counter, especially with the I guess not upgraded, but it's more of like a fixed Yancey Street Charge. If you try to escape or you're on the wall or anything, you can't get away from them because it reaches so much higher than it used to.
I mean, Thing has a lot of generalized value as well because Thing's good against Magneto in many cases, and Magneto is kind of like the tank du jour at the moment, right? The flavor of the month with the Chaos Blade. And admittedly, while you are probably going to want to try and run and hide from the Chaos Blade, like in the downtime, Mag is quite vulnerable to kind of getting his butt punched by the Thing with those right clicks. The shields, they do nothing, and also his ult can be shut down by the Yancey Street Charge. It's a sad interaction for the Magneto, but you can't take to the sky with Meteor M when you're inside the Yancey Street Charge. It just completely suppresses your ultimate. So it could be a great way to create a bubble of safety for something like a Punisher who might be worried about maybe getting their ultimate shut down by the Meteor M.
Also, like looking at the Bucky hooks. If you are just body blocking with the Thing, you can't actually get pulled through them because of their immovable. So
yeah, them
not being able to just be hooked by Bucky and actually being able to just save your team in that sense, just be the bouncer for the club that is your back line as best as you can. So I do like the instances of the positioning for the Thing that as well, and the way that they've been able to use the Phoenix team up too, you can do more AoE damage, I think has really elevated them as a hero in compared to what we saw before, right, where they were just kind of niche, more of an answer to dive and using the Yancey Street Charge to try and like shut them down that way as well, but also being able to make vulnerable or damage reduction for your team if you jump back towards them. I'm kind of interested to see if we see some Black Cat from this team. That's been relatively absent today. In terms of the teams we've been watching, it was very popular in the first day, and for certain squads, of course, the team that Necros has, Sun, Miho, IBN, with Imperator as well. Like Necros, of course, is going to be locking in that Black Cat every time, just because of how strong it is, the flanking and the intel gathering you can do, and the combinations as well with their ultimate doing that percentage damage. Even after the nerfs, it's still really good. So I'm curious if we see some of that from Kitword, I believe it was, we saw earlier. The Jitword LARP here in EMEA. But even then, there's still potential for, what the Chosen Ones can pull out on their side of things. Delete the VOD, though. We talked to, I believe one of their players yesterday, and I'm expecting some decent things from them specifically. Kizaru was looking really good last time as well. We've seen some good looks from the backline. I'm also noticing too, Leg Day, that a lot of teams are realizing how good Gambit Loki is once again when Gambit is meta. Because if you have one-sided Gambit Loki, you're going to have a bad time if you don't have that just constant uptime for the Rage and Royal Flush.
Yeah, I think that the Loki having access to a Mantis team up more often is pretty good. We're not really seeing many Lokis leverage the meme team up.
Let's turn into like a random
copy,
duelist.
you know? Like when you see a Fallen hero, you're like, you know what? I'll have a go on that. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a try. We're not.
It's for the
seeing
people
quite so
whose
much.
music taste is everything, essentially.
Yes, yes. The perfect like Beethoven through to I don't know. Whatever. I'm struggling to think of more artists than Beethoven because I am evidently painfully upper class.
But yeah, the Vibrant Vitality team-up, I mean, going over that while we're waiting for this to get set up. The Regeneration Domain, of course, provides a damage boost effect to allies within range of the Runestone itself. And it also triggers a Psychic Catalyst, expanding the domain's radius, which is interesting too. And that's the base effect, by the way. You used to have to get a team up with Mantis to get damage boost for your Regeneration Domain. So if you have Mantis, of course, you can have Shockwave of Nature Energy emit from it, which damages enemies within the radius and launches them up. So it's like if you're using that on an objective, you can launch them up and then combo them afterwards. Another reason why Mantis is banned is because you don't want to have to worry about Mantis Loki. So there's a lot going on there too. But yeah, it looks like we're still going to be sticking with the Chosen Ones and Delete the VOD for our series here. Getting into map number 1 momentarily. I believe it's Krakoa Domination for this too. I like this map. I don't know about you, like that.
I mean, it's okay. Like, I think it's my favorite of the domination maps. I don't know. Like, I like it more than Celestial Husk.
That's
At least,
true.
I think in terms of casting, it's probably this and Hell's Heaven are probably the best domination maps to cast. They tend to be less stall festive and things like Celestial Husk, which is dangerous to my health. I've only got so much HP.
No, it's valid. So on the side of the Chosen Ones, I believe it will be Haster, 7-Minute, JDXS, Coco, Kitward, and Crazy on their side. And then for Delete the VOD, excuse me, Dobby, Mo, IMOK, May Beezes, Kizaru, and El Chabagoober. So great names that we have on this team as well. Shout out El Chabagoob. I've seen them around for quite some time for their team too. So looking at the rosters here, I mean, are you expecting Delete the VOD to have much of a chance? Are you familiar with Delete the VOD, or is it more just like the Chosen Ones all the way you feeling like that?
Well, unfortunately, I think most of the players I'm familiar with on Delete the VOD all crashed out of Ignite pretty ignominiously.
That's what this is for. This is the redemption arc.
I've got to admit, most of the footage I've seen of the players on Delete the VOD have been of them losing. So
maybe that's why their name is Delete the VOD, because they don't want you to watch the footage of them.
Yeah, I mean, like, they've made it this far. I think they've had a bunch of close games so far. Like, This could be a team that is just being able to ride the wave of Season 9 very well. Sometimes a team, like, isn't good in a particular meta, and that's the one I saw. Maybe they're really good at adapting quickly. Maybe these guys are ranked grinders, and they've put in, like, 600 games since Season 9 has dropped, you know? And that has allowed them to pick up the team-ups rather quickly and maybe outpace other teams who might be a bit more sluggish or set in their ways off the course of, like, some teams who've played, like, fairly well on prior patches. They overcommit, they overlearn the lessons, you know, from what they saw before. And it can be hard to get them out of, like, a rut of a previous meta. Like, oh, we're the good old days. We were so good at patch 8.5. We just keep running this down. It'll work eventually.
Eventually, something will stick if you throw enough darts at the board. Hopefully, your aim is good enough, though, to even hit the board itself. So, Delete the VOD, though, I mean, they have their work cut out for them, right? The Chosen Ones, they're on a bit of a resurgence run through the lower bracket after dropping in the first round. And I feel like just getting that experience against these teams and the meta itself in a tournament environment is so much value comes from that, especially for the Ignite teams who have been through, you know, league play, preseason into now, and some of the teams from specifically playoffs like we saw. It's also interesting, you know, going back to the team who hasn't qualified, Reason Gaming, like we saw them fall and they made it all the way to playoffs last time. So that just goes to show, like, nobody's safe in Ignite if you're going into the promotion relegation tournament. And I'm sure, you know, everyone waiting for the Americas broadcast, that'll be coming up after these matches are done for EMEA. So just enjoy the show for now as we watch the Chosen One face off against Delete the VOD here.
All right, Mantis banned first. Wake up, honey. Time to ban Mantis again. And here comes the Gambit Protect. This is just going to be how life is for the next month. Maybe in 9.5, there will be some severe adjustments to these two.
I'm really curious what the changes are going to be for that as well. Maybe we get a hot fix this week ahead of time before the mid-season finals to maybe fine-tune things a little bit more. One last effort for that with some of the cosmetics coming out later on. But even then, you know, this is going to be the stock standard. Elsa bans, Gambit saves, Mantis bans. It's really like the second half of the ban draft is where you really have to start paying attention and tune into class and figure out what the session's going to be. And Black Cat and Daredevil will be the bans this time. So Daredevil banned out for Kitward there specifically, but Black Cat on the other side too. El Chabagoober was the one that has been known to play the dive heroes here. One-sided Daredevil as well. Helps with the vision.
I love when I load into a lobby, Vaudeville, I'm like, oh, that's going to be a fun name to cast. And El Chabagoober is certainly one of them.
It definitely is, and hopefully they'll be able to pop off one of the kind of dive duelist players for their team. So both securing one of their own, Black Cat or Daredevil. And it's interesting to see, you know, the prioritization for the side of Delete the VOD that they want to focus on that Daredevil, whereas Black Cat I feel like has a lot more value and utility, especially with the new team up. But no Magneto available for either side. I think that's the biggest difference between this series and the last one.
We also see a little bit of a shift in the ethos behind the Elsa ban. Because in the last match, Elsa was banned because she's a good hit scan duelist. And both teams had very strong hit scan duelists. In this match, Elsa's banned not just because she's a good hit scan duelist, but because she can team up with Devil Dinosaur to have an AoE trap that can be a very, very painful experience for a melee diver, because you can put that down when you're holding a static position, and you can just have your strategist stand on it. And when you dive on that strategist with your melee range, you're going to get your feet slimed. Prepare to be slimed, loser.
I've seen that happen too many times as well. Oh, nice. Kizaru rocking the Team Heretics Deadpool bundle there. And for those who don't know, you can actually get unique titles in-game now if you do pick up the regional bundles themselves. Definitely recommend looking at that at the Esports app in-game if you want to check it out. Also, definitely put your predictions in for mid-season finals. A lot of cool cosmetics and things of that sort that you can take advantage of it there. But we are getting into map number 1 here on Krakow. Delete the VOD, looking to be the second MRC team to qualify for Ignite, but Chosen Ones, they're looking for their second chance as well in this lower bracket.
Okay, both teams opting into a couple of different options here. Primary one's going to be Rogue versus Venom. Venom certainly a lot more explosive on the backline, but Rogue can do a little bit of a better job of anchoring the objective, in my opinion.
I do like the positioning that you can have from Rogue, and we saw Haster do such a great job on it in our first series of the day against N1X, especially on like the Museum of Contemplation. But this positioning that we're seeing from Kizaru, it's going to take some time for them to actually get all of their upgrades and be as effective for their squad. So might be the time for Delete the VOD to, or excuse me, for the Chosen Ones with Kitward to take advantage.
Okay, Kitwood, now with 650 coins, passes the paw check, is going to be able to start buying some utility, as Darby does throw a little bit of a bit of a gamble there, you know, and MLK's gamble did not work out either. Oop. So much CC went their way. I don't know if they even got a chance to use their E. Mova next to fall on down. Haster's just going to counter-strike here, and it seems that the Chosen Ones are going to be in a very perilous position. Only 4 players remain. Surely this is going to be a take here for the side of the Chosen One.
Yeah, Delete the VOD already having the early percentage here on this one too. Kizaru, after using the ban hammer, able to just get a double and some extra XP using the snapshot. But El Chabagoober is going to go in and see if they can at least get something for their team and continue this momentum for the Delete the VOD squad on the red side. Again, for their team, I do like the combos that we're seeing from El Chabagoob, and I am okay with these dives. Even Kizaru's kind of getting these off angles that are making it difficult for the Chosen Ones on the blue side to really do too much.
Also, kind of a generational trait from the Chosen Ones as well. Had a 4v6 after picking both IMLK and Mo, but maybe used too many of their resources to try and make those happen. IMLK back towards the backhand side, and the Black Cat is going to be able to escape from the Daredevil fairly easily so far, but IMLK just picked a very poor angle for that dive, and so just couldn't receive any healing, couldn't survive through there. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Only 4 players are going to be receiving it, as 1 player has been left behind, is not going to be getting any of those auspices of the Gambit. Kizaru with an extra fall on down. Crazy responsible for that one, and now it seems that the rebuff is going to be there. JDX starts moving, and he's grooving. 2 blasts, 2 resets, and a forced out Lunar Ultimate as well. This is going to allow for Delete the VOD to keep this point contested, but I don't know if it's winnable off the back of these ultimates.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for them, especially when they have a Rogue bearing down on them. Stuns don't matter because the guns are here for JDX, and they get a double to boot. Finally getting some percentage for the Chosen One side, but 99% is a good burf that we see from Delete the VOD.
Alright, Kizaru has now swapped over from the Gambit team up to the Hella one, which will allow them to have that homing bird as well as Pierce on their bullets.
I do like that option. A lot of people do opt for the Gambit one at first just so that they can build up the XP and the damage as well. You have the stun when you use the jump for their team up, so it's a good option in the neutral until you get all of your upgrades. So great change up here as the Black Cat from Kitward looking for an angle.
Oh, Chabagoob needs to try and find something to work with here. Feast of the Abyss in the back, follow after. Here comes Hasta. Darby's down, goes through the portal. It's still on cooldown. Can you escape the Rogue chasing down their husband? And Kitwood's there as well. It would appear that the Chosen Ones have found everything they need off the back of this expensive engage. 3 ultimates spent, but they maintain control.
Maintain control and their pocketbooks for now for Kitward. A little bit in the bank for the next one. Gonna go to the lottery and see if they can come out big with a win, but just kind of get an even return there as well. I am okay. I mean, I gotta give, unfortunately, a bit of a mark on their ledger so far because they have had a bit of a struggle when it comes to these dives. Being called out a couple of times by the Chosen Ones, they need to find a better answer.
Devil being released by El Chabagoob, receiving plenty of healing, but not really able to find any erstwhile victims still. While there was attention taken by the Daredevil, Kitwood managed to fall through the cracks. Re-engagement onto the point, going to be difficult to handle. Big dive here for IMLK, and it would appear that 7 Minute just wants this to be done here and now. JDX, it's ambitious, but it's good. Going in onto the Gambit. What a flight of a Valkyrie right there. And while IMLK may have a little bit of additional HP from a symbolic resilience, it's looking like it's all Chosen Ones right now. Delete the VOD might not have time to try and TP back because JDX just soars above a victory cry.
99% to 0 was how we started. 100 to 99 is where we ended for the Cradle as we go to the Carousel up next. And it's a struggle, right? This is very reminiscent of what we saw in the last series for Whoops, where, you know, they can just play Bucky if Elsa is banned out because of how powerful they are with the base effect of the Elsa team up. The instinct and able to get the resets so consistently now due to the buffs of the ultimate, which was just a couple patches ago that we saw there as well. So JDX, very reminiscent to that play that we saw from Whoops. I would not be surprised if going into that map 2 that they banned the Bucky as well as the Elsa from what we saw. Like, yes, you know, the Black Cat ban or the Daredevil ban, it doesn't quite make sense to target here because of how effective JDX has been on the Bucky. I don't know about you, though.
Yeah, like, the Bucky just seems to be that guy at the moment. Oh, they're going over to a Cloak of Dagger just to have that initial Terror Cape off the back of this engagement. Do they just want to open it up on top of IMLK? Catch him on the wall. No, extra damage boost, extra damage, but good flight right there from the side of the VOD. They completely saw that one coming.
Not the best enaction of the Portal Kidnap play, as we've seen from other instances in our previous series, but there's also going to be a Royal Flush in the cards here for maybe for this as well.
Okay, maybe Aziz drives the remainder of Delete the VOD forward. 7 minutes, still halfway of their own towards this. And it seems that the positional play has been rewarded. This is going to allow Delete the VOD to get the first cap, but they are going to lose out on Mo for their danger. And now Kizaru going to try and follow up on this ultimate coming through from the side of IMLK. And Kizaru's just getting well rewarded for all these frags. XP for days, bro.
Huge for Kizaru on that one, too. And I do like the options of them using the Deadpool Vanguard, especially with the upgrades. Just extra damage and the chip from before. But another Royal Flush comes through.
Okay, Kizaru crawling out on the point for now. Agamotto can't be dodged. 2 players stunned, and a follow-up is true from Kitwood. Pouncing and bouncing as you find yourself a pounce off the back of the calling card, looking desperately for Mo on the Psylocke, and they find it and they get their money, getting paid.
JDX robbed them of the KO streak now, so they'll have to go back to the locker room a little angry after that, but still happy to clear the objective a lot faster than we saw last time from the Chosen Ones. It was 99%, but only 44 was able to be achieved this go-around by Delete the VOD, so already a boon in favor of TCO after the botched kidnapping at the beginning of this second map for the Cradle that we saw in the last one into this one. But I am okay. I'm still waiting to see enough value, I would say, from this Venom. It just doesn't seem to be doing as much as they would like.
Where my Luna going? Taken down by Crazy. Kitwood on the other side easily wins out their battle against Mo. It feels like Mo is having a lot of trouble really existing on this flank. The chase should be solid over here onto the Gambit. And guess what? Debuff down to the culling aura. It's easy resets for IJDX, and Chosen Ones will remain in control.
Already have the advantage too in percentage. Kitward's just having free reign. Wherever they go, they can collect the tolls that are due to them. Taxation is there in their pockets, and they're going to be taking full advantage of their dividends that they have won. Every time they go for an engagement, they at least get 1 or even 2 KOs, and there hasn't really been an answer, unfortunately, for their opponents in Delete the VOD. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen like a swap to the Thing even to try and defend the backline a little bit better.
Yeah, Mo still trying to build up towards this dance of the butterflies. Could be a big opening here. No, if they fall down early, it could be Jova, and indeed they will. The healing's not there. Has to now stealth forward. Plenty of space to be found as they wrap around the back. The permanently active Gambit team up is disgusting to behold. Chabaguba knows that it's time to go, and it's time to work. JDX overwhelmed with damage from all sides. Darby needs to try and get rid of the Black Cat, who is right on top of them, so the Ice Arts easily claps them with a large hitbox that it proffers. And now Delete the VOD are in a position where they can try and make something happen, but down on El Chabaguba, things get more difficult. Mo's going to try and come back yet again, still with a dance of the butterflies. Not able to share out the damage, so slicing and dicing destroys the Chosen Ones.
They do get the team fight win, which is a good boon for them. The problem is that they had to use a lot of resources for it, and already the calling card about to be online, Heartbreaker, and also the Fate of Both Worlds, even the Kraken Impact. So basically almost every ultimate except the Gambit one for the Chosen Ones. Banhammer potential if they can build it up fast enough, but there is an Eye of Agamotto in their sights, and Coco does get a couple.
One way to try and slow down the dive. Still forces out Darby's usage of the Fate of Both Worlds. That's going to be something that they're missing later, as multiple players, I think, are going to be afflicted with the Carling Aura. And now it's time for Kitwood to go crazy in the back. Time to get sliced in, and the cat claws are sinking in. Pantheress, as she will reign over the jungle that is Krakoa. Mo around the outside wants 7 minutes so bad, but the healing should suffice. From the co-strategist of the Luna, the Sonic forces of Invisible Woman tear apart Delete the VOD, and Chosen Ones are in this commanding position yet again. This should be their grab, but the opening of the Pentagram of Ferala changes the fortunes.
Yeah, the portal play, one last-ditch effort for Delete the VOD, but the eliminations come through with dark magic infesting all of the waters in front of them. Won't be safe for them to swim, and they will sink to the bottom of Krakoa as they will have to regain in map 2. The first one goes to the Chosen Ones, only 2 away from qualifying for Ignite.
Nearly back home for the Chosen Ones. It's been an arduous march, but in the end, it may all be worth it. But who can stand in their way but Delete the VOD, who would love to supplant the incumbent, that much is for sure. But for now, as we're exchanging dives, it feels like Kitwood is getting the advantage when it comes to playing this Black Cat. El Chabaguba is having a bit more of an issue making this one work, going 6-7. Way.
I think it's a bit of a misread going for the ban on the Daredevil instead of the Black Cat. Black Cat just has so much more value, especially on a map like Krakoa. So you saw exactly, you know, the calling cards that they were able to combo with the other ultimates too, the Abagamotto even to stun them and then get the finishes afterwards with the short teleports. Well, not as long distance teleports as they used to be, but I'd still think they're pretty long. But on the other end too, I felt like Kizaru wasn't getting as much value as they could have just sticking with this Deadpool Vanguard. There wasn't enough peel for the backline, and yes, they were focusing them down with the extra damage that they got from it, but aside from that, the Vanguard lineup just wasn't as lethal as we saw on the other end. Haster swapping to the Rogue was very effective to shut them down whenever they tried to push towards the objective, and Coco really just played whatever they needed, and that's what you want to see from your Vanguard players. So it just felt like a bit of an outclassing between the levels of competition, right? A former Ignite team facing, and you know, MRC champion as well, from when they used to be Lions 2.0, and now Delete the VOD, a team that's, you know, had some good windfalls in results, but they've never been like the top team for MRC. So you're starting to see that there's different levels to this, at least for this first map, but there's still potential for Delete the VOD. They had some sparks of brilliance throughout that one.
Yeah, we had some good ideas for a bunch of these engagements. I think that we started to see some big value off of Kizaru and IMOK diving together. It feels like IMOK was having a lot more trouble linking up with El Chabaguba when it came to these dives. It was getting a lot more value off of Kizaru making these engagements, and Kizaru was actually doing a huge amount of damage as well. I think that really Delete the VOD, like, they need to talk to their duelists more, or their duelists need to start listening when talking is happening. And we're going to have some time to work out the comms, because we're going to go to a 3-minute break, and we'll be back for map number 2 after this.
at this.
The Chosen Ones are one step away, well, 2 maps from making it back into Ignite Stage 2. Facing off against Delete the VOD, they got a 2-0 victory in our first map on Krakoa. And now for the second one here, the counter pick for Delete the VOD leg day is going to be Yggdrasil Path. And it felt like a couple of the Ignite teams were struggling on this map for some odd reasons before, like we saw in our previous series.
Well, it seems like a lot of the Ignite teams, like the Cope map that often came up was Museum of Contemplation. Yggdrasil Path was a very rare pick in our group stage of Ignite, so maybe not a huge amount of scrim time has been dedicated to the old classic of Yggdrasil.
Yeah, a lot more focusing, as you mentioned, on that Museum of Contemplation. It became a bit of a meme in certain watch party streamers' chats. But even then, looking ahead, of course, this is likely to mirror what we've seen in the past couple of maps and matches with the Gambit saves and then the Elsa bans. I'm more interested to see if there's going to be that focus on the Daredevil ban or not. I feel like a Daredevil ban is a wasted ban in this meta just because there's so much more to focus on. So hopefully, you know, Delete the VOD, learn from their mistakes in the first map and kind of adjust here as well as we, you know, get into the weeds on what their focus is going to be after the Elsa specifically. But looking ahead, they're taking their time, so maybe they're not going for the Elsa first ban on their end and instead changing it up. But no, they're going to lock it in again, so it makes sense.
All that time to run the exact same ban line. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Black Cat be banned out for both these teams now.
Daring.
I agree with your sentiment that Daredevil is not currently worthy of a ban, in at least if the Black Cat is equally viable for the player in question, you know? Like, sometimes a player is, like, distinctly better at the Daredevil than the Black Cat, and yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Kitwood showed that they're not, like, a Daredevil one-trick. They've got a large stable of these melee characters in their pool, so you just got to get rid of the best one, and that is unquestionably Black Cat right now.
Yeah, we could even see them target the Daredevil after that if it's not saved here as well, but that's what they're going to do, right? They want to make sure that they at least have Kitward having one of the 2 dive heroes available to them, and that's the difference between this season and the Stage 1 playoffs that we saw, where, you know, with Yaoi Lost specifically, they got banned out because the Black Cat was not as viable back then, and now the recent buffs have made her viable again. But I do like this as well, especially on this map, the one-sided Magneto, realizing, hey, we need some sort of advantage in our end of things too, and now banning out the Wolverine as well, so they don't have to worry if they do play the Groot or just a standard front line. So yeah, they're going to be rocking the Groot, they're going to be rocking the Loki is another thing too that did escape the ban phase.
That is a good read right there. Wanting to make sure their mag is safe. Although, getting rid of the Wolverine can be a good one-sided, you know?
Yeah.
Like, being able to really shape the Vanguard interactions, given that at the moment it feels like mag is kind of the, like, mag versus Groot in this case is going to be the definer of how this game goes.
Looks like Kizaru is going to be hovering the Vanguard to Deadpool. We talked about, you know, the coordination we saw between them and IMLK last time, working out well towards the end, but the start was trepidatious at best. And now having the Magneto locked in this go around where it was banned in the first matchup, this could be the difference maker for this team's front line. I do like Kokoko, though, on the thing this time because we saw how effective it was. The last go around, we witnessed Yggdrasil Path in the series of Alter Esports against their opponents in GG 5 times. So good comps across the board. We'll just see which one of them wins out in this first engagement.
All right, there's going to be a lot of Gambit cards flying between a double Gambit Loki for everyone.
Especially with the enhanced version of it too for Delete the VOD. That might be another reason why they want to lock down the one-sidedness of the Magneto. And Aster still keeping things locked in, and actually the bubble is a great escape option from the hook.
Yeah, just make sure that you aren't going to be punished too hard if you do get hooked in by Mo. On the other side, like, IMLK just has to kind of frag their way out of trouble, you know? If they get grabbed by the Mag, if they get grabbed by the Wolverine or by the Winter Soldier, violence is their primary tool to try and escape. Oh, no! Oh, we messed up the wall. No, has to. Oh, a classic fumble. Ward themselves out of, like, go on without me. You go, I stay.
Sacrifice themselves for the bit, but will quickly go towards that first checkpoint. They got a touch now, and the portal does come through.
All right, JDX hoping to try and clutch up here on the Winter Soldier. If there's any hero to do it, Winter Soldier is a great candidate. Kitwood grabbed from the sky and summarily executed by Loki on the off angle. And now Loki's going to be well set up. Going to be very difficult to get any real pressure over onto this hero. But you know what? Movement speed and damage boost might do it. Coco moving towards the back with the inflamed fist boosted by the power of Remy LeBeau himself. Darby, not much to do here but to leave, and IMLK is for sacrificial lamb. They throw it to the dogs like, you guys take this steak, I'm gonna run.
A good lockdown here for the Chosen Ones, and Kitward actually on the Spider-Man, seeing if maybe they can get a pull. But actually, no, they're just playing it close, waiting to see if they can bring them into the rest of their team. Going for it off the map. Did they get anyone? No success, unfortunately, on that one. So will be the God of Mischief coming through for Davi, and it will be another Rage and Royal Flush ahead.
Oh, IMLK, can they shut down the Winter Soldier? You bet that they can. No resets this time for IJDX. Better luck next time, fella. IMLK continues to try and body block players away from their disengagement routes as Kitwood's making their approach over towards the Gambit. Can they get the uppercut? Mo is just getting reset after reset. There were so many clones of a Loki in there. The doppelgangers just fed the reset factory one after the other, and Kitwood is summarily destroyed by Magneto. Unimpressed by the powers of a man nor the powers of a spider. He's been listening to the J. Jonah Jameson podcast in his spare time, and that man's a menace.
A kit word, but not a jit word, is what we see there from the Spider-Man play, and trying to see if they can at least get the Gambit from them being unaware on these flanks. Unfortunately, haven't been able to connect with anything. Spectacular spin, though, available to them to try and combo the back line when necessary, and might be a good look against El Chabaguber before they use that Omega Hurricane.
Omega Hurricane certainly might be difficult to deal with. The Loki regeneration domains don't deal with it particularly well, as they can all be broken through rather quickly. However, going in towards the Gambit, now you've got to try and choose your foe. The Gambit ultimate gives the additional healing and the speed as well to kite the ultimate, and IJDX certainly is getting value out of a Trooper's Fist right there, cutting through Mo and finding MLK on the other side.
Again, just showing that even with the bans that come through, the Bucky is still going to be doing as well as they can to just damage the hopes and dreams of these up-and-coming teams. Mo on the Bucky themselves, really need to see them pop off for their team and see if they can at least get some good grab, and that's exactly what they do. Kitward can't escape their clutches.
J. Jonah Jameson just did a tier 3 sub to Mo, bro. Finally, the menace is gone. However, Coco still wants to turn it around. Down one, not a problem. Going in with the Banhammer, but inside of a Regeneration Domain, there's no problems to be seen. While you wait for IMLK to make their own movements here. El Chabaguber taken down. Big cleanse there from Aziz. And now IJDX is overextended with no chance for a reset. What a play there from the Gambit. One and done, baby.
The IMLK Meteor is what we're seeing so far with these ultimates for Delete the Bot, and great looks on the attacking end. And I do understand the Kitward play, trying to go against El Chabagoob. Every time they come back from spawn, they don't have any escape options. They just have to go for the KOs, but Rage Royal Flush comes through as we'll see the battle commence.
Gambit never folds. This is well-known knowledge, and that is a well-placed combo. Chabaguba not going to be present for this one, as once again, Mo has to make a decision. Actually decides to not grab anybody, but you know what? We don't need resets where we're going, son. It's all about fragging in towards the enemy backline. Lovely knockback, but crazy in a corner. God, Darby's actually been so good when it comes to these cards.
Not even using the Mag team up that time either, which is interesting. We haven't seen many of the Gambits opt for the other option in the Jubilee team up, which just makes it so that you spin your staff around with some style and pizzazz and do a bit of extra damage that way, and it worked out that time.
Just, you know, comes at you with the stick. You ever see that old?
Get
you ever
back.
see that old video of the guy doing the lightsaber routine in the
Yeah,
cleaning closet?
it's like that.
Very
Oh, man.
aura, very tough. Mo standing on the new front line, trying to gun down the Groot. Here comes the attempt from 7 minutes to turn this one around. That is a big strangling prison, but easily cleansed once again. Oh my goodness, like the Chosen Ones have been so good with these Gambit casts, just getting the cleanses. You need to be forcing these out in advance.
That's one of the reasons why a lot of teams are so good at playing Gambit from the preseason into now, is just those cleanses. It really shuts down a lot of the options for these ultimates, especially with the Strangling Prison. So even though Groot is such a commanding force and a dominating presence with their ultimate and everything else, you still got to worry about the Gambit, who just has the ability to completely counter it.
All right, the Chosen Ones now under pressure. Coco tried to put in the Banhammer, wants their counterpart, but Mo could just fire freely inside this regeneration domain. There's no punishment to be given. In fact, more healing, and Kitwood has found that out the hard way. A very hardy team stand in their way. El Chabagoob summons the winds, but not the rains down in Africa. Instead, it's the storms onto Eastguard. Mo turns it around. 3 players deep up by the Cole. The reset's good. They keep on firing. Hasta's next, and Coco's down 2. Unbelievable aura from Mo here as they still can do another.
Yeah, just waiting out the storm at this point and do not want to get rained on. The parade has not stopped its journey to its final destination here and now for Delete the VOD. And this is a big windfall for them in comparison to what we saw in the last map on Domination.
Crazy's making it work. This is going to be a big push here from the Chosen Ones to earn themselves a lot of space, but trying to... Oh my goodness, this is so aggressive from Crazy. Has to be very... Yep, and he's gone. Like, I don't know what bro is cooking there with the Gambit. What is my Gambit doing, bro? Still, well, for JDX, no resets. The blade is still swinging. The guillotine ain't stopped. And, well, it seems that the Delete the VOD train ain't rolling. Sometimes you are, like, I don't know if bro just, like... What vision did he see? What did he see? What does he know? But my Gambit's going into the middle of the enemy team.
Oh man, the Chosen Ones are gonna be just referencing Mongrel and saying, "Shing Shing, where's the sword?" coming in every single time. It's just a rough spot to be in. I feel bad for the Chosen Ones because it just felt like they had no answer to this composition from Delete the VOD. I mean, to the fact that they were going to the Spider-Man to try and take down the Storm from El Chabagoober in the back line. It just was getting individual picks, but I think that was just distracting so much from the rest of the team fight. They didn't need the damage boost. It was just a nice thing to have. And then the Omega Hurricane, of course, forcing out those Loki greens, wasting some of the resources and the extra damage that you could get from that to use with your ultimates just was going to be a moot point for the Chosen Ones. So a tough spot to be in for them. I think they can bounce back, though. Only 15 seconds extra. That's a lot to work with, but they do have to get all the way to the end, and I don't know if this composition is going to be the best one for them.
Well, the 3-3 is certainly... I think it's the first time we've seen it today of Audible, but we did see plenty of it when we were personally reviewing the VODs
yesterday there was so much of it. My goodness.
It kind of fell off a cliff today until now, but the Penny being on the field is interesting. I was expecting to see maybe if we saw a Penny in a 3-3, maybe we'd see in tandem the Ultron with that team up for a team-wide damage boost.
Ultron relatively absent so far, and I think that just comes down to how much damage that the Buckies can really do, and more prioritization towards other heroes, maybe not just a single duelist. So we'll see what the strategy is going to be for Delete the VOD on the defensive end. As you mentioned, playing that 3-3. Not having Gambit as well is going to be, I guess, a bit of a struggle in my opinion. You need to have just the effectiveness of that ultimate against this kind of comp from the Chosen Ones.
Strong tech there from Hasta, instantly destroys the Penny Nest by replacing them with the walls. Doesn't seem like the grab has got too much here off the back of JDX, but in the end, like, the raw damage that JDX and Chosen Ones are pumping out is hard to try and beat here. They're stuck in the closet, and I'm afraid that there's going to be no magical trip to Hogwarts this time. I don't think anyone's going to come rescue you. Giant with a pink umbrella, or no. JDX goes up against Darby. Outnumbered here, but a quick fist from a bionic arm will get it done.
Yeah, JDX really just locking things down, and even the Adam Warlock could not escape. Doesn't matter that they have more movement abilities now, and we'll have to just reset. No Cocoon needed that time, and the strategy from Delete the VOD was not the one to use against this overwhelming damage capabilities of the Chosen Ones. They're sticking with it. I mean, it makes sense. It's been working out well. Having the Loki Gambit too, you're about to have 2 Raging Royal Flushes available, and maybe Aziz is so far behind that as well.
Oh, El Chabaguba down. That is a lot of damage the Vanguards now don't have to worry about. And you can see that the thing is keen to keep it on going. Reset after reset. Can you get even more than this? Oh, Deadpools are coming. And so too is JDX. And the card just keeps on rolling, baby. Easy resets, easy money, easy life.
The one downside to playing Loki is giving all those resets to the Winter Soldier, and they, I think, got one more. Okay. They weren't going to push there, which is smart. We do see the God of Mischief, though, activated. Here's the Royal Flushes coming in.
Okay, gotta stay on the cart right now. Kitwood is going to be doing so much damage with the Gambit boosted Omega Hurricane. And they threw up the Strangling Prison as well to make sure there were no escapees and no survivors. Call that one an ultimate Alcatraz.
Anything you can do, I can do better is what we're seeing from the Chosen Ones on offense. I mean, taking a page out of Delete the VOD's books and then showing, hey, we've been able to decimate anything that you have thrown up. It didn't work out for you, or it didn't work out for us on defense. It's like to the nth degree not going to work out for you either. And this is similar to what we saw on Domination Leg Day. It felt like just the experience level difference between, you know, the Chosen Ones and Delete the VOD, where certain compositions work out better for one team compared to the other, and that's what we're seeing on full display here.
All right, 7 minute, ready to let loose with this ultimate. Doesn't want to hold on to it for too long so we can start building up the next one. Opportunities to be had. El Shabagoob needs to hope that they got their own Gambit ultimate here as they make landfall. Terra Firma to be hit with the damage of the storm. Coco's got nowhere to go but span around by wind, and it would appear that with Coco going down, the Chosen Ones have lost enough momentum. They have to cede away this push.
Oh, no. There for Coco as they went down so quickly in that one as well. And the timing of ultimates couldn't be any worse, especially with JDX going down there. They were so close to getting the Kraken Impact available. A massive pick, El Chabagoob.
All right, I think they had about 5 minutes for third. We'll see what the Time Bank Blender does to them here.
True.
As, Kitwood going down is going to be yet another 10 seconds waiting.
Good positioning by maybe Aziz. Just has the angle for the heals and extra damage as well. Just farming the strat results, seeing who can get their ultimate first, and not really doing any damage to Delete the VOD just so that they can get their ults and have that advantage in this next team fight.
Okay. Maybe there's going to be a quick cleanse coming through, but they couldn't quite cleanse all of the doppelgangers. Can they shut down IJDX before more happens, though? Looking towards the back, decides to go for the player that was bubbled by the Magneto, and the remainder of the team could not break that Maternite barrier in time. Shutting this down, IMLK wants to get rid of Kitwood, and indeed a direct impact in midair. The AMRAM missile gets its boy, and Aziz, well, they're doing what Crazy wished they could have done on their recontest, and it seems to be working out well.
A great look so far on their side of things. Really setting up Delete the VOD for as much success as they could hope for, right? It was 5 minutes originally, now down to 3. The blender has been activated, but they gotta hope it doesn't jam before it finishes just dissecting and dicing up the time bank for the Chosen Ones, but they still have plenty of chances. A lot of ultimates in their favor. Omega Hurricane, if they can damage boost that with one of the Gambits, potential for it, but they'd have to hold on to it for quite some time, so it could just be used to bait out some ultimates.
Okay, going through a small area this time, trying to, I imagine, force Mo off of this angle. Hook doesn't grab too much, and now Mo, knowing that they didn't really have a turn to elucidate that pressure, is going to have to give up the space.
We'll do Omega Hurricane,
straight by the Emma? I think it was blocked by the Emma, but still Kizaru was a little bit too deep. And El Chabaguba has so much HP to try and survive this one. It's going to be in a bad position. IJDX is there to try and punish it, and Kitwood's going to be the icing on the cake. The glacé cherry on top is going to be running down on top of Darby. And I'm afraid that even going into stealth is not going to save you, as the wind doesn't have eyes and the wind does not care for your tangibility.
You're quite welcome.
Not as much of a fickle mistress this time either. The Chosen Ones know the right winds to sail ahead towards this final checkpoint with, but so much time wasted from that initial 5. A little less than 2 now. Raging Royal Flush, Crazy, about to be online. Same for maybe Aziz. Final fight territory.
Extra damage on Bucky is disgusting to behold, by the way. An attempted shutdown of this one. I think there was a cleanse on the other side.
What?
IJDX is overextended, was too greedy for the reset, but a mid-air spore bomb from Hasta could still save this. Kizaru, a last chance saloon over onto Kitwood, but guess what? Crazy's got plenty of healing to try and deliver here. CC immune is the Groot, and no one can really get onto point. It's got to be Mo to try and make it work. He's getting extra healing off a ceaseless charge, but as they go in one by one, delete the VOD, all they will find is the merciless grip of Emma squeezing upon their throats. A portal block to stop a release of the prisoners, and we are going to extra rounds.
The most time available to the Chosen Ones, but again, as I kept making note of, it started from 5, went down to 56 extra seconds. As best as you could have hoped for, I would say, for Delete the VOD. Felt like an inevitability, but not as monumental of a task to overcome in OT at this go-around. They'll be the ones attacking first due to having the least time available. Looking at these compositions, I mean, again, sticking with the Storm seems to be the name of the game here for Yggdrasil Path between these two squads, but Kizaru on that Emma Frost, and the bonus health that you can get from your own gem that you use against the other team, I guess it'll be an interesting thing if they can shut down the enemy's front line, maybe go for some grabs on it to the Storm if they get too close to the play, but also an option to try and shut down JDX whenever they go for those Bucky ultimates. There's a couple different reasons that they might be opting for it, but looks like they're instead going to be going for Kizaru using the Angela, so maybe try to go for some Assassin's Charge kidnaps and use the Loki team up pretty efficiently to position yourself a bit better with the clone as well. So a couple different options that they have for Delete the VOD. We'll see what they opt for.
Going up against a group can essentially be a near unlimited energy source for an Emma, which does allow you to outrace an opposing Emma when it comes to building up towards that maximum DPS and thereafter being rewarded with additional overhealth when you use your Mantis team up.
It's interesting we don't see the triple either to try and, you know, be like an ult battery for your team. Chosen Ones realize that didn't work out for your opponents. It's not going to work out for you here either. And there's the Emma going to take down the group completely. The bubble does not matter.
Great patience from Kizaru. And now time to start burning through the accoutrement of this composition. Just avoiding getting pulled in. IJDX was looking to be the clutch factor off the back of a bar and a cook. In comes the portal from Coco on the other side. Has to be careful not to cut off the remainder of their team, though, as they do open up the last bastion of cover. The kickback is good. The Gambit Orb might be even better. Coco can't get close to the cart, but Hasta indeed can. Soon the portal will close, and the second chances will cease to be. But for now, the Chosen Ones have everything they need, and maybe a touch more. They're coming up close to that Gambit ultimate, but for now, it's a little bit of a stalemate. And now Delete the VOD in overtime. It's going to be on them to stay on this point. Coco moves forward, Coco moves back. I feel like I'm relaying instructions to a gorilla at the moment, as Crazy has managed to find themselves the copy. All they can find right now is going to be the Doctor Strange. Finally gets the Gambit. And they move forward. Delete the VOD, lose Mo. Where are their vanguards to keep this one contested? IJDX is just doing so much damage. IMLK needs to be buffed on up, and Aziz has made that a reality. But maybe it can be found on the outside. Crazy's doing so much damage off the back of a doppelganger's mystical missiles cast at level 9, and there's no shield reaction from the side of Delete the VOD as Chosen Ones hold on first.
Oh, it was such a tough go of it, too. The Gambit Magneto team up, just zoning them away from the objective. And then also because the cart was so close to the wall, like the checkpoint itself, they didn't really have much wiggle room around it to position themselves to try and at least push it a little bit farther. So a tough go of it for Delete the VOD. Did everything that they could to get to that first objective, but the Chosen Ones held strong and now look even stronger in their own right for the attacking end. Delete the VOD have to pull out all the stops, and hopefully it's not going to be triple again, please.
Oh, they will subject you to such horrors. Although, admittedly, the triple does does have the downside of being a big ult battery in these overtime rounds. And when you're looking at maybe exploiting the fact that ultimate builders fast in these like 1-minute pushes, as we saw to the chagrin of Delete the VOD, you can offer more of a straight up 2-2-2 battle.
Well, good that they aren't opting for it this time, it looks like, because they realized that did not work last go around on the defensive end. Mo sticking with the Bucky, El Chabagoob on the Storm, and it's so nice to see Storm actually being relevant at the top level of gameplay here as well, like Day, with the changes from the Thor team up giving you the extra damage and AoE capabilities and the crit chances that you have too, and now seeing what the Chosen Ones can do though with their own mayhem with the front line. Groot and having the Thing able to just take them down with extra damage if they do get caught behind the walls. I like that combo.
Certainly a powerful combo. One that I can appreciate. That was a big grab, but who got pulled in? It seems like it's Kizaru. Uses their Carbon Crush to get out, but all of the resources have now been used simply for Delete the VOD to have survived one hook from IJDX. If they play this patiently, they are going to have a fairly uncontested turn.
So far, so good on their end as well, but one cookie has to crumble for either of these teams to take the advantage, and right now it looks like Mo's getting targeted very heavily, but still staying alive with that extra bonus health.
Oh man, a mid-air onto Coco. And with all of these doppelgangers here, like the output from Darby is going to be absolutely disgusting, already 80% of the way to an ult.
7-minute on their side too, almost has theirs available for the Royal Flush on the attacking end, so potential for either end to get the advantage. I think the big thing here is that both ultimates for the Royal Flushes on the Chosen Ones will be up before we see both of them from Delete the VOD for the strategist lineup.
7-minute, good to go. They want Mo so bad, and the building can't be rebuilt in time. Loki decided to stump up today for the side of the Chosen Ones, and can they even recontest in time off the back of a portal? Mo's already cooking it.
Mo's the last-ditch effort for them, has to put it in the way of that final point, but still a very delayed. No, they put a Groot wall up. That might be them. It's wall on both sides.
No! He's got to go over the top, man! Oh, no! Yeah, that's someone who hasn't played a melee DPS in their life. Wait, it's Mo! How does Mo not know? Oh, this is so sad. Mods, play the song.
Oh, man. Oh, that's such a tough spot to go down, but that is the tech that's been coming out lately. I mean, we even saw some of that on Lower Manhattan yesterday with previous matchups as well. When people try to go for the initial portal play, you just block off all entrances, and you have to go the long way around. Unfortunately, there was no way around it. They will go down in that, and this is actually our final map that we'll have on the broadcast here, Leg Day 2. We got to give time for the Americas broadcast, so to give you a bit of a spoiler on this series, we won't be able to finish it out on our end as well. The Chosen Ones were the team to take the victory 3-1 against Delete the VOD here at Leg Day. So a good one for them, making their way back into Ignite themselves, and we got to see a bit of a preview of them through this series as well.
Well, that means that, what, 5 of our 6 Ignite teams are going to be returning?
Indeed.
With the only new team joining us, the streamer team. Some might call them San Mio Ibn. Is going to be our unknown team joining us, but some people might know them quite well off the back of Necros, Imperator, Only Legs, and their associated streams.
A great performance from all the teams involved who made their way back into Ignite or qualified for the first time, as we talked about for the streamers squad. But there's a lot to look forward to. It's not just, you know, the Ignite Stage 2, but also the mid-season finals, right? We have ahead of us that teams will be competing, showcasing their skills to prove their worth, but also Americas does have theirs. Later on, once we wrap up the show, you'll get into the action for them momentarily, but a lot on the line for that too. Only 2 spots there to find out who our final teams are going to be. We also got our earlier teams who qualified from Asia and OCE. I mean, I want to give a quick nod to those squads while we're here, Leg Day. Looking at the Asia side of things as well, I mean, we saw some good looks from Griffin, Bahar, Kilond, Loyalty, and the Shawarmas getting the victory there for them. And then in OCE on their side of things too, we saw Hackers, Kanga, DXA, and Free Eats qualify for those Ignite spots in those specific regions. But how are you feeling about our 6 teams that we have here for Ignite, qualified back from the promotion relegation tournament this weekend?
I'm glad that a lot of teams are getting a chance at redemption. I'm sad for Reason.
Yeah. Oh man.
Like
don't
it
remind
felt
me.
like
Don't hit
Reason
me up.
just out a bad patch for them, I guess.
I think so.
They came from playoffs as well. They were a team with such solid potential, but sometimes if you can't make it work on the day, like you're not going to be consistent enough to be a team that's going to try and run Ignite. Maybe they can see if Engage have an invite slot left for their tier 2 tournament. Or either that or they scatter to the 4 wins, try and become mercenaries, get picked up by some of these teams before stage 2 begins in earnest.
Yeah, I remember seeing, after that result came through, a lot of them are looking for teams. So if you're looking for some great players, that's definitely a good place to look for EMEA, or even internationally for some of them as well. But even then, again, congratulations to our teams who have qualified here today in EMEA. To remind you what those teams are, we do have Fire Strays, who did qualify Crownfall as well, the Lions, Sun Miho Ibian, and then we also had Chosen Ones through Lowers and Alter Esports to round things out. And I think Alter Esports is not the biggest surprise, I would say, but the biggest comeback story, you could say, because they were in dire straits during the preseason and stage 1, had some roster issues and changes, and it feels like they finally found their identity as a team.
Yeah, like being able to find your identity and really identify where you can leverage how the current patch is distributing its power is very important. But the next time we see these teams, it's going to be 3 patches in the future. I don't know
Something
the
like
exact
that,
dates,
yeah.
but we're probably going to have got through 9.5,
At least 2, yeah.
10, 10.5. It might be season 11 by the time we see
Who
these
knows?
guys. I don't know. Maybe it'll be season 10. At least that's
Probably.
one whole hood later. Whatever hero comes out in season 10. However, Xiong wants to address balancing with the new team ups in the game. We've seen some very aggressive balances already off the back of the hotfix patch, which I think changed up the whole meta once again by taking Psylocke and kind of dumpstering her a little bit.
That's another thing to note too,
yeah.
is so many teams had to learn the new patch and then learn the new patch again after the hotfix came through. So, hopefully for Team 6, everything kind of evens out until we get past the mid-season finals. Then we go into that 9.5 where there'll at least be a month breaker plus before we see more competition at the top level. There'll still be, that tier 2 league for EMEA from Engage going on in the meantime in between, because I know they have a couple weeks of competition for that. So that's going to be fun to keep an eye on. More creator tournaments going on in the background as well. A lot of those happening. I think Boger Bash is happening sometime soon too. There's another one that I'm part of, the Creator Classic. Shout out to Edgyloo and Persixo running that one this upcoming week on the 24th. And then there's so many other small community tournaments being run in the background as well that we have to give shout outs to. But it's great to see the community coming together for Marvel Rivals with the changes that have been happening here, leg day, the updates as well, and people really celebrating the game, as they've kept things interesting and entertaining for such a long time, which is hard to do for a game that's a live service one like this.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to community tournaments as well, we've even got some console stuff going on. I think CGL, the Console Gaming League, have got a Marvel Rivals thing going on at the moment. And commiserations to all of our teams that didn't quite make it, but know that your journey has been glorious.
MRC signups are live.
Fantastic to observe. Yeah, MRC signups are live. You can play against my team in NA since I'm in California. But do be gentle and don't ban my Thor. When I played against Na'Vi in MRC, they first ban my Thor every time because I have too much aura and they fear me. So
too much Thor.
Be braver than Na'Vi.
Yeah, be braver than Na'Vi. That's what you need to know. Sign up for the Marvel Rivals Championship itself. Again, for people going through MRC, you still have a chance to make it into Ignite next year. Champion points matter a ton. The champion leaderboard at the end of the year, I think season 11 is the last one, where you can compete to try and make it into the open qualifiers for 2027. Also, the top teams from season 11, based on placement, will also get into that as well. We don't know how that'll work for the teams in Ignite, but that's your chance. If you missed it this time for EMEA, don't feel too bad. There's still MRC training grounds you can go through. Lots of prizes available for that, and there'll still be more weeks of action to come for that as well. But it's been a fun time to be here with you today. What's been your favorite series, you would say, so far? I think I know mine.
Is it the 5-map series that matters?
Yeah, I would say so.
I think that probably
obvious.
edges out the one that had the sub in where they were just playing
Shout
the
out Oscar.
friendly. Yeah,
Gave it his all.
Oscar tried his best, but I think the most entertaining was definitely GG 5 times going up against Alter, and that was an absolutely banger series. Like I loved seeing the progression of the bands as well. They found whoops and angle to play on the Namor, and like the Hella Namor was doing so well, we saw GG 5 times got a kowtow. Like, okay, we're gonna match Hella Namor here. Like, I'm expecting to see Hall of Jarlia be a big pocket pick for Alter Esports if Hella Namor continues to be even remotely viable.
You guys might be wondering why we're yapping. We're just waiting on some graphics to be finished up before we can talk about the end of the day today and get you guys all ready and geared up for the Americas broadcast, which will be happening over the next 2 days because they only have 2 spots that will be taken. So it won't be decided today. It will be decided today and tomorrow. A lot of matches to keep an eye on for that. I believe it will be Gaskin and Dogman will be casting that one later today, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be definitely entertaining. I'll be tuning into that as well. I mean, seeing, the upsets for those who don't know and missed it yesterday, because they'll probably talk about it on broadcast, Nightmare fell to Yeah We LARP in the upper bracket. So that's a team to keep an eye on as well. See how they do through lowers, if they can still stay alive on that one as well. But here's the results that we have from today's matches. As you can see, Reason Gaming fell to GG 5 times. That's the big mark here on the Ignite teams trying to make their way back. But then we had some other results, of course, too. The Chosen Ones beating N1X and Delete the VOD trying to make their way forward, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, the Lions managed to... Oh, wow. That Lions and Sunyon ring.
Yeah, it went all the way to
very
5.
Close. 3-2. I'm have to go back and watch the VODs of that. By the way, if you want to see how all of our teams are playing their best games, all the VODs of this tournament are available under the esports tab in Marvel Rivals. You can go over to Clash EMEA and then view the tournament from there, and you can watch the POVs that you care about.
Yeah, learn from the best in the business. I think if you have a hero that you're a fan of that's been played so far, definitely recommend checking that out. And here's all of our qualifying teams and the journey they took to get there. Groundfall and Fire Strays, Lions, and Sun and Mio. I've been the Chosen Ones and Alter Esports at the end in the lower bracket. Ignore the totals there, of course, because that's just how things went for the matches. Didn't quite matter, but the GG 5 times one and Alter Esports and Chosen One and Delete the VODs were those qualification matches as well. And like that, I mean, GG 5 times, I'm kind of interested to watch their career with great interest in the future, because if they had a different bracket, might have had a chance to qualify.
Maybe so. They are at least locked in for Engage's Tier 2 tournament here in EMEA, which I assume is going to be a weekday tournament, so that it doesn't clash with Ignite during the mainstay of it. Congratulations to our qualifiers, though. Crownfall, Fire Strays, the Lions, Sun Miho Ibn, the Chosen Ones, and Alter Esports. They will all be joining our powerhouses of EMEA in Ignite Stage 2.
Yeah, we also still have Pulsar Esports and Shikigami that didn't make it to LAN but still qualified for that Stage 2. And of course, our LAN teams that will be competing, Rad, Navi, and VP, and Team Heretics, of course, as well on their side. But still, we got to talk about the costumes that are in game that you can enjoy yourself, and I definitely recommend taking a look at them. I'm a big fan of the Devil Dinosaur, Jeff the Dinosaur. We got to see a brief preview of it for a second outside of a portal play. Didn't quite work, but I respect it. Bed Stewie's best for Hawkeye if you want to rock his Eminem and do some parkour with his emote, and then of course Gambit Dead Man's Hand costume. It's Unleash the Haunting Dead Man's Hand. I definitely recommend picking all 3 of these up, and good luck on your bubble popping for the Devil Dinosaur one. I unfortunately was not lucky. I don't know about you, like that.
Not quite so like. Well, I'm actually saving my units for next week when I think the Psylocke skin's going to come out. However, if you don't want to wait till next week, you need to get on the website right now for mid-season finals tickets, because as far as I'm aware, most of them are sold out. So you got to join the waitlist for some. I think there might still be some tickets for day 1 available. We are in Los Angeles, where the lights are bright, and we are ready to ignite for the mid-season finals. From July 29th to August 1st, you can come and hang out with the best players in the world, and some real handsome casters as well, like Vodable and Gaskin. But there are also going to be special goodies for everyone who turns up. Some limited edition pins from our friends that have been specially made for this event. And, well, I am absolutely stoked to see one of potentially the closest matchups between NA, EMEA, and Asia that we have ever seen.
Yeah, we're expecting big things. Potential for Na'Vi versus Team Liquid Citadel, the two basically undefeated teams, only dropping a single map in each Stage 1 matchups themselves. So it's been a great journey so far to see how teams have come from MRC into the promotion relegation tournament. Only a single one earning their ticket in Sun Miho IBN to make it all the way there. But thank you for joining us here for the EMEA broadcast. Stay tuned for the Americas one coming up next.
널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법이